Chapter 1165. All the disciples of Ice Lake Mountain were looking at Qin Feng and Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro felt embarrassed. However, Su Ruoro didn't stop what Qin Feng was doing. She loved Qin Feng too much and wanted to be obedient to any of his requests. 1,000 Lives covered her injured abdomen and quickly adjusted the chaotic true qi in her body. She was the leader of the hidden 5 hegemons. How could she submit to Qin Feng so easily? "Brat, who do you think you are? I'll kill you first." With a furious roar, the 1,000 Lives sect leader suddenly turned into a black shadow and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at Qin Feng's location. This woman was vicious and merciless. She had already sent out several palm strikes, and the row of stone chairs and tables instantly exploded into pieces. She planned to smash Qin Feng and Su Ruoro into pieces as well. Swoosh! The pink light flickered and floated behind 1,000 Lives. Qin Feng held Su Ruoro in one hand and grabbed Munmorn in the other. He swung his sword in the air. Munmorn seemed to draw the power of the moon. The cold sword light instantly spread out and surrounded 1,000 Lives. Su Ruoro was furious. She pulled out the soft sword from her waist and stabbed at the air. Bang, bang, bang. 2 waves of sword qi landed on the 1,000 Lives sect leader's body, but they were suddenly dispersed by the wind from her palm. This old woman was an expert at the 4th layer of true qi, and her strength was on par with the sect leader Jing Xan. With Qin Feng and Su Ruoro's current realm, they had no way of fighting against her. "Little Taoist, you dare to resist?" Roar, roar. Golden Fur Lion King roared angrily. The lion's roar seemed to break the sky. Qin Feng hurriedly used qi to protect himself and covered Su Ruoro's ears. The disciples of Ice Lake Mountain were all knocked down by the violent true qi in the air. The female disciples with lower realms were already bleeding from their orifices. In an instant, Golden Fur Lion King appeared in the sky above 1,000 Lives. He swung the Dragon Slayer saber in a full circle. It seemed to draw the power of heaven and earth and slash down violently. Boom! A berserk aura swept through the surroundings, causing Qin Feng to retreat several hundred meters. Su Ruoro lay in Qin Feng's arms like a frightened rabbit. Was this person really Qin Feng's subordinate? How did Qin Feng subdue him? "Master, this ignorant little Taoist has been caught. Please give the order to punish him." Explosions were incessant, and the front yard of Ice Lake Mountain had already been turned into ruins by Golden Fur Lion King. However, amidst the dust that filled the air, a golden light flashed. Golden Fur Lion King carried the 1,000 Lives sect leader, who was on the verge of death, and arrived beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng hugged Su Ruoro and looked at 1,000 Lives indifferently. Qianming's robes were in tatters, and there was still a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. Her previous arrogance had completely disappeared and was replaced with shock. "Qianming, you're an outsider of the martial arts world. I'll give you a chance to live." This time, when the secret order was issued, all the disciples of the martial arts world went to attack the evil cultivators of the Verdant sect. But your Ice Lake Mountain didn't do anything. Do you regret this? Qin Feng's voice was like thunder. His body shone with golden light, making him look like a Buddha. In fact, 1,000 Lives sect leader was worried about the secret order. After all, the martial arts world of China had existed for thousands of years. Once the secret order was issued, the martial arts world would follow suit. However, 1,000 Lives sect leader looked down on Qin Feng, the young alliance leader of the martial arts world. She wanted to show her strength to Qin Feng, so she turned a blind eye to it. Now that she was severely injured by Qin Feng's underling, her arrogance was gone. "Alliance Master Qin, this matter this time is indeed my fault. I hope Alliance Master Qin can forgive me." Now that the outcome had been determined, 1,000 Lives sect leader had to yield to Qin Feng. All the female disciples of Ice Lake Mountain were shocked. Even though they had seen their sect leader yield to Qin Feng, they still felt like they were dreaming. Ice Lake Mountain had been developing for hundreds of years, and it was one of the 5 hidden hegemons. However, they were suppressed by the young Qin Fun, who was so powerful that they couldn't even lift their heads. Why are you still standing there? Say hello to Alliance Leader Qin. After yielding to Qin Fun, Thousand Lives sect leader glared at the group of stunned disciples, venting his anger on them. All the girls were startled and knelt on the ground. Alliance Leader Qin, please forgive us. After Ice Lake Mountain was conquered, Qin Fun's body suddenly shone with silver light. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fun, Su Ruoro, and the Golden Fur Lion King disappeared in the sky. His thunderous voice still lingered in the sky. Thousand Lives, go to Hero City quickly. I'll kill you in less than half an hour. Qin Feng had disappeared, and the Ice Lake Mountain's disciples were all dumbfounded. The Thousand Life Faction's leader was so shocked that he fell on his butt on the roof. Qin Feng's sudden disappearance was too powerful. Could it be that he had already stepped into the half-step fairy realm? Just as Thousand Lives sect leader was anxiously rushing to Hero City with his disciples, Qin Fun had already landed in the Xianyun sect's base. Su Ruoro had already gotten used to Qin Fun's magical methods after traveling through time twice. Qin Fun, this is the Xianyun sect's sacred ground. The sect leader here is respectfully called Great Master Yun Lazy by the people of the martial arts circle. It is said that he is at stage 3 vital energy realm. His strength is slightly weaker than my master, Thousand Lives sect leader, and the Starlight sect leader, Ling Chongkong. Su Ruoro explained the sect's strength to Qin Fun in detail every time they went, afraid that Qin Fun would be at a disadvantage. Qin Fun, how dare you barge into my Xianyun sect's sacred ground? Haha. Fine, don't think of leaving today. Not long after Qin Fun and Su Ruoro landed, a large group of Xianyun sect disciples rushed over. The one leading them was the great elder Yun Shao, who wanted to fight for the Starlight sect's base a few days ago. At that time, Yun Shao brought Yun Qin and a group of Xianyun sect disciples to cause trouble. Qin Fun killed Yun Qin, who was at the middle stage of stage 9 inner qi, with one sword strike, and even heavily injured Yun Shao. Yun Shao hated this matter, but he could not take revenge because of Qin Fun's powerful strength. Now that Qin Fun dared to barge into the Xianyun sect with a woman, Yun Shao already had the intention to kill. Do you think I'm leaving just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Qin Fun held Su Ruoro with one hand and looked at Yun Shao indifferently. As an elder of the Xianyun sect, Yun Shao was at the pinnacle of stage 9 inner qi. Yet, he was looked down upon by Qin Fun. Instantly, he was angered to death. However, Yun Shao was not a fool. That day, Qin Fun defeated the unpopular sect leader, Zohan, who was at stage 2 true qi. Ha! Don't think that you're great just because you're skilled. My great immortal cloud sect has many experts. Today will be the day you die. 8 great elders of the immortal cloud sect get into formation and kill Qin Fun. After that, we can elect a new alliance master of the pugilistic world. Yun Shao suddenly roared, and 7 black figures flew over from all directions. The 7 of them, including Yun Shao, made a total of 8 great elders. They immediately surrounded Qin Fun and Su Ruoro and got into a strange formation. When the experts of the pugilistic world fought, they would use formations. For example, the Shaolin 18 Bronze Men formation and the Wudong 13 Sword formation. At this moment, the formation that Yun Shao and the other 7 great elders set up was the Immortal Cloud Sect's psychedelic formation. The 8 of them moved back and forth, changing their positions. They could create the imposing manner of a magnificent army, confusing the enemy's mind and making them unable to distinguish what was real and what was fake. Not good, Qin Fun. These people are setting up a formation. Let's quickly. Su Ruoro was also a pugilistic world expert now. She quickly saw through the formation that Yun Shao and the others were setting up. However, she had only shouted halfway when a pink light flashed. Su Ruo felt that she was lifted up by Qin Fun. Within the psychedelic formation, Qin Fun and Su Ruo's figures were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a tall and sturdy man with a head full of golden curly hair. The golden fur Lion King was blind, so this psychedelic formation could not bewitch him. Why is there another person? Who is this lion head? Yun Xiao was setting up the formation halfway when he was so shocked that he almost fell. The other 7 elders were also stupefied. Qin Fun and the woman who were originally standing in the formation were gone, and there was actually an old man. Who cares who he is? Let's kill him first. One of the elders bellowed furiously. He suddenly brandished the long sword in his hand and stabbed towards the golden fur Lion King. However, this sword was fake. It was just to confuse the golden fur Lion King. The real attack came from behind the golden fur Lion King. There, the other 2 elders had launched a fierce attack. Rumble! A loud sound suddenly exploded. These little tricks were unable to withstand a single blow from the golden fur Lion King. The Dragon Slayer's saber swept across the air, and the 4 elders were instantly chopped in half at the waist. You bunch of ants. You want to play psychedelic formation with me? Go and practice for another few hundred years. The saber fell and rose again. A gale howled, and a row of saber curtains crashed out. The other 4 elders had yet to come back to their senses when their bodies instantly exploded. Rumble! Rumble! The golden fur Lion King's strength seemed to be invincible. With 2 domineering saber strikes, it eliminated 8 immortal cloud sect elders. The loud sounds in the surroundings had yet to stop. The buildings in the immortal cloud sect were collapsing one after another. With the golden fur Lion King at the center, the ground was cracking. It felt like there was an earthquake. How dare you? Who was behaving atrociously in the immortal cloud sect? Die! The commotion caused by the battle here was huge, and all the immortal cloud sect disciples rushed over. However, there was suddenly a furious roar coming from the void above, as though a muffled thunder had descended. A white figure wielding a sword appeared. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted surging true energy. It was as if he was a real person. However, this handsome appearance was only halfway through. With a flash of golden light, the white figure was directly smashed into the huge pit on the ground. He didn't even know what had happened. You're just a small Taoist at the 3rd level of true Qi, and you still have the nerve to shout in front of me? The golden fur Lion King also landed in the huge pit and stepped on the white-robed man's chest, causing him to vomit blood. The surroundings immediately fell into silence. The immortal cloud sect disciples who rushed over were all scared to death. The one who was stepped into the deep pit was their sect master, Master Yun Lazy. Hero, you and I have no enmity. Why did you come to my sect to cause trouble? Yun Lazy's arrogant aura from earlier had long disappeared. He looked at the golden fur Lion King with a sincere attitude. The golden fur Lion King spat on the ground and said coldly, "Don't say nice things to me. It's useless. You dare to offend my master. Consider yourself lucky that I didn't split you into 2 halves with 1 saber strike today." Yun Lazy was almost scared to death. His entire body was trembling. He was an expert at the 3rd level of true Qi. In the entire martial arts world, there weren't many people who could defeat him. However, a berserk old man whom he had never seen before suddenly appeared and defeated him with 1 palm strike. Chapter 1166. Da Xia, who is your master? Yun Lazy felt that the violent old man in front of him was ferocious enough, but he didn't expect this powerful person to be someone else's underling. Yun Lazy's heart was in a mess. He couldn't figure it out, even after thinking for a long time. He didn't seem to have offended any big shot recently. My master is the leader of China's pugilistic world, Alliance Master Qin. Golden Fur Lion King's voice was loud and clear, revealing a dignified aura. Yunlaizi's body trembled, and he was stunned again. This old man in front of him is Qin Feng's underling? What kind of fucking joke is this? Yunlaizi, do you know your mistake for ignoring the pugilistic world's secret order? While Yunlaizi was still in disbelief, Qin Feng had already appeared with Su Ruoro in his arms. Yunlaizi was instantly disheartened. Qin Feng actually took in such a powerful underling. Alliance Master Qin, this is my mistake. I am willing to accept Alliance Master Qin's punishment. I hope that Alliance Master Qin can be magnanimous and spare my life. The sect master of Immortal Cloud Sect, one of the 5 hidden hegemons, was begging Qin Feng in a humble manner. This scene shocked everyone, and all the Immortal Cloud Sect disciples were at a loss. Qin Feng's expression didn't change because this was how it should be. Not long ago, Qin Feng annihilated the Starlight Sect in a fit of rage. If Immortal Cloud Sect and Ice Lake Mountain didn't understand, Qin Feng could annihilate them all the same. I can spare your life, but you ignored the existence of the pugilistic world's secret order and violated the rules of the pugilistic world. I order you to hurry to Hero City and serve tea to the other heroes of the pugilistic world and apologize. Qin Feng's voice was loud and clear, and his tone was unquestionable. All the Immortal Cloud Sect disciples were instantly dumbfounded. They thought there was something wrong with their ears. Asking Sect Master Yunlaizi to serve tea to the outer hidden sects? Are you kidding me? All right. I'll bring the elite disciples to apologize now. Thank you, Alliance Master Qin, for not killing us. Before the disciples could recover from the shock, Yunlaizi had already run to gather people. These disciples might not know how powerful the Golden Fur Lion King was, but Yunlaizi had personally suffered a palm strike. He knew that if he said no, the Golden Fur Lion King could trample him to death any time. 2 of the hidden 5 hegemons had been conquered, and the Starlight Sect had been destroyed. The Snow Mountain Sect was a good friend of Qin Feng's. The Serenity was led by Hua Xianyu to participate in the operation to annihilate the evil cultivators of the Verdant Sect. As for why the Serenity didn't participate in the martial arts conference, it was because of Su Ruoro. Even the most powerful hidden sect had been taken care of by Qin Feng, so the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th, 5th, and 6th tier sects were even more vulnerable. The silver light on Qin Feng's body flickered as he led Su Ruoro through the various sections. In less than half an hour, he had already visited all the sects in the inner hidden sect. The power of the Golden Fur Lion King had thoroughly intimidated all the hidden sects, forcing the sect leaders to personally lead their teams to Hero City. Inside Hero City, Shaoli represented Qin Feng in maintaining the order of the meeting. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. The people surrounding Hero City grew anxious. Alliance, Leader Qin, and talented Lady Wu Exen wouldn't be in danger, right? Shaoli, stay here and guard Hero City. I'll bring some people to look for Qin Feng. Wen Yiming was no longer a high-rank person, so he immediately left with a dozen disciples of the Snow Mountain Sect. Zhang Biao of the 10,000-fold sect immediately ran over with 6 of his subordinates. Brother Wen, I'll go with you. Young Master Qin hasn't returned for a long time, so he might be in danger. Let's go and rescue Alliance Master Qin. All right, Brother Zhang, let's go together. Zhang Biao and Wen Yiming were going to rescue Qin Feng. The heroes of the outer hidden sects couldn't stay calm anymore, and they all surrounded them. Alliance Leader Qin might be powerful, but he'll definitely be at a disadvantage if he goes there alone with a beauty by his side. We don't know which sect alliance Master Qin is in. Why don't we split into a dozen teams, and each team will go to one of the inner hidden sects to search for him. If there's any news, we'll release the signal. Sect leader Zhang Sanyun is right. Let's split into 38 teams and attack now. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone thought that Qin Feng was in danger. Xiao Li started to worry. Just as the teams were about to depart, they heard the sound of galloping horses coming from afar. "Who's there?" Xiao Li immediately leaped up and stood on top of the gate of Hero City. He looked into the distance. There were about a dozen people, and all of them were riding horses. They were all women, and they were all dressed in white robes. Ice Lake Mountain's Qian Sui is here to visit Hero City and beg for forgiveness from all the heroes. A loud shout came from afar, and the restless crowd instantly quieted down. All of them stared at the distant figure with their mouths agape. Some people even thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Ice Lake Mountain's Qian Sui is here? Is she going to attack the city after killing Alliance Master Qin? Everyone, stop this group of women. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what that old woman said? She's here to beg for forgiveness. Holy shit! Ice Lake Mountain's sect leader Qian Sui is here to beg for forgiveness? I thought I was hallucinating just now. The crowd was confused by the sudden arrival of Ice Lake Mountain's members. At this time, a white figure stepped on the shoulders of the crowd and landed in front of the city gate. She looked at the Ice Lake Mountain members and said, "Qianming, you're smart. If you didn't come, Ice Lake Mountain would have been destroyed by your hands." The one who shouted was Qian Huantong. She was now loyal to Qin Feng and no longer regarded herself as a disciple of Ice Lake Mountain. She was even rude to sect leader Qian Sui. Everyone arrived at the city gate and dismounted from their horses. Qian Ming was about to explode with anger when he saw Elder Qian Huantong inciting half of the inner sect disciples to defect to Qin Feng. However, he could only smile and say, "Elder Tong has a good eye. Alliance Master Qin's power is set. Ice Lake Mountain was blind and came here to beg for forgiveness. I hope the martial arts heroes can forgive us." Sect leader Qian Sui's words in front of all the Outer Hidden Order's disciples had shocked everyone. Even the illusionary child was dumbstruck. She understood sect leader Qian Sui the best. This old woman was naturally arrogant and usually looked down on everyone. She must have taken the wrong medicine today. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Fortunately, everyone did not see the scene where golden-haired Lion King abused sect leader Qianming. Otherwise, everyone would have understood everything. Immortal Cloud Sexion Lazy is here to visit Hero City and the martial arts heroes of the Outer Hidden Sects. Before everyone could recover from sect leader Qian Ming's arrival, another group of people rushed over from afar. Everyone exclaimed when they heard the name of the newcomer. However, everyone quickly realized that this was just the beginning. The unpopular Inner Hidden Sect Swahan is here to visit Hero City. Please forgive us. Invincible Mountain Crane Sage is here to visit all heroes. Please forgive us. Misty Cave's Ice Mountain Snow Lady is here to visit all heroes. Please take care of us in the future. One after another, the Inner Hidden Sects flew over. Their attitudes were surprisingly sincere and weak. These were all inner hidden sections. They usually had their noses in the sky and couldn't be bothered to look at the Outer Hidden Sect's disciples. However, not only did they come, but they were also the sect leaders of their sections. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Master is back! Xiao Li was already dumbfounded. However, when he saw the flash of pink light in the distance, he was so excited that he started dancing. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. It was as if, in a breath's time, Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were already standing on the city gate of Hero City. Alliance Master Qin, it's really Alliance Master Qin. I know now. The reason why these Inner Hidden sect leaders rushed here was because Alliance Master Qin brought them here. Alliance Master Qin is too amazing. He really made the entire Inner Hidden Sect submit in half an hour. Qin Feng was the king of a city, the master of the martial arts world. His return instantly caused the crowd to cheer. Everyone was excited, but also shocked. Until now, they still couldn't figure out how Qin Feng managed to subdue all these inner hidden sections. Looking at the outer hidden sect's jubilation, the inner hidden sect's faces were filled with worry. Their hearts were filled with indignation, but there was nothing they could do. Many sect leaders were carefully looking around in search of the golden fur Lion King. When they realized that the berserk, lion-headed monster was not here, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Su Ruo nestled in Qin Feng's arms. At this moment, only she and Qin Feng stood on the city gate's peak. Below them, there seemed to be a crowd cheering and shouting. Su Ruo felt an indescribable satisfaction in her heart. She felt that Qin Feng was the king and she was the king's only woman. Haha, everyone, please be quiet. I, Qin Feng, have always been a man of my words. I said that I would make the inner hidden sect leaders apologize to everyone in half an hour. I will definitely do it. Qin Feng stood on top of the city gate like an undefeatable god of war. Hundreds of martial arts experts stood below him, but none of them dared to question Qin Feng's authority. Alliance Master Qin is mighty. Alliance Master Qin is in power. It's a great fortune for the outer hidden sects and a good omen for the outer martial arts world. The crowd responded in unison. The scene was as sensational as Qin Feng's solo concert. Qin Feng waited until everyone had calmed down before he continued. Since everyone is here, I now announce the official start of today's martial arts banquet. Disciples who participated in the mission to annihilate the verdant sect, please take a seat and enjoy the banquet. Those who disregarded the secret order of the martial arts world, please serve tea and apologize to everyone. This matter ends here. From now on, the outer martial arts world will develop peacefully, regardless of whether it's inside or outside. If anyone still dares to be arrogant, I, Qin Feng, will not forgive him. Qin Feng's voice was thunderous, and his words were unquestionable. He had been the alliance master of the martial arts world for some time, but he was only a figurehead. This was especially true for the inner hidden sects, who did not take Qin Feng seriously at all. However, at this moment, Qin Feng stood at the peak of Hero City like an unshakable mountain. His words had already pressured the inner hidden sect leaders and disciples to the point that they could hardly breathe. Chapter 1167. The gathering of martial artists officially began, and Qin Feng welcomed everyone to their seats. The disciples of Hero City were arranged to sit down, and the sect leaders and elders of the inner hidden sects welcomed everyone. These sect leaders and elders used to be high and mighty existences, and they didn't put the outer hidden sects in their eyes at all. Now they were all obedient subordinates, and everyone was dumbfounded by this huge contrast. They felt as if they were dreaming. Hey, 1,000 lives, old woman, are you goofing off? We should clean up our table and fill up everyone's wine glasses. Why can't you have any eyesight? Zhang Biao shouted halfway through his meal, and everyone looked at 1,000 Lives sect leader. 1,000 Lives sect leader saw that Zhang Biao was wearing the uniform of the 10,000-fold sect, which was only a small sect among the outer hidden sections. 1,000 Lives sect leader was enraged. Can't you pour it yourself? Don't you have hands? 1,000 Lives sect leader was used to being cold and arrogant. In the past, she was the one ordering people around. Now that she was suddenly being ordered around, she couldn't change her mind. Zhang Biao was immediately displeased. He slammed the table and stood up. He wasn't a pretentious person, and pouring wine was a small matter. However, Zhang Biao knew that 1,000 Lives sect leader had ignored the martial arts secret order and had always been against young Master Qin. He wanted to help young Master Qin vent his anger. You old woman, and you said you wanted to apologize? You don't look like you've truly realized your mistake. Zhang Biao was furious, and so was everyone else at the table. They all stood up and glared at 1,000 Lives sect leader. Since this woman doesn't want to apologize, then we won't be polite with her. It's just Ice Lake Mountain. Why should we be afraid of her? Well said. Let's join forces and destroy Ice Lake Mountain. These martial artists all had bad tempers. They rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight. Thousand Lives sect leader wasn't afraid of these people, but she was afraid of Golden Fur Lion King. Seeing that Zhang Biao and the others were serious, Thousand Lives sect leader became listless. If this attracted Qin Feng, it would be big trouble. Ahem. Everyone, please sit down. Isn't it just pouring wine and clearing the table? I'll do it. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Thousand Lives sect leader seemed to have changed into a different person. She personally went to wipe the table and pour the wine. This scene made everyone feel very happy. Even the Thousand Lives sect master had to do the work of a servant, so the other sect masters didn't care about face. Everyone was on call, and those who didn't know would really think that they were the lowest servant disciples in the sect. This drinking session was really refreshing. Everyone drank from noon to night. In the end, they were all drunk on the table, but no one left first. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore after drinking for a day. He didn't know how many times everyone toasted him, but he felt like his stomach was going to explode. Master, you've drunk enough. Xiao Li will help you back to your room to rest. Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng with heartache and walked over to help Qin Feng up. Su Ruo stayed by Qin Feng's side the entire time. She tried to urge Qin Feng to drink a few times, but when she saw that Qin Feng was in a good mood today, she went along with him. The two women supported Qin Feng to his private room in Hero City. Qin Feng wasn't drunk yet, but he had a headache from drinking too much. Spirit arranged for people to help everyone settle in. As for the hidden sects, tell them to go back, Qin Feng said as he sat on the bed. Spirit immediately retreated. Only Su Ro and Xiao Li were left in the room. Qin Feng had just reunited with Su Ro. Plus, they drank a lot. Qin Feng was so excited that he hugged Su Ro and went to bed. Ruo Ro, I've wronged you by making you stay in Serenity for a year. Qin Feng caressed Su Ro's back. His eyes were filled with love. Su Ro's heart was soft and warm. She let Qin Feng hug her. She even took off Qin Feng's shirt. The two were deeply in love. Qin Feng pulled off Su Ro's shirt and prepared to enter the final stage. Suddenly, his phone rang. Qin Feng, why you answer the phone first? Su Ro woke up from her drunken stupor. She shyly covered herself with the blanket. Qin Feng took out his phone. Who was calling at this time to ruin something? Senior Dragon God? Qin Feng suddenly woke up when he received the call, and the fire in his body subsided. Divine Dragon didn't usually call Qin Feng. It must be something important. Qin Feng, come to Mount God Dragon. My master wants to see you. Divine Dragon's voice was serious. Qin Feng was shocked. The chief of the Martial Art Alliance, Ling Jiutian, was going to appear? Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Qin Feng was anxious. He hung up and put on his clothes. Ling Jiutian had too many secrets. Qin Feng's mother's whereabouts, and the system's secrets. Divine Dragon, who was at Mount God Dragon, stared at his phone. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I must have heard wrong. How can I be here in a minute? This kid is bluffing again. Qin Feng, you're leaving? Su Ro looked at Qin Feng, who was dressed in a white shirt. She felt a little down. She and Qin Feng were hugging each other, but Qin Feng was leaving after receiving a call? Was she not attractive? Qin Feng immediately saw through Su Ruo's emotions, and he hurriedly pulled her into his embrace. He kissed Su Ruo's seductive red lips and said, The Divine Dragon's master has appeared, and it's related to the mystery of my mother's whereabouts. There's also a very important secret. When I'm done with my business, I'll come back to deal with you. Qin Feng hugged Su Ro tightly. He couldn't bear to let go. Ling Jiutian's strength was unfathomable. Qin Feng didn't know what would happen. He was afraid that he would never return. After Su Ro understood the reason, she felt a little guilty. She crawled to Qin Feng's leg like a little rabbit. Then wait for a while. I'll help you, it's so uncomfortable to hold it in. Su Ruo's flawless face was so red that water was about to drip out. In the next second, Qin Feng growled. This girl was simply too considerate and obedient. Half an hour later, Qin Feng landed on the divine dragon mountain, his body radiating silver light. The divine dragon was deep in thought on a mountain peak in the valley. He was stunned by the way Qin Feng appeared. Although Qin Feng said he would arrive in 1 minute, it took him half an hour. This speed was enough to make the divine dragon speechless, because he knew Qin Feng was in Hero City of the outer world. Senior Divine Dragon, where's your master? Qin Feng came to Divine Dragon's side. The shock in Divine Dragon's eyes had yet to fade. He stared at Qin Feng and said, Brat, what realm are you at? Is that a half-step fairy's celestial technique? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said, What half-step fairy? It's just a function developed by the system. I spent a lot of hedonist points to unlock it. It allows me to travel through time and space. Divine Dragon was the owner of the Sovereign Peace System. Qin Feng did not need to hide the system's secrets from him. Divine Dragon was stunned. He had only obtained the system for a month. The Sovereign Peace System was still in its early stages. Many of the interfaces had not been opened yet. Awesome, brother-in-law. Can I travel through time once? Divine Dragon was so excited that he forgot his business. He stared at Qin Feng as if he had seen a treasure in the desert. Brother Divine Dragon, let's talk about this later. Where's your master? I want to see him. Qin Feng could not wait any longer, because he was anxious to see Ling Jiutian. Qin Feng was done in half an hour. Otherwise, he could have been bitten by Su Ro for a whole night. The Divine Dragon suddenly woke up with a start and said apologetically, It's my fault. I was so excited that I forgot about the proper business. I reported your information to Master a few days ago. My goal was to lure him to appear and look for you. I received a message from Master tonight. He asked you to wait at Mount Dragon God and wait for him to come see you. Even though Ling Jiutian was the Divine Dragon's master, the Divine Dragon was already on Qin Feng's side. Moreover, the relationship between the Divine Dragon and his master, Ling Jiutian, was mediocre. The two of them might not even meet once a year. Every time they met, it was because Ling Jiutian had something to ask the Divine Dragon for. Now that he knew that a mysterious and powerful system had appeared in Huaxia, the Dragon God was also worried about the dangers of the system. Even if Qin Feng did not ask Ling Jiutian to find out these secrets, the Dragon God would investigate in secret. Your master sure has a lot of face. He wants me, the chief of the pugilistic world, to wait for him? Qin Feng thought that Ling Jiutian had already arrived at the Divine Dragon Mountain, so he felt a little resentful. As the chief of the Martial Art Alliance, Ling Jiutian's strength is unfathomable. It's good enough to meet him. The Dragon God rolled his eyes. So what? You said before that he was the deputy chief of the Stellar Sect. Even the chief, Ling Chongkong, was killed by me. What can Ling Jiutian do? Qin Feng pouted. Did I say that? Then I probably didn't tell you everything. Actually, Ling Jiutian looked down on the power of the Stellar Sect and gave it to Ling Chongkong. Back then, he brought me and a few other disciples to the capital. Qin Feng suddenly did not want to speak. Whose side was the Dragon God on? He had been undermining him all this time. It was already late at night. Qin Feng and the Dragon God sat cross-legged on the highest mountain peak and chatted. Qin Feng thought about telling Codename Y, but he dismissed the idea in the end. After all, he did not know when Ling Chongkong would arrive. It would not be too late for Qin Feng to meet him first, and then secretly contact Codename Y. At the top of the Divine Dragon Mountain, Qin Feng and the Dragon God stayed for 3 days and 3 nights. By the end, Qin Feng's impatient heart had calmed down. He decided to cultivate on the peak of the Divine Dragon Mountain. After an unknown number of days, the weather on the peak of the Divine Dragon Mountain changed drastically. The originally sunny sky was covered with dark clouds. thunder rumbled as if a storm was about to descend. Ling Long! A voice came from the clouds, as if it came from tens of thousands of miles away. The dragon god, who was meditating on the mountain peak, suddenly leaped up and shouted toward the sky, "Ling Long greets Master!" Qin Fin had also gotten up, but he did not see anyone around him. However, Qin Fin knew that Ling Jiutian had really arrived. This was because the top of the divine dragon mountain was shrouded by an unfamiliar and powerful aura. The pressure was so strong that Qin Fin and the dragon god could not breathe, and they felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Chapter 1168. As the golden light descended, the dazzling light made Qin Fin and the mystical dragon unable to open their eyes, let alone see Ling Jiutian's true form. Qin Fin shielded his eyes with his hand and suddenly felt a little depressed. It turned out that every time he transmigrated and landed, other people would feel this uncomfortable. Is this Qin Fin? Ling Jiutian's voice came from the golden light, but it seemed to have traveled a long distance. The mystical dragon was the most powerful person in the mortal world of China, and his status was high and mighty, but he seemed a little nervous in front of Ling Jiutian. "Master, this is Qin Fin." Swoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew, and Ling Jiutian, who had just landed, attacked Qin Fin with his palm. Both Qin Fin and the mystical dragon were confused, not knowing what Ling Jiutian meant. Boom! But in the blink of an eye, Qin Fin was sent flying from the top of the mountain and fell into a valley hundreds of meters high. "Master, what are you doing?" The mystical dragon's expression suddenly turned cold, and true qi radiated from his body, looking like he was about to fight Ling Jiutian. The golden light on Ling Jiutian's face had dissipated, and his face was finally revealed. This person was dressed in pink armor and had pink wings of light on his back. His delicate and dignified face made it impossible to tell his age. His figure was tall and straight, and his aura was as gentle as water. No one could tell what level he was at right now. Ling Jiutian suddenly looked at the mystical dragon with a playful look in his eyes. "Oh, are you questioning me?" Ling Jiutian had no aura to speak of, but it was this unknown level that made people afraid. The mystical dragon's expression was still cold, but he was a little uncertain. "Master, I dare not. It's just that Qin Fin is close to me. Why did you attack him without saying anything?" Ling Jiutian retracted his gaze and said to the sky, "Ling Long, your body has changed, and so has you. Let me test Qin Fin's true strength first. Then I'll come back to you." Boom! Ling Jiutian, who was standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly slapped the air. A pink light flickered in the void, and a sky full of fireballs fell like rain, instantly shrouding Ling Jiutian. This kid is a little interesting. His speed of development is beyond my imagination. In the face of the raging fire of destruction, not only was Ling Jiutian not afraid, but he also revealed a playful smile as he leaped into the void. The flames came at him, but Ling Jiutian did not dodge. He let the fireball fall on his body. This was the flame of the myriad beast true fire, but it could not burn Ling Jiutian. It was useless against the pink armor on his body. Whoosh! A pink light flashed, but it was not Qin Fin. A pink flying sword appeared under Ling Jiutian's feet, and its speed was twice as fast as Qin Fin's. "Qin Feng, you do have a lot of treasures, but you don't have as many as I do. Your cultivation level is not even worth mentioning. You still need to continue polishing yourself." In the blink of an eye, Ling Jiutian was already in front of Qin Fin. Qin Fin stood on the galactic flying sword and held Mun Morn in his hand. Electric currents surged around his body, but he was extremely shocked. This was because Qin Fin realized that Ling Jiutian's equipment was even better than his swish, swish, swish. 2 streaks of pink light darted between the sky and the valley. Standing on the highest peak, the divine dragon was dumbfounded. Even with his current level of vital energy, he could not clearly capture the trajectory of the 2 people's movements. Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises rang out in the valley, proving that the two were engaged in a fierce battle. From time to time, a valley would collapse, and the plains below would be blasted into hundreds of giant pits. Fireballs, sword chi, and saber shadows flashed in the sky. This scene was like the end of the world, and even the divine dragon was shocked. Boom! With a loud bang, Qin Fun was once again smashed into the giant pit in the ground by Ling Jiutian's fist. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Fun had suffered hundreds of blows in a row, but not once did he land a hit on Ling Jiutian. Lying in the deep pit, Qin Fun was covered in blood. The vital energy in his body had long been messed up, and he felt like he was about to go berserk. Whoosh! Ling Jiutian's figure flickered and floated in the air, looking down at Qin Fun on the ground with a look of contempt. "Kid, is that all you've got? Show me your trump card, or now will be the day you die." Ling Jiutian's voice rumbled like thunder. Standing on the highest peak, the divine dragon finally saw where the two of them were. Seeing that his master wanted to kill Qin Fun, he anxiously rushed over from the cliff. The pink short sword in Ling Jiutian's hand was already raised above his head, and he quickly swung it down. The sword light pierced through the air, and a surging aura rushed toward Qin Fun. This was the first time Qin Fun felt such a strong aura of death. Without thinking, a dragon head cannon appeared on his shoulder, and 5 bullets were fired in a row. Boom! The fire cloud cannon's power was invincible. Qin Fun spent 50,000 hedonist points to buy these 5 bullets. Even though it was a little painful, Qin Fun could not help but feel the pinch in this life and death situation. The 5 fire cloud cannon shells lit up half the sky, and the aura was so strong that it seemed like it was going to blast a hole in the sky. The sword chi that Ling Jiutian swung down was already swallowed by the airflow of the cannon shells, and Ling Jiutian's figure also turned into a pink light and disappeared. No matter how powerful he was, he did not dare to ignore the power of 5 consecutive fire cloud cannon shells. "Qin Fun, are you all right?" The divine dragon had already arrived and pulled Qin Fun out of the deep pit. Qin Fun quickly swallowed a handful of medicinal pills and started to stabilize the chaotic true qi in his body. He kept his eyes on his surroundings, not knowing where Ling Jiutian had escaped to. Haha, this weapon is not bad, but it's still far from being able to defeat me. Ling Jiutian's laughter came from all directions, and Qin Fun and the divine dragon could not find Ling Jiutian's location. Qin Fun finally realized how powerful Ling Jiutian was after a round of battle. That strong and violent aura was comparable to when Qin Fun killed the Verdant Sect's heretic cultivators and raised the killer book to stage 10. Divine Dragon, will the people that your master asked you to observe fight when they meet? Qin Fun asked the divine dragon secretly. The divine dragon shook its head and said, "Not all of them. It seems that he will only test the strength of those that he is interested in." There were too many mysteries in Qin Fun's heart that he could not solve. He thought that after meeting Ling Jiutian and using all the trump cards of the system to defeat him, he would be able to solve the mystery. But now, Qin Fun realized that this guy was so powerful that even the fire cloud cannon could not do anything to him. Swoosh! A pink light flashed, and Ling Jiutian appeared again. His body shone with a holy white light, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. There were no injuries on his body at all, and it was as if he had just arrived. The divine dragon and Qin Fun were a little surprised. This guy's strength was unfathomable. Ling Jiutian, step aside. My battle with Qin Fun has just begun. Ling Jiutian's expression was indifferent, and his pair of twinkling eyes pierced through people's hearts as if he could see through Qin Fun. The divine dragon was stunned on the ground, not knowing what to do, while Qin Fun disappeared into the distance on his flying sword. Boom! The sky in the distance exploded again, and the fierce battle between the two began again. The weapons in Qin Fun's hands kept changing. The sky splitter axe, the spear of rat halos, the sword of angels, The soul-severing sword, the armor on his body, was also changing from the purple thunder wild robe to the blood demon armor. Qin Fin gave it his all, activating the halo of justice, activating the berserk demon core in his body, and using the Skyhawk bow and star technologies. But all his attacks were easily countered by Ling Jiutian, and he could not hurt him at all. The true qi in Qin Fun's body was exhausted, and the speed of his flying sword was much slower. The look in Ling Jiutian's eyes was unpredictable. He could see that Qin Fin seemed to have reached his limit, but Ling Jiutian planned to suppress it a little longer. He felt that Qin Fin still had a trump card in his hand. Swoosh! The short sword slashed down, and the sword Qi attacked again. Qin Fin was unable to dodge it. At the critical moment, his mind moved slightly, and a golden light fell from the sky. The golden fur Lion King roared and slashed out with the dragon slayer saber. "How dare you? See how I subdue you!" The golden fur Lion King saw the previous battle clearly in the system, and his expression was solemn when he saw how powerful Ling Jiutian was. The shadow of the saber came like a curtain, and Ling Jiutian's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. The sudden appearance of the golden fur Lion King surprised him. Boom! The violent aura had shrouded Ling Jiutian, but he did not retreat. The short sword in his hand slashed out lightly, and as if it had attracted the power of heaven and earth, the saber curtain that fell in front of him suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. "You are quite strong, but unfortunately, you are far inferior to me." Ling Jiutian sneered and suddenly disappeared into the void. A loud sound came from behind the golden fur Lion King, and Ling Jiutian slapped him to the ground. Boom! Another loud sound came from Qin Fun's body. At this point, he did not hold back anymore. He moved his mind and activated the 5 Kings' golden ghost head talisman, and the 5 Kings of Verdant Sect puppets appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! The divine Dragon Valley was suddenly surrounded by a black fog, and it was rare to see the 5 Kings of Verdant Sect gathered together. All 5 of them were filled with evil energy, and the divine Dragon Mountain suddenly seemed to have become a graveyard. The moment the 5 Kings appeared, they instantly surrounded Ling Jiutian. Ling Jiutian's expression changed slightly, as if he was once again shocked by Qin Fun's trump card. The mystical dragon on the ground was dumbfounded. 2 months ago, Qin Fun battled him on Mount Mystical Dragon. At that time, Qin Fun was on par with the mystical dragon, but now Qin Fun had risen to another level. The mystical dragon admitted that he was no longer a match for Qin Fun. These 5 people want to stop me? What a joke! Ling Jiutian's laughter quickly came from the void. The pink short sword in his hand was raised lightly, and half the sky was enveloped by sword qi. The 5 Kings had just appeared, but they were already reduced to ashes. On the ground, the golden fur Lion King attacked again. The dragon salyer in his hand flickered with a golden light. Qin Fin chanted an incantation and summoned the 5 Kings. The 6 of them surrounded Ling Jiutian, and the formation looked terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1169. Master, run. This guy is too powerful. Golden Fur Lion's roar came from afar. He really couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, a golden light flashed in the sky. Golden Fur Lion disappeared from the sky and returned to the system's palace of heroes. Master, Golden Fur Lion can still fight. Please let me go out and stop that guy. Golden Fur Lion's long golden hair was messed up. Blue veins popped on his forehead. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Qin Fin didn't let Golden Fur Lion fight again. He knew that Golden Fur Lion was about to die. There were few more loud noises in the distance. The 5 Kings were also killed. Qin Fan was now exhausted and couldn't activate the ghost head talisman of the 5 Kings. Swoosh! With a flash of pink light, Ling Jiutian instantly appeared in front of Qin Fin. The pink sword in his hand slashed down from the sky. He planned to end Qin Fin here. Divine Dragon roared in fear. He wanted Ling Jiutian to stop, but he was too far away from Qin Fin. He didn't have time to help. Qin Fin closed his eyes and stood where he was. He looked up and waited for the sword to fall. The sword light covered half the sky as if it was going to devour everything on the ground. Rumble, rumble. The sword light smashed into the valley. The ground cracked into a ravine that was hundreds of meters long. Mountains fell and the earth cracked. The destructive power brought by Ling Jiutian was too strong. Divine Dragon couldn't even guess Ling Jiutian's current level of strength. Master, why did you kill Qin Fin? With a flash of white light, Divine Dragon had already appeared in front of Ling Jiutian and was glaring at him. However, there was no sign of Qin Fin in the ravine. The mystical dragon even thought that Qin Fin had been chopped into pieces by the sword, and not even a complete corpse was left behind. Ling Jiutian glanced at Divine Dragon indifferently. His eyes quickly fell on the void hundreds of meters away. Tens of thousands of silver lights flashed there as if a god had descended. Who said Qin Fin is dead? I didn't kill him. Besides, I didn't plan to kill him. Ling Jiutian's voice was calm. Divine Dragon's expression changed drastically. He looked at the sky in the distance with surprise. Qin Fin had landed. Qin Feng, your strength is beyond my imagination. You've barely reached the standard in my heart. Today I'll spare your life, but I need you to complete a mission. If you fail, I'll kill you again. Ling Jiutian looked at the world where Qin Fin was and transmitted his voice over. With a flash of pink light, Qin Fin landed beside Ling Jiutian on his flying sword. Qin Fin really could not understand this powerful and invincible man. I also have something to ask you. We'll talk after you answer me. Qin Fin saw how powerful Ling Jiutian was, but he did not back down. He wanted to know the answer, even if he had to sacrifice his life. The mystical dragon was panicking. He did not know where Qin Fin got his courage to make a request to Ling Jiutian at this time. Ling Jiutian looked at Qin Fin with interest and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Qin Fin had been searching for his mother ever since he found out about her identity. Now that he was finally standing face to face with Ling Jiutian, Qin Fin could not control the urgency in his heart. "Where is my mother, Qin Ying?" Qin Feng asked. Ling Jiutian's expression was indifferent as he looked into the distance and said, "I know where your mother is. Once you complete the mission I gave you, I will definitely tell you." Qin Fin's blood was boiling. He had been searching for his mother for more than a year, and now he was finally going to find her. "Okay, then let me ask you again. What is your relationship with the system?" When Qin Fin saw Ling Jiutian coming over on his flying sword, holding a rare pink equipment and wearing pink armor, he was sure that this person definitely knew about the system and was most likely the owner of the system. However, the Hedonist sovereign system did not notify him that a new owner of the system had appeared nearby. It seemed that Ling Jiutian's system had developed to a very powerful level. Haha, that's a good question. Ling Jiutian suddenly roared into the sky. "But I can't tell you now. I will tell you after you complete the mission." Without waiting for Qin Fin to speak, Ling Jiutian continued, "All right, don't ask anything else. My time is very precious. I'll tell you the mission you need to do now, and when you return, I'll answer you the 2 questions." A hint of impatience flashed across Ling Jiutian's face. Qin Fin was most concerned about his mother's whereabouts and the mystery of the system, so he immediately agreed. "Tell me the mission." "You and your men have destroyed the Verdant sect in China. Now, there is still the Golden Assassin crew wreaking havoc. I have found out the organization's base. It is located in the depths of Neil's Nest in South Africa. Quickly go there and destroy the base and eliminate the leader of the Golden Assassin crew, Master Golden Taoist." Ling Jiutian's words shocked Qin Fin and the Divine Dragon. Both of them had always thought that the martial art alliance did not care about the peace in China, but this Ling Jiutian actually had the time to care about the evil forces in China? The Golden Assassin crew could be considered Qin Fin's old enemy. Back in Acropolis City, the Golden Assassin crew had sent the Bronze and Silver groups to assassinate Qin Fin. After that, one of the Golden Assassin crew, captured Su Qiuyu. In a rage, Qin Fin killed his way to the hidden Sihiyuan in Kyoto and destroyed the organization's base in China. Qin Fin did not expect that the organization's base in South Africa was actually their main base. All right, I can promise to destroy the Golden Assassin crew's base in South Africa. Don't you go back on your word. Qin Fin agreed without hesitation. The Golden Assassin crew was Qin Fin's archenemy. Even if Ling Jiutian did not mention this, Qin Fin would still kill his way there. Ling Jiutian looked at Qin Fin calmly and said, I, Ling Jiutian, always keep my word. Once you have completed the mission, come to the Dragon God Mountain to look for me. I will appear then. The divine dragon's voice was still echoing in the surroundings, but his figure had already turned into a golden light and disappeared. Qin Fin was even more certain that Ling Jiutian also possessed the system, and the system had been upgraded to a very high level. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a mission. Defeat Ling Jiutian. Mission time limit: 6 months. If the mission is completed successfully, the system will reward host Qin Fin 300,000 Hedonist points, a lunar god armor, and a star technology black dragon tank. If the mission is failed, 600,000 Hedonist points will be deducted, and the Hedonist sovereign system will be devoured. As soon as the divine dragon left, the system notification rang in Qin Fin's mind. This sudden mission made Qin Fin feel pressured. Defeat Ling Jiutian in 6 months? This was a very difficult mission. The penalty for completing the mission was even more severe. The system would be devoured. The Dragon God Mountain suddenly became quiet. Qin Fin and the divine dragon stood on the mountain peak, each deep in thought. After waiting for a long time, the divine dragon looked at Qin Fin and asked, Has Ling Jiutian left? Qin Fin nodded and said he left a long time ago. Mystical Dragon's eyes flickered with shock. He rarely met his master in the past, and every time they did, they would only exchange a few words. Mystical Dragon had never seen his master fight. Only today did he realize how powerful Ling Jiutian was and how powerful Qin Fin was. The divine dragon thought that he stood at the peak of China's secular world. Only now did he realize how insignificant he was. Qin Fin, do you see anything wrong? The divine dragon had just obtained the sovereign peace system, and he was still a newcomer in the small circle of system owners. There's no doubt that Ling Jiutian has the system, and the development of the system is extremely powerful. Even I can't see through him. Qin Fin paused for a few seconds, then continued with a solemn expression. I suspect that he is the creator of this system. He has a big secret hidden within him. The divine dragon was shocked by Qin Fin's speculation. If that was the case, then China was likely to be in trouble. Ling Jiutian's own strength is superb, and with the help of the system, is there anyone in China who can defeat him? The divine dragon seemed to be mumbling to himself. Qin Fin was also thinking about these questions. If Ling Jiutian's secret plan was to annex China and even the whole world, then it would be a disaster for Earth. With Ling Jiutian's personal strength and the powerful forces of the martial art alliance, he really did have the strength to turn the world upside down. By the way, why did Ling Jiutian ask you to go to Neil's nest in South Africa to destroy the Golden Assassin crew? The divine dragon could not understand his master's thoughts, so he suddenly thought of Qin Fin. Qin Fin did not understand why Ling Jiutian wanted him to go to South Africa. Logically speaking, with the strength of Ling Jiutian or the martial art alliance, it would be a simple matter to destroy the Golden Assassin crew. Yet, Ling Jiutian specifically asked Qin Fun to handle this mission. Although I don't understand Ling Jiutian's intentions, there must be an unknown secret in South Africa. When I find the base of the Golden Assassin crew, the truth will be revealed. Qin Fun looked determined, and he had made up his mind to go. The Divine Dragon, on the other hand, looked worried. He had a feeling that this trip was fraught with grim possibilities. However, the Divine Dragon knew Qin Fun's stubbornness. For the sake of his mother's whereabouts and the mystery of the system, Qin Fun would go no matter what. "I'll go with you this time," the Divine Dragon said after a moment of silence. Qin Fun's grave expression suddenly blossomed into a smile. He patted the Divine Dragon's shoulder and said, "Don't worry about me. You still have to stay in China and guard the peace and stability of the secular world. If you have nothing else to do more missions, and strive to strengthen your peace system as soon as possible." The Divine Dragon was reluctant, but in the end he still chose to stay at Mount Divine Dragon. As he watched Qin Fun's figure gradually disappear into the distance, the Divine Dragon felt a sense of admiration. Qin Fun shouldered too many responsibilities at such a young age, but he never retreated. He buried all the hardships and obstacles in his heart silently. Even the Divine Dragon began to respect this young man. Although he was usually dissolute, there was a perfect man hidden in Qin Fun's body. Many plans were suspended because of Ling Jiutian's appearance, and many plans were accelerated because of Ling Jiutian's appearance. Qin Fun returned to Hero City in the outer martial world and handed the base to Su Ruoro and Shaoli to manage. He then went to Hero City in Acropolis City and played and laughed with the ladies and his brothers like nothing had happened. Chapter 1170. At the provincial capital international airport, a tall and sturdy figure walked past the security checkpoint. The man was a little strange. He wore a black windbreaker, a round hat, and a pair of sunglasses. He did not carry any luggage in his hands, as if he was trying to hide his identity. The man was really hiding his identity because his position in China was too powerful. The titles of the provincial capitals: #1 Hedonistic Young Master, China's Azure Dragon, the most powerful man in the secular world, and the leader of the martial arts world were not just for show. The reason why Qin Feng kept such a low profile was because he was afraid that he would be discovered when he entered the airport. Fully armed, Qin Feng's journey was smooth and unimpeded. He had already boarded a plane to South Africa. A few days ago, Qin Feng fought with Ling Jiutian at Mount Shenlong and agreed to help Ling Jiutian destroy the Golden Assassin Syndicate's main base near Neil's Nest. This time he was going alone, and the odds were against him. "Hey, come out and let me sit inside. I like the seat by the window." After boarding the plane, Qin Feng sat by the window and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, an arrogant voice drifted into his ears. Qin Feng tilted his head and saw a man wearing a branded watch worth millions standing in the aisle. That hedonistic and arrogant attitude was very similar to the Qin Feng from a year ago. "Oh, why should I let you in? This is my seat." Most people would feel guilty when they saw this hedonistic young master, but Qin Feng did not even bother to look at him. Speaking of hedonistic young masters, Qin Feng was the #1 hedonistic young master in China. "Young master," Quo's expression changed. Evidently, he did not expect Qin Feng to reject him. His expression turned ferocious as he bellowed at Qin Feng. "Brat, do you know who I am? I'll give you one last chance. Get your ass out here right now. Is that so? I'll also give you one last chance. Shut up, or else you'll shut up forever." An icy aura suddenly shot out from Qin Feng's body. Within this icy aura was a murderous aura. Qin Feng had truly killed people before. The murderous aura seemed to solidify, and it scared the young master so much that he fell on his butt in the aisle. You win. You're also going to South Africa, right? I'll teach you a lesson when I get off the plane." Young Master Quo was stunned by Qin Feng's powerful aura, but for the sake of his face, he forced himself to say some harsh words. However, Qin Feng had already closed his eyes and meditated. With his current status, he couldn't be bothered with trash like this. Having been ignored by Qin Feng, young Master Kwa was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. However, he was going to South Africa alone and didn't even have a bodyguard with him. He didn't dare to make a move against Qin Feng, so he stupidly stood on the walkway and sulked for a while. Young Master Kwa sat down on the empty seat next to Qin Feng. So this guy was sitting with Qin Feng. That rich young master was probably really frightened by the murderous aura that Qin Feng released earlier. After he sat down, he took out the iPad provided on the plane and started playing with it. He didn't dare to offend Qin Feng again. Qin Feng had long since thrown young Master Rich to the back of his mind. He simply didn't put this guy in his eyes. He leaned against the window and slept. "Hi, are you going to South Africa too?" Young Master Kwa, who was playing with the iPad and feeling bored, suddenly saw a great beauty sitting on the other side of the aisle. Leah was wearing a red windbreaker with a black sweater inside. Her chest was extremely impressive, and she was wearing black tight leather pants, which stretched her long and slender legs perfectly straight. Coupled with the red high heels on her feet, she was simply a fashionable city girl. Hearing young Master Kwa greet her, Leah slightly raised her eyebrows. She didn't even know this man. "Sorry, I don't think I know you." Leah's attitude was cold, but young Master Kwa acted as if he didn't see it and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her with a smile on his face. "Hee hee. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. My name is Zhang Hua. Beautiful, what's your name? We can get to know each other now." As a hedonistic young master, Zhang Hua only did 3 things in his life: eat, sleep, and pick up girls. As long as he met a beautiful woman, Zhang Hua would immediately turn into a pig's head. Now that he was able to meet a top-notch beauty like Li on the plane, Zhang Hua was so excited that he wanted to pounce on her. "I don't want to know you. Can you please stop talking to me?" Li's face darkened. This time, she had received orders from her superiors to go to South Africa to investigate a major drug smuggling case. As a senior inspector in Hong Kong, Li's ability to read people's expressions was much better than ordinary people. She had seen a lot of people, especially bad people with bad intentions. Li could tell what Zhang Hua was thinking with a glance. Li was not interested in this kind of lecherous and dissolute, hedonistic young master at all. This was because after she became Qin Feng's woman, the other hedonistic young masters were like little kids in kindergarten. "Beauty, you're wrong. You don't want to know me now because you don't know my identity. If you know my identity, I believe you'll want to know me." Zhang Hua had a complacent smile on his face. The girls he had picked up were more than the average person had eaten salt, so he had long since developed his own routine. After throwing out the bait, Zhang Hua smiled complacently as he waited for Li Ye to take the initiative to ask him questions. In the end, after waiting for a long time, he realized that Li was already leaning against the seat and about to fall asleep. "Cough, cough. Beauty, aren't you curious about my identity? I'm a big shot." Zhang Hua was speechless. He realized that Li seemed to be different from other women. Li had long since been fed up with Zhang Hua. She rolled her eyes and said coldly, "I don't care who you are. Can you stop bothering me?" The corner of Zhang Hua's mouth twitched. He felt as if his face had been slapped by an invisible palm. He was the son of a rich man. He had never failed to pick up girls before. Listen up. I am the only son of South Africa's business tycoon, Zhang Yunqing. I have tens of billions of dollars in wealth. Beauty, do you know what to do now?" Zhang Hua revealed his identity. He was truly an extraordinary rich young master. However, all of this had nothing to do with Leah. From start to finish, Leah was too lazy to even look at Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua crossed his legs again, waiting for Leah to take the initiative to curry favor with him. But in the end, there was no news of her. This feeling was terrible. Even Zhang Hua felt like a clown. Are you pretending with lousy? Today, I'll use money to smash you into your original form. Zhang Hua's status was there, his temper was exceptionally hot. After being ignored by Li several times, he directly took out a stack of red bills from his wallet and threw it towards Li's chest. This is 20,000. Is it enough to make a friend? After Zhang Hua threw the money, his attitude was still extremely arrogant. However, Li turned into a black shadow and came over. She raised her jade hands and greeted him with 2 slaps, causing Zhang Hua to spin on the spot. Stinking brat, look carefully. I am a senior inspector of Hong Kong. How dare you insult the police? I think you don't want to live anymore. Li Yi was also a hot-tempered person. How could she tolerate Zhang Hua's frivolous actions? After slapping him twice, she raised her foot and stepped on Zhang Hua's crotch. The sharp high heels landed accurately on the ground, causing Zhang Hua's screams to resound throughout the cabin. You dare to come out and pick up girls with this sissy? If you dare to say another word of nonsense to me, I'll step on your head. Li Yi was finally satisfied with the beating. After reprimanding Zhang Hua for a while, she returned to her seat as if nothing had happened. When the police on the plane heard the news, they rushed over. Seeing Zhang Hua clutching his crotch and squatting on the ground, they immediately went up to ask about the situation. Sir, what's wrong? Are you all right? Zhang Hua felt like he had been kicked, but how could he have the nerve to say it out loud in front of everyone? Furthermore, Zhang Hua found out about Li Yi's identity. This woman was actually a senior inspector of Hong Kong. Zhang Hua originally wanted to let the police capture Li Yi, but he immediately dispelled that thought. I'm fine. You guys go do whatever you need to do. Zhang Hua had a stomach full of anger and nowhere to vent it. He actually shouted at the 2 policemen who had rushed over. The 2 of them looked at each other with a puzzled expression on their faces. You're really sick. Why are you shouting if you have nothing to do? The police officers didn't like Zhang Hua, so they complained and left. Zhang Hua was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He felt that he had forgotten to look at the almanac when he went out today. Ever since he got on this plane, everything had gone wrong. At this time, the plane had already begun to take off. Zhang Hua squatted on the ground for a while before finally alleviating some of the pain. He held onto his seat and returned to his seat. Qin Feng, who had been sleeping against the window, had already woken up. Under his sunglasses, he stared at Li Yi, who was on the other side of the aisle, and the corner of his mouth raised into a mischievous smile. Stinking brat, what are you laughing at? That girl is gay. Even if you go get her, you'll still be beaten up. Zhang Hua thought that Qin Feng was mocking him for failing to pick up girls, and immediately complained to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had been looking at Li Yi the entire time, and only now did his gaze land on Zhang Hua. It's fine if you're ugly and uncultured, but why don't you admit it? Qin Feng said with a faint smile. Zhang Hua was instantly enraged. If it wasn't for the killing intent that Qin Feng had admitted earlier, Zhang Hua would have fought with Qin Feng. Humph, you say I don't know how to pick up girls? I'm a seducer saint. I've played with more girls than you've ever seen. And you think you have the right to teach me a lesson? Zhang Hua said fiercely. Qin Feng laughed disapprovingly. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you're really that amazing, why didn't you pick up that girl? Zhang Hua was choked speechless by Qin Feng's words. This Li Yi was truly the most troublesome woman he had ever met. She was actually indifferent to his identity. I already said that this woman is gay, so of course she wouldn't like men. This has nothing to do with my charm. It's that woman's problem. Zhang Hua defended himself in all sorts of ways. He could even think of a lie that Li Yi was gay. I don't believe in that excuse of a beauty being gay. How about we make a bet? Qin Feng smiled at Zhang Hua. Bet what? Tell me first. How could Zhang Hua admit defeat? Chapter 1171. Huh. All right, I'll bet with you. What do you want to bet? I'll even bet my life with you. Zhang Hua was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was like a madman's, attracting many disdainful gazes from the surrounding people. However, Zhang Hua did not care about everyone's expressions. He was truly amused by Qin Feng's confidence. Just now, Zhang Hua had already revealed the fact that he was the only son of a rich young master, but Li Ye was still indifferent. Zhang Hua sized up Qin Feng and did not find anything special about him. Even if he was beaten to death, Zhang Hua would not believe that Qin Feng could get that woman. However, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. With a calm smile on his face, he said, "Then, let's bet that whoever loses will strip naked on the plain." "Remember, it's completely naked." After Qin Feng said the bet, Zhang Hua was stunned for a few seconds. Following that, a brilliant smile blossomed on his face. He was about to be amused to death by Qin Feng. Zhang Hua firmly refused to believe that Qin Feng could pick up Li Ye. That woman was a senior inspector of Hong Kong. It was as if Zhang Hua had already seen the scene of Qin Feng failing to pick up Li Ye, being beaten up by Li Ye, losing the bet, running around naked in public, and being taken away by the police as a lunatic. Ha ha! "All right, I'll bet with you. Hurry up and go. I'm going to start the time." Zhang Hua had an impatient expression and had already started to look at the time on his watch. Previously, Qin Feng was unwilling to change places with Zhang Hua, but this made Zhang Hua extremely angry. He had always hated Qin Feng and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. But now, this idiot had created an opportunity for himself. Looking at Zhang Hua, who was still proud of himself after being sold, Qin Feng felt that it was funny. He did not waste any more words with Zhang Hua, stood up and walked to Li Ye's side. "Beauty, can I sit with you? I'll hug you and sit." Qin Feng stood on the aisle and looked at Li Ye with a mischievous smile. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and everyone around could hear him. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in astonishment, stunned by this person's bold and shameless actions. "Huh!" Zhang Hua couldn't help but laugh wildly again. He had thought that Qin Feng would have some outstanding methods of picking up girls, but in the end, he said such words that deserved a beating. Zhang Hua was waiting for Qin Feng to be slapped twice by Li Ye in the next second. "You stinking hooligan!" Sure enough, when Li Ye heard Qin Feng's frivolous words, she jumped up in anger and slapped him. However, before her palm could land on Qin Feng's face, it was grabbed by Qin Feng's big palm. "Little girl, it's your fortune that I want to hug you. Do you still want to resist?" Qin Feng looked at Li Ye with a smile. At this moment, Qin Feng was wearing a round hat and sunglasses, so Li Ye did not recognize Qin Feng at first. However, Li Ye was extremely familiar with Qin Feng's voice. Her delicate body suddenly trembled, and after carefully sizing up Qin Feng's body and mouth, she was sure that the man in front of her was Qin Feng. "Master, I know I was wrong. You can hug me however you want." Li Ye, who was still strong and cold a second ago, suddenly fell into Qin Feng's embrace. Li Ye hadn't seen Qin Feng since the siege of the Verdant Gate base in Zhongchuan City, Hong Kong. Now that they suddenly met on the plain, Li Ye was so excited that she wanted to melt into Qin Feng's chest. Ka! The surrounding people were instantly dumbfounded, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Li Ye was tall and sexy. After boarding the plane, she became the focus of the entire cabin. Not only did Zhang Hua take a fancy to Li Ye, many of the men in the neighboring seats stole glances at Li Ye from time to time. When everyone saw this fiery-tempered and powerful beauty lying in Qin Feng's embrace like an obedient little lamb, they all regretted it to death. If they knew this would happen, they would have gone ahead and flirted with her. This girl was actually the introverted type. Qin Feng carried Li Ye and sat down on Li Ye's seat. Li Ye sat in Qin Feng's embrace and hugged Qin Feng's neck, refusing to come down even if he told her to. Zhang Hua was already dumbstruck. The scene of Qin Feng being beaten up did not appear, but the two of them were hugging each other? Why? Why did you come to the capital? Qin Feng whispered into Li Ye's ear. Li Ye also bit Qin Feng's ear and said, "After the encirclement and annihilation of the Verdant sect, I was afraid that you would be injured, so I went to the capital and Acropolis city to look for you. However, everyone said that you went to the outer martial arts world. I didn't know where you were in the outer martial arts world, so I waited for you in the capital for a few days. In the end, I received a mission from my superiors today, so I took a plane from the capital to South Africa. Halfway through, Leah suddenly thought of an important matter and hurriedly asked Chin Feng, "That's right, darling. Why are you also on this plane? Are you also going to South Africa?" Chin Feng looked around. It was really inconvenient to talk here, so he said to Leah, "Follow me to the washroom. We'll talk in detail." Leah obediently stood up and followed behind Chin Feng to the washroom. Everyone watched as the two of them entered one after another. All of their mouths were wide open, and they were so shocked that their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises. At this moment, Zhang Hua finally started to feel nervous. He never thought that Chin Feng would really be able to win Leah's heart. However, the two of them had already entered the washroom sweetly. How could this be fake? "Darling, I really missed you to death. Did you get injured after surrounding the verdant sect?" After entering the washroom, Leah became even more daring. She directly threw herself into Chin Feng's embrace and kissed his face. As Hong Kong's most beautiful miss for 3 consecutive years, Leah's appearance and figure were indescribable. Chin Feng hugged her soft and elastic skin and forced himself to calm down. "Let's get down to business first. Why are you going to South Africa?" Chin Feng suddenly became serious. Leah's pretty face turned red. She hugged Chin Feng's neck and said, "Our superiors discovered that a group of Hong Kong criminals were smuggling drugs in South Africa and told me to investigate this matter." Chin Feng frowned. This kind of drug lord's case was extremely dangerous. How dangerous would it be for Leah to go alone? Luckily, Chin Feng was also going to South Africa this time, so he could take good care of this woman. "Your superior's heart is really big. Why would he send a woman like you? It's so dangerous," Chin Feng complained. Being cared for by Chin Feng, Leah felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. She hugged Chin Feng even tighter. "This isn't the superior's idea. I took the initiative to take this case. You know I hate drugs the most. I catch every bad guy I see." Chin Feng had known Leah for quite a long time. This girl was kind and was definitely a good police officer with a strong sense of responsibility. "All right, it just so happens that I'm going to South Africa to destroy the Golden Assassin Crew's base. When the time comes, I'll help you catch the drug lords." Chin Feng was also helpless against Leah, so he shook his head helplessly. Leah screamed excitedly. With a great expert like Chin Feng protecting her, Leah immediately felt much more at ease. "Darling, you're really too kind. So you're going to South Africa to fight the Golden Assassin Crew. I've heard of this organization before. They're also a group of deranged scum. As long as you give them gold, they'll dare to do anything. This kind of bad guys must be eliminated." Leah's sense of justice was bursting, and the few things Chin Feng had done recently were all things that upheld justice. For example, the verdant sect that he had just destroyed and the Golden Assassin Crew that Chin Feng was about to destroy. Leah was infatuated by Chin Feng's actions. At this time, she was already hanging on Chin Feng's body with her legs crossed. Her beautiful and exquisite face was flushed red, and she said in a spoiled manner with a fiery tenderness, "Darling, we haven't done that in a long time, you." Under normal circumstances, Leah was already alluring enough. Now that she was acting spoiled, she was even more like a little demon. Chin Feng turned around and placed Leah on the sink, and the curtains of a great battle began. 20 minutes later, Leah and Chin Feng walked out of the washroom. When the two of them walked back through the corridor, the passengers in the cabin all looked at Chin Feng and Leah with strange expressions. Chin Feng acted as if nothing had happened, but Leah's face was completely red, as if she was a little shy. "Xiaoya, sit back and rest for a while. I have something to do." Chin Feng sent Leah back to her seat, then turned to look at Zhang Hua, who was sitting blankly on the other side of the aisle, and said, Our bet has already come to an end. You can run naked now. Zhang Hua had been feeling uneasy ever since Qin Feng and Leah entered the washroom. Now that he saw the two of them coming out, Leah's face was flushed red, and there was a red glow on her neck that had yet to fade away. This was obviously a reaction from a huge battle. I didn't lose. Who knows what you guys did in the washroom? I told you guys you didn't do anything. Zhang Hua knew that he had lost, but he started to act shamelessly. Qin Feng had a faint smile on his face. He liked to take care of trash, like Zhang Hua, who didn't keep his word. You want to act shamelessly, right? I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to take it off yourself? Or do you want me to help you? Zhang Hua once again felt a chill shoot out from Qin Feng's body. The powerful and overbearing aura made Zhang Hua's heart tremble. However, Zhang Hua couldn't run naked in public. He was the only son of South Africa's business tycoon, Zhang Yunqing. How could he lose face like this? Stinking brat, I don't understand what you're saying. If you dare to force me to do something I don't want to do, be careful that I call the police to arrest you. Zhang Hua had already made his decision. He planned to act shamelessly to the end. Li Ye had been watching the situation. She still didn't know about the bet between Qin Feng and Zhang Hua. However, Qin Feng had a calm smile on his face. He didn't care about Zhang Hua's shameless behavior at all. Rumble. Qin Feng casually slapped his hand, and a ball of raging fire suddenly appeared and directly burned Zhang Tianhua's body. This flame was also strange. It was as if it had eyes and only burned Zhang Tianhua's clothes. As for the seats and other items on the plane, there was no sign of fire at all. Fire! Where did the fire come from? Save me, I'm on fire! Zhang Hua raised his head and stubbornly wanted to fight Qin Feng to the end. In the end, it turned into a ghostly wail and wolf howl in an instant. The passengers in the cabin immediately burst into an uproar, and the scene became a pot of porridge. Zhang Hua had already become a man of fire. His body emitted flames that were more than 2 meters tall. Even his appearance could not be seen clearly. Only his blood-curdling screams could be heard from the flames. Why did the plane suddenly catch fire? It's over, it's over. Are we all going to die? The plane is going to crash. Parachute, where is the parachute? I already told you not to take the plane, but you didn't listen. Now look at it. You lost your life on a honeymoon. Sob sob. Chapter 1172. A sudden fire on the plane was a very serious matter. The entire cabin was already in a mess. Li Yi became nervous and immediately threw herself into Qin Feng's embrace. She hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly and said, "Darling, are we going to die together? But to die with you, I'm not afraid at all." Seeing Li Ye's extremely serious expression, Qin Feng smiled and slapped her, "But what do you mean by death? I'm just punishing that bastard a little. Nothing will happen." The destructive flames were under Qin Feng's control, so naturally nothing would happen. Li Yi suddenly woke up from her stupor. She just remembered Qin Feng's miraculous methods. Back then, Li Ye's first time was fighting with Qin Feng on the back of the flaming golden eagle. Even if the plane crashed with Qin Feng's methods, nothing would happen to him. What's going on? Let's all calm down and return to our seats. The commotion here was huge, and several policemen and air stewardesses rushed over. The policemen were a little braver. When they saw the fire, they rushed over to help put it out. The air stewardess, on the other hand, was so scared that her legs went limp and she sat on the ground, unable to get up. How could the passengers calm down? The plane was on fire and was about to explode. The cabin was filled with screams and cries, and the aisles were completely blocked. No one could get out. Everyone make way. We want to put out the fire. As long as we put out the fire, nothing will happen. The two policemen who came to ask about Zhang Hua's situation rushed over again. Both of them held a fire extinguisher in their hands, and when they rushed to Zhang Hua's side, they immediately opened the fire extinguisher and sprayed it at Zhang Hua's body. This lala, The white foam collided with Zhang Hua's body and knocked him to the ground. The flames on Zhang Hua's body were the flames of destruction. How could they be extinguished by ordinary fire extinguishers? However, when Qin Feng saw that Zhang Hua was about to be burned to death, he moved his mind instructs, and the flames of destruction seemed to be gradually extinguished by the fire extinguisher. Seeing that the flames had disappeared, the chaotic crowd finally calmed down a little. Everyone gathered around Zhang Hua and looked over. The two policemen finally saw Zhang Hua's face clearly and were shocked. "Ayo, what the hell? Was it a person on fire? I thought it was a seat or something that had caught fire. Is this person still alive? After burning for so long, he must be dead, right?" The two policemen became nervous. If someone were to die on the plane, it would be a big problem. Just as one of them was about to reach out to check Zhang Hua's breath and pulse, Zhang Hua suddenly sat up, as if he had suddenly come back to life, scaring everyone into crying out in alarm. "Ah, everyone run. That kid's coming back to life. It's too scary. It's really too scary. I'll never take this plane again. Mom, that uncle is so perverted. He came up without clothes." The crowd ran and screamed, but there were still some bold people who surrounded the area to see what was going on. Zhang Hua's clothes had been burnt by the flames. Now he jumped up and looked around like a fool, shouting, "Fuck! Why are you all crowding around here? Hurry up and get back to your seat. Haven't you seen a handsome guy before?" Zhang Hua was confused by the fire of destruction, so he didn't realize that he was in a vacuum state. The crowd of onlookers finally woke up, and a few female university students immediately covered their mouths and screamed, "Ah, damn pervert. Shameless, you actually dared to be naked on the plane. Do you still have any public morals? Fuck, you bastard. You've lost all the face of a man. I'll beat you to death on behalf of justice." The group of beauties were so scared that they covered their faces and ran away, but there were still a few dinosaur-level aunties standing at the side, giggling and watching with great interest. A few hot-tempered brawny men had already rushed forward, trampling on Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua had just stood up when he was kicked to the ground. He finally realized that his clothes had been burnt. Running naked in front of the entire cabin, Zhang Hua was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole to hide. "Hey, you guys hurry up and stop. Do you know who I am? Ah, you still dare to fight? I am. Ayo, big brothers, spare me. This little brother's waist is about to be broken." Zhang Hua had been arrogant from being beaten like a dog. In the end, he begged for mercy. The 5 or 6 strong men were fighting with all their might. They didn't care about Zhang Hua's background. After all, they would get off the plane after a while. Who the hell knew who they were? "Everyone stop, or we'll arrest you." The flight attendant finally came back to her senses and hurriedly came up to stop everyone. The few strong men also had a good time, so they all ran away. In a short while, they disappeared into the chaotic crowd. No one knew who had attacked just now. Zhang Hua was lying naked in the aisle. He even shyly covered his important parts with his hands. The entire cabin was filled with discussions and spittle. They were all accusing Zhang Hua of immoral behavior. "Fuck! Who hit me just now? If you have the guts, come out now. See if I don't kill you." Zhang Hua's entire body was covered in shoe prints. This was the first time he had been beaten so badly in his life. The men who attacked him were so angry that they wanted to rush up and beat Zhang Hua up again. Even the 2 police officers couldn't stand Zhang Hua's arrogant attitude. This man deserved to be beaten up. "Stop talking nonsense. You actually ran naked on the plane. We have to restrain you first. After the plane lands, we'll take you down to be dealt with by the police." The 2 police officers carried Zhang Hua towards the staff room in the cabin. Zhang Hua was extremely depressed. How could he have willingly run naked? He had been burned to this state by Qin Feng. "I'm the victim." Along the way, Zhang Hua's strange cries could be heard. He wanted to explain to the police, but the two of them completely ignored Zhang Hua. They even had the thought of sewing up Zhang Hua's mouth. Zhang Hua was finally taken away, and the cabin quickly returned to normal. Everyone returned to their seats, and many people were still talking about Zhang Hua's matter. Leah came to Zhang Hua's previous seat and sat down. Along the way, she held Qin Feng's arm and talked and laughed. They had long since forgotten about Zhang Hua. That stinking idiot couldn't affect Qin Feng and Leah's mood at all. "Oh, right, darling. Have you been to South Africa before? Is there anyone to pick you up?" As the two of them chatted, Leah got down to business. "This time, I went to South Africa alone because I wanted to destroy the Golden Assassin Group's base. I was afraid that more people would know and the news would leak out," Qin Feng said. Leah suddenly hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and shouted excitedly, "Ha ha! That's great. I can finally help darling this time. I have a friend over there, and she's a great beauty. I told her before I got on the plane that she'll come and pick us up later. When that time comes, you can ask her for help if you need anything. We're good friends." Qin Feng nodded. Getting to know someone in South Africa could solve a lot of problems. It was also Qin Feng's first time going to South Africa, so he didn't know the specific location of the Golden Assassin Group. When the time comes, he could ask Leah's good friend if she knew about this. The two chatted and time flew by. The plane had already arrived at the airport in South Africa. At this time, the sky outside of South Africa was bright. It was noon. Qin Feng and Leah got off the plane. When they arrived at the airport lobby, a tall beauty with golden curly hair came up to them. "Io, I really missed you. Xiaoya, why are you getting prettier and prettier? I'm jealous of you." After Leah was hugged, she instinctively put her guard up. However, after recognizing the beauty, she shouted and jumped in surprise. Sister Lucy, I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you've become more and more beautiful." The two beauties hugged each other and shouted excitedly, instantly attracting the gazes of many men. After those men saw them, they shook their heads and sighed. They thought to themselves, how can such beautiful beauties be gay? However, Leah didn't care about the strange gazes around her. After she chatted with Lucy for a while, she finally remembered Qin Feng. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm and said proudly, "Sister Lucy, let me introduce you. This is my man, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this is my good friend from South Africa, Lucy. She's also from Hong Kong. She used to participate in beauty pageants with me and became good friends. Sister Lucy's family is very rich. My dad has a big business in South Africa, so you have to hurry up." Leah introduced each other, half-jokingly. Lucy was obviously a more open beauty. She suddenly went to Qin Feng's side and hugged his other arm. She even went along with Leah's joke and said, "Ha ha! Since Xiaoya doesn't mind, then I won't be polite with you. Your boyfriend is tall and mighty, he's my type." Leah really didn't care how many women Qin Feng had, because Qin Feng already had enough women in China. "Sister Lucy, I'm serious. If you like it, then go ahead and mess around with Qin Feng. My man's identity is very special, so I won't talk too much with you. But as a good sister, I'll secretly reveal some news to you. If you follow Qin Feng, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life." Lucy didn't take Leah's words seriously and thought that Leah was joking. When it came to wealth, Lucy was definitely a little rich. She was the only daughter in her family. Her father was involved in some big projects such as diamonds and oil in South Africa. His assets were worth tens of billions, which was enough for Lucy to squander for a lifetime. "Really? Then I won't be polite. Qin Feng, give me a wave." Lucy purposely joked with Leah and pretended to kiss Qin Feng. Leah didn't care at all and looked at her expectantly. But at this time, Qin Feng suddenly lowered his head and touched Lucy's sexy red lips, causing Lucy, who was like fire, to jump out in fright. "Ah, you, why are you so kissing? This is my first kiss." Lucy was a little angry. Although she was usually carefree, dressed, and did things in a very open manner, she had never had a boyfriend until now. Deep down, She was actually a very conservative woman and would only have sex with one man in her life. Chapter 1173. Lucy was really angry, but she was only angry at Qin Feng. As an attractive and wealthy single woman, Lucy had high standards. She had never taken a fancy to any man in her life, let alone fooling around with a man. Now her first kiss was gone just like that. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Feng was Li Ye's boyfriend, Lucy would have kicked him to death. Hee hee. All right, big sister Lucy, you were the one who took the initiative to tease my man. I haven't even gotten angry yet, but you're the one who got angry first. Li Ye understood Lucy's feelings, so she hugged her arm and began to comfort her. Lucy and Li Ye hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years, so it wasn't good for her to lose her temper the moment they met. All right, ignore that pervert. Let's go together and let him follow behind as a bodyguard. Oh, right, I've already held a party at home to welcome you to South Africa. Lucy's anger came and went quickly. After chatting with Li Ye for a while, she suddenly became happy again. The two women walked in front with their arms around each other, chatting and laughing. Qin Feng followed behind them like a bodyguard. Lucy was dressed very sexily. She wore a seaside-style short skirt in the winter, revealing a pair of slender, white, and beautiful legs. Wherever she went, she would definitely turn her head. However, Qin Feng quickly realized that South Africa wasn't cold at all. Walking out of the airport, the beauties on the street were all dressed in revealing clothes. Lucy was indeed a rich young lady. She drove a Maybach, and when she walked on the road, she attracted a lot of attention. Lucy had already left the airport with Qin Feng and Li Ye, but at this time, Zhang Hua rushed into the airport hall in a hurry. He had put on a black suit from somewhere, and the 2 police officers in front of him said that they would bring Zhang Hua to the police station, but it seemed like they did not succeed. Young Master Zhang. Just as Zhang Hua appeared in the airport, 4 bodyguards in black suits rushed over. Zhang Hua was too lazy to pay attention to these 4 people. His gaze quickly searched the airport concourse for that brat Qin Feng. Young Master Zhang, what are you looking for? One of the bodyguards asked carefully. When Zhang Hua saw that Qin Feng and Li Ye were not in the airport hall, he was afraid that they had already left. He immediately flew into a rage. Motherfucker! Did you see a man and a woman? The woman is very beautiful, and the man is about 8 meters tall and burly. Zhang Hua described Qin Feng's appearance to the bodyguard. On the plane, he was miserably played by Qin Feng. Once he got off the plane, he impatiently tried to stop Qin Feng and take revenge. In the end, he was 1 step too late. Young Master Zhang, we have been waiting for you to come out. The others didn't pay much attention to you, the bodyguard said respectfully. Zhang Hua stomped his feet angrily and slapped the bodyguard on the head. You bunch of trash! The 4 bodyguards were all experts in fighting 1 against 10, but after being slapped by Zhang Hua, they didn't dare to get angry. Seeing that Zhang Hua had already walked out of the airport lobby aggressively, the 4 quickly followed him all the way. It was Qin Feng and Li Ye's first time in South Africa, and they were very excited to see the unfamiliar streets. Sister Lucy, you won't stay here forever, will you? When are you going back to Hong Kong? Li sat in the car and looked around. She had endless things to say to Lucy. My dad has been expanding his business here for the past few years, and I'm here to help. After a few years, the business will be completely stable and I will go back. After all, I'm a Chinese, so I will naturally settle down in China. Li was instantly happy. She clapped her hands and cheered. Great, great! When Sister Lucy arrives in Hong Kong, you must tell me. I will pick you up at the airport. That's for sure. We are the best of sisters. Lucy's smile was very enchanting. Qin Feng took a few more glances at her from the rearview mirror. Oh, right. Why did you suddenly come to South Africa? Don't tell me you are here to travel with Qin Feng? Oh my God. Don't tell me you are already married and are here for your honeymoon? Lucy was so excited that she almost drove the car into a tree. Li Ye's heart was filled with yearning. She really wanted to marry Qin Feng immediately, but Qin Feng was too busy, and there were so many women around. Li didn't know when it would be her turn. Sister Lucy, don't worry. Qin Feng and I are not married yet, so you still have a chance. Don't be discouraged, Li said, half jokingly. Lucy actually didn't have a good impression of Qin Feng. Although this man was a little more handsome and tall, he was too fickle in love. When they were at the airport, he actually kissed her in front of Leah. Did he ever think about her and Leah's feelings? Lucy also really treated Leah as her best friend. She didn't think that Leah and Qin Feng would be together. However, Qin Feng was sitting in the back row, so Lucy couldn't say these things in public. Forget about me, but Xiaoya, your conditions are not bad either. You should talk to a few more men before deciding on marriage. Lucy only vaguely nodded, but Leah understood what Lucy meant. She only smiled and didn't say anything. Oh, right, Sister Lucy. Actually, I am here to investigate a large drug trafficking gang. I want to catch a big drug lord. Li suddenly got down to business. This topic changed too quickly. Lucy was shocked and almost flipped the car again. Cough, cough. Xiaoya, what do you want me to say about you? You're a woman. Why do you have to be a police officer? In the past, during the beauty pageant, I advised you to come with me to South Africa to develop together. You, on the other hand, directly rejected me and all the film and television entertainment companies in Hong Kong. You gave up your bright future to become a police officer, and this time you want to catch some big drug lord? Do you want to die? Lucy didn't understand Leah's beliefs, but Leah didn't care. She knew that Sister Lucy was doing it for her own good. All right, Sister Lucy, I've already accepted the mission and come to South Africa. It's useless for you to persuade me now. You have to help me, and when the time comes, help me find out some information. Lucy had always treated Leah like a sister, so she couldn't do anything about Leah's request. She angrily pouted and said, I'll see how I feel. After driving for an unknown period of time, the car finally stopped in an independent courtyard. Just as Lucy and Leah got out of the car, an old butler from China ran over from the courtyard. Miss Lucy, you're back. These two must be your friends. Lucy threw the car key to the butler and said, My good bestie, Leah, that's... Sigh. Just pretend that you didn't see that person. When Lucy found out that Leah came to South Africa to catch a big drug lord, she was worried that Leah was in a bad mood. Now, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Qin Feng. Miss Leah, welcome to South Africa. Miss Lucy knew that you're coming today, so she already had a big party. I wish Miss Leah a good time. The old butler was a very perceptive person and praised Leah. Lucy nodded at the old butler with satisfaction, then held Leah's arm and walked inside, completely ignoring Qin Feng's existence. Leah was more or less worried about Qin Feng. She was deeply afraid that Qin Feng's self-esteem would be hurt. But when she turned around and glanced at Qin Feng, she immediately felt that she was thinking too much. Qin Feng was lustfully staring at Lucy's long legs happily. Sister Lucy, you're finally back. The sisters are all waiting for you to start. Sister Lucy, you're so beautiful today. I'm so envious. Sister Lucy brought a friend over? This sister is also beautiful. Her skin is as white and tender as a newborn baby. Beauty, what brand of skincare products do you use? Lucy brought Leah to a villa, and a large group of beauties in bikinis ran over. It seemed like Lucy was the big sister of these people, and her status was unquestionable. Qin Feng was dazzled the moment he entered the house. He felt that this happiness had come too suddenly. These colorful bikini beauties were all pretty good, even though they were a lot worse than Leah and Lucy, but it was still okay to look at them. Sisters, let me make a grand introduction. This is my good sister, Leah. She's the champion of Hong Kong's beauty pageant for 3 consecutive years. Back then, she even suppressed me in the competition. That year, I was the runner-up. Lucy's words made Leah a little embarrassed. The group of bikini beauties covered their mouths and cried out in surprise. No wonder Leah was so beautiful. She was the champion of a beauty pageant. Sister Lucy, who is that man? After introducing Leah, someone in the group of beauties became interested in Chin Feng. Chin Feng was tall, mighty, and handsome. He was a very attractive man. Lucy saw that all the girls were infatuated with him, rolled her eyes, and said, "That's a bodyguard. Stop fantasizing." Lucy's words caused the light in the girls' eyes to dim. These bikini beauties were all very realistic. They would rather sleep next to a 50-year-old CEO than sleep next to a penniless handsome guy. The girls had already surrounded Lucy and walked out of the villa. There was a huge open-air pool at the entrance of the villa, and there was a large group of bikini beauties playing in the pool. There were also quite a few men playing. Leah's quality of life in Hong Kong was average. After suddenly arriving at this palace-like, luxurious villa, she was so surprised that she was speechless. Chin Feng, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face. After all this time, he was holding a grand banquet. "Sister Lucy, everyone is waiting for you. Where did you go?" A group of men surrounded him and greeted Lucy. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. One of the Chinese men had a young model in his arms, but he still stared at Leah and laughed. "Yo!" Sister Lucy brought a great beauty. "Hello, beauty. My name is Yuan Kai, and I'm doing pretty well in South Africa. If you have any needs, feel free to look for me." Yuan Kai extended his hand to shake Leah's hand, but Leah smiled and rejected him. Another rich young master standing beside him laughed out loud. "Ha ha! Young Master Yuan, the beauty doesn't like you. Let me do it. My name is Zhao Kuin. I'm handsome and rich. Do you want to develop with me?" Zhao Kuin also had a young model in his arms, but he still wanted to hit on Leah. These fellows were all hedonistic young masters. They only thought about picking up girls when they had nothing better to do. But whenever they saw a beauty, they would not be able to walk. Chapter 1174. Leah didn't say anything from start to finish. She only had Chin Feng in her heart, and no other men could enter her eyes. Lucy secretly glanced at Chin Feng. She discovered that when Xiaoya was being flirted with by other men, Chin Feng didn't even dare to let out a fart. Instead, he was secretly staring at her beautiful legs. Lucy was instantly enraged. "Yuan Kai, Zhao Kuin, I told you not to act recklessly. The main reason is that Leah has a boyfriend." Lucy suddenly had the thought of suppressing Chin Feng. She wanted Leah to see Chin Feng's character clearly and couldn't let her good sister be defiled by scum. The two rich young masters suddenly froze, looked at Lucy, and asked, "Sister Lucy, where is this beauty's boyfriend? Why don't I see him? Which family's young master is he?" Yuan Kai and Zhao Kuin saw that Leah was so beautiful and sexy, and that Lucy had always been protecting Leah. This caused Yuan Kai and Zhao Kuin to instinctively think that Leah's boyfriend was also a very powerful person. At the very least, his status and family background were more powerful than theirs. Lucy glared at Chin Feng behind her and said, "Hey, aren't you guys standing there? Can't you see him?" Yuan Kai and Zhao Kuin's gaze fell on Chin Feng, and they were immediately speechless. It wasn't that they didn't see Chin Feng, but they had treated Chin Feng as the two girls' bodyguard from the start. "Oh my God! That bodyguard is Beauty Xiaoya's boyfriend? I really couldn't tell." Yuan Kai stared at Chin Feng with a playful expression, and his words were filled with disdain. Zhao Kuin also looked down on Chin Feng and said to Leah, "Beauty Xiaoya, you're so beautiful, and your figure is so sexy, but your taste isn't that good. What's so good about that kind of bodyguard? You'd better quickly break up with him, or else you'll definitely regret it in the future." Yuan Kai and Zhao Kuin originally thought that they had no chance, but now they saw hope again. Compared to Chin Feng, the two of them felt that they were simply superior. "Pay attention to your words. My boyfriend is very powerful. Be careful that he doesn't let you guys off easily." Li Ye was angered by Yuan Kai and Zhao Kuan's words. In Li Ye's eyes, there was no man in China who was more outstanding than Qin Feng. Qin Feng was just keeping a low profile, otherwise he would be able to crush this group of idle young masters to death with just a casual reveal of his identity. Yuan Kai and Zhao Kuan were disdainful. They didn't put Qin Feng in their eyes at all. The two of them were also depressed in their hearts. There was nothing to say about Li Ye's looks. She was even comparable to Lucy's. But her brain did not seem to be working well. She actually fancied a bodyguard like Qin Feng. Yuan Kai still wanted to flirt with Li Ye, so he did not want to make things difficult for Li Ye. He smiled and walked to Qin Feng's side, casually took out a cigar and put it in his mouth. Then he snapped his fingers, and a lackey immediately ran over to help Yuan Kai light the fire. Who? Yuan Kai took a deep drag on his cigarette, then blew out a long smoke ring towards Qin Feng's face. This action was extremely provocative, and the group of beauties and rich young masters all roared with laughter. Li Ye was so angry that her face turned green. She looked like she was about to attack at any time. Lucy secretly shook her head. Yuan Kai was already so arrogant, but Qin Feng did not move. This kind of man with no backbone, no matter what. She could not let him be with Xiaoya. Hee. Qin Feng, right? This is $100,000. Take it as me buying your bodyguard status today. You can scram now. I'll take care of the beauty Xiaoya. After blowing out the smoke ring, Yuan Kai took the wallet from his lackey, casually pulled out a stack of money, and threw it on Qin Feng's chest. $100,000 scattered on the ground, causing the eyes of the bikini-clad beauties to shine, but Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. From start to finish, he did not even look at the money. Stinking brat, I want you to apologize to Qin Feng. Li Ye could not hold it in anymore. She walked over and reprimanded Yuan Kai. These ignorant people did not know Qin Feng's identity, but Li Ye was very clear. This was the Chinese hero who mobilized the martial arts world to encircle and annihilate China's verdant sect. Now he came to South Africa alone to attack the Golden Assassin crew. How could trash like Yuan Kai humiliate him? Xiaoya, come back quickly. Lucy was completely disappointed in Qin Feng. As Li Ye's good sister, she had no choice but to ruthlessly separate Qin Feng and Li Ye. This was also for Li Ye's future happiness. However, Li Ye did not retreat. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, causing Yuan Kai to feel a little guilty. Humph. Stinking brat, is that all you can do? You only dare to stand behind a woman, right? If I were you, I'd just commit suicide. You're simply throwing the face of us men. Yuan Kai was a little afraid of Li Ye, so he started to act wildly towards Qin Feng. Li Ye's long legs were already raised. She was about to kick Yuan Kai away, but she was suddenly grabbed by Qin Feng. Xiaoya, don't move, I'll clean up this trash. Qin Feng hugged Li Ye and kissed her forehead. This scene made the hearts of the rich young masters itch. Li Ye's cold aura suddenly disappeared, and she immediately became an obedient little rabbit nestling in Qin Feng's arms. Yuan Kai and the others did not know how powerful Qin Feng was. Seeing that Qin Feng wanted to act ruthlessly, Yuan Kai immediately shouted at his lackeys behind him, "What the fuck are you still standing there for? Hurry up and chase this idiot out. This is a high-class party. How can this kind of trash enter?" Yuan Kai's lackeys received the order and immediately rushed towards Qin Feng. Lucy saw this scene but did not stop them. Li Ye had already been pulled behind Qin Feng, and she was somewhat angry at Lucy in her heart. However, Qin Feng maintained an indifferent expression from beginning to end. In Qin Feng's eyes, this group of so-called rich young masters were just a group of children who had yet to grow up. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out, scaring the people who were secretly laughing to the point that their expressions changed drastically. Everyone thought that Qin Feng was going to make a fool of himself today. He would be beaten up by Yuan Kai's lackeys and then thrown out like a dead dog. In the end, just as all their fantasies began, the situation had already changed. Unknowingly, Yuan Kai's lackey had already been sent flying. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and directly fell into the open-air swimming pool, scaring the beauties who were playing inside into the pool to the point of crying out in alarm. What the fuck is going on? Who sent Lil Li flying? Yuan Kai had an expression of disbelief. He didn't see anything. Zhao Kun was also dumbfounded. The surrounding rich young masters and bikini beauties didn't understand what was going on. Even Lucy's sexy little mouth was wide open. Qin Feng really liked that shocked expression. Young Master Yuan, that lackey of yours isn't dutiful enough. Why did he jump into the pool at such a crucial time? What the fuck is this? Zhao Kun suddenly came to his senses. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that Lil Li was sent flying by Qin Feng. How could a person be sent flying? After hearing Zhao Kun's words, Yuan Kai also believed it. He was immediately filled with rage. This bastard, wait until your elder finishes dealing with the matters here. I'll show him. At this time, Lil Li was at the bottom of the pool, unconscious. He was about to suffocate to death. If he heard Yuan Kai's words, he would definitely be so angry that he would wake up. The one with the surname Qin, your elder will give you a chance. Get out of here right now, and I'll spare you this time. Listen carefully, get out. Yuan Kai still didn't understand the situation and was still arrogantly threatening Qin Feng. A shadow of a hand appeared, and Qin Feng sent a flurry of slaps flying. His hand was so fast that it created the wind. In the eyes of the crowd, it was like a mirage. Slap, 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 slap. The sound of slaps rang like firecrackers. Yuan Kai had long since lost his sense of direction. Zhao Kun and the group of bikini beauties were already stunned. Lucy covered her little mouth. She always thought Qin Feng was a coward. In the end, Qin Feng was simply too handsome when he exploded. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slaps rang for a whole half a minute. Who knew how many slaps Qin Feng had given Yuan Kai? At this time, Yuan Kai's head was completely swollen. His face was bruised and swollen, and it was impossible to tell his previous appearance. You're Yuan Kai, right? Pick up the money on the ground and swallow it, and I'll spare your life. After slapping Yuan Kai several hundred times, Qin Feng stood indifferently in the same place as if nothing had happened. However, his voice was like a muffled thunder that struck everyone's heart. From this moment on, everyone realized how terrifying Qin Feng was. Woo-woo, you fucking dared to slap your elder. Yuan Tao had lost quite a few teeth from the slaps. Now he was speaking incoherently. He stammered for a long time, but no one could hear what he was saying. Qin Feng lost his patience and gave Yuan Tao another 10 slaps. Slap, slap, slap. After this round of slaps, Yuan Kai completely lost his temper. He finally realized that this brat Qin Feng was indeed a bodyguard. His skills were quite good. Yuan Kai's head was almost slapped off by Qin Feng. I'll say it one last time. Pick up the money on the ground and swallow it. Qin Feng's voice was like thunder. His body emitted a surging murderous aura. This aura completely suppressed everyone. At this moment, no one dared to mock or look down on Qin Feng anymore. They only felt that this person was like a terrifying demon king. Plop! Yuan Kai's legs went soft, and he immediately knelt on the ground. He was completely afraid of being beaten by Qin Feng. He picked up the banknotes on the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. This money was filled with the stench of money. Just as he stuffed it into his mouth, Yuan Kai vomited in disgust. Everyone hurriedly retreated a few steps. Those bikini beauties pinched their noses and looked at Yuan Kai with disgust. Darling, that's enough. It's not good for me to slap big sister Lucy's face. We still have to ask him for help in the future. She felt that the matter should not be blown up. After all, they were here to carry out a mission, and it would not be good to offend too many people. Qin Feng could not be bothered with trash like Yuan Kai and Zhao Kun. He pulled Leah into his embrace, looked at Zhao Kun, and said, "Take that idiot and scram!" Zhao Kuin's entire body trembled. He felt as if he was dreaming. He could be considered a somewhat famous, rich young master in South Africa. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when he would be chased away by a bodyguard. However, Qin Feng's body was surging with a dignified aura, and an ordinary person like Zhao Kun simply could not withstand it. He was so scared that he immediately supported Yuan Kai and ran out, as if he was running for his life. Chapter 1175. Lucy finally came back to her senses, and her beautiful eyes secretly sized up Qin Feng. Qin Feng's performance just now was really out of Lucy's expectations, and finally made Lucy look at Qin Feng in a good light. Sister Lucy, this stinky bodyguard actually dares to behave atrociously here. Do you want to chase him away? Isn't he just a brute with a body full of brute strength? He actually didn't give young Master Yuan and young Master Zhao any face. In the future, he definitely won't be able to survive in South Africa. The two young models in front of Yuan Kai and Zhao Kun were immediately unhappy. The rich second generation that the two girls had just found was beaten away by Qin Feng, just like that. Who did they offend? Lucy originally quite hated Qin Feng, but after what happened just now, Lucy slightly changed her attitude. At least she wouldn't want to chase Qin Feng away anymore. She immediately reprimanded the two young models with a cold expression. Who do you think you are? You dare to order me to do something? I don't want to see you again. Hurry up and scram. Lucy was the #1 sister of the Chinese people in South Africa. Among people of the same age, everyone had to give Sister Lucy face. The two young models' expressions changed greatly, and they trembled in fear. Even though they were extremely unhappy and angry, in the end, they didn't even dare to let out a fart and ran away with their tails between their legs. The farce seemed to have ended before it even started. The girls dispersed one by one, and those rich young masters who were originally ready to make a move on Leah in the dark also put away their little thoughts. Xiaoya, I'll take you to change into a bikini. You're the most beautiful and sexy woman I've ever seen in a bikini. Lucy quickly put the previous matter behind her and giggled as she hugged Leah and entered the villa. Qin Feng also followed them into the villa, but he went to another room, changed into a pair of beach pants, and walked out. Wow. Darling, you have so many muscles on your body. You're so handsome. After Qin Feng changed his clothes and sat on the sofa in the villa for a while, Leah and Lucy walked out. Leah changed into a yellow bikini and rushed into Qin Feng's arms the moment she walked out. She hugged and kissed Qin Feng, almost making him excited. Lucy, on the other hand, stood at the side in a fiery red bikini. Seeing that Leah was infatuated with Qin Feng, she rolled her eyes. All right, Xiaoya, if you kiss me again, I'm going to be serious. Qin Feng carried Leah and stood up. Only then did Leah come back to her senses. Seeing Lucy, who was thrown to the side by herself, Leah felt embarrassed. Sister Lucy, look at my dear boy, right? Are you tempted? Then hurry up and make your move. If you're late, you won't be able to get it. Leah ran over to Lucy's arm and joked with her. Although Lucy's impression of Qin Feng had changed a little, Qin Feng was still far from the standard of a man in Lucy's heart. All right, stop joking around. Let's go out and play. Lucy secretly glared fiercely at Qin Feng, because the moment she came out, Qin Feng's eyes were staring at her body, and he was even staring at her openly and unscrupulously. If it wasn't for the relationship between Qin Feng and Leah, Lucy would have chased this pervert away long ago. After the two beauties changed into bikinis, as soon as they walked out of the villa, they caused earth-shattering screams. The men in the pool were going crazy, and their eyeballs were itching to stick on the two women's bodies. Sister Lucy, you're so sexy. Sister Lucy, I'm so envious of you. Even the fake breasts I made aren't as big as yours. Sister Lucy, quickly bring the beauty beside you into the water. Let's play together. Both men and women were going crazy. The women were envious of Lucy and Leah's figures and looks, while the men were drooling. Lucy's figure was voluptuous, and her curves were exceptionally enchanting. Li was slightly more relaxed, but her body's proportions were even more perfect than Lucy's, especially her pair of long legs, which felt like they were about to reach the bottom of her neck. Xiaoya, look at those stinky men. When they see beauties, they're like mad dogs. However, there are a few men with good properties. I'll introduce them to you later. If you like anyone, just tell me, and I'll help you set them up. Lucy pulled Leah and did not immediately go into the water. Instead, they went to a place to lie down under a parasol and bask in the sun. Leah applied some sunscreen on her body and wore a sun hat. While drinking fruit juice, she said, "Sister Lucy, I have a boyfriend. I will follow Qin Feng for the rest of my life. You should worry about yourself." Leah said it very casually, but this was the most sincere and firm thought in her heart. Lucy, on the other hand, had an expression of exasperation. She thought that Leah was too innocent and had been deceived by Qin Feng. "You silly girl. You were silly in the past, and you're even more silly now. What's so good about that Qin Feng? If you're talking about handsome, I can find someone more handsome for you. He doesn't look like he's rich, does he? Furthermore, he's lecherous and keeps peeking at my body. If it wasn't for you, I would have found someone to dig out his eyes a long time ago." When Lucy talked about Qin Feng, she became angry, but Leah was not angry at all. She even laughed and trembled. "Sister Lucy, Qin Feng might have really taken a fancy to you. This is really the good fortune you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Hurry up and cultivate your relationship with him. In the future, we can be good sisters for the rest of our lives." Although Leah seemed to be joking, what she said was from the bottom of her heart. Lucy rolled her eyes. It was said that the IQ of a woman in love was 0. Lucy felt that Leah's current IQ was in the negative. Lucy still couldn't understand why Leah loved Qin Feng so much, because she still didn't know how strong Qin Feng was. However, Leah didn't care about this. She believed that after staying with Qin Feng for a long time, Sister Lucy would definitely love Qin Feng to death. "Darling, this way." Leah waved her hands excitedly when she saw Qin Feng walking over. Qin Feng sat down on Leah's couch, and Leah laid on Qin Feng's body with a satisfied and happy expression. The two of them were extremely intimate, causing all the young masters in the pool to be envious to death. "Damn, who the hell is that guy? He's so arrogant." The pool was already in an uproar. The rich young masters were all gathered together to discuss Qin Feng. "Who knows? This is the first time I've seen him. I heard that he's a bodyguard. He's just a servant. How could there be a bodyguard who doesn't work to pick up girls? Didn't you see that he beat Yuan Kai and Zhao Kun away? This person is definitely not simple." Everyone was discussing and making all sorts of guesses. After they finished discussing Qin Feng, the topic landed on Leah. "And who is that girl? She's actually so beautiful." At the mention of Leah, all the rich young masters' eyes started to shine. "I've asked around. That girl is called Leah. She's Sister Lucy's best friend. I heard that she's the Hong Kong Miss Beauty Pageant champion. How can she not be beautiful?" "Awesome. Lousy has never played a beauty pageant champion before. Lousy is definitely going to play with this girl." "Save it, that chick has a boyfriend. It's that man called Qin Feng. Look at his huge body of muscles. Can you beat him?" "Tisk. It doesn't matter if I can't beat him. I'll call 20 thugs over." "Do you think I can beat him?" There were all sorts of heated discussions in the crowd, but Qin Feng and Leah were hugging each other and kissing each other. They had no time to care about these people. However, at this moment, cries of surprise came from the pool and the surroundings of the villa. A tall and handsome man in a suit walked in with 4 bodyguards dressed in black. "Wow. It's young Master Zhang. It's over. Zhang Hua is here. That girl Leah is definitely going to become Zhang Hua's meal. Let's all wash up and sleep, hey?" "What's wrong with everyone? Who is that man? Is there a need to be so excited?" A young model who had just snuck into the upper circle asked curiously. The woman beside him sneered. "You ask me who Zhang Hua is? His father is the richest Chinese boss in South Africa, and Zhang Hua is the #1 young master in the Chinese Young Master Circle in South Africa. Who do you think he is? When the young model found out about the situation, she was so scared that she almost fainted. Previously, she had been pretending to be aloof and disdainful of Zhang Hua, but now she wanted nothing more than to strip off her clothes and throw herself into Zhang Hua's embrace. The person who came was Zhang Hua, who had been slapped by Li on the plane not long ago and then burned into a vacuum by Qin Feng. At this time, Zhang Hua had changed into an expensive white suit, wearing the most fashionable black sunglasses, a $1 million watch on his hand, and a cigar in his mouth. Behind him, there was a bodyguard holding an umbrella for him to block the sun. That way of entering the bund immediately caused a burst of exclamations. "Young Master Zhang, you're finally here. Everyone is waiting for you." The few rich young masters who had been speaking ill of Zhang Hua earlier hurriedly greeted him with smiles on their faces. They were very good at playing one set of tricks in front of others and another behind their backs. "Young Master Zhang, you didn't bring your girlfriend? Let me be your girlfriend, okay?" The group of bikini beauties went crazy. They rushed to Zhang Hua's side and purposely rubbed their bodies against Zhang Hua. They looked like they were asking for it. Zhang Hua didn't like the group of young models who looked exactly the same, but he didn't chase them away. He enjoyed being praised by everyone and becoming the center of attention. "Haha, Lucy, I haven't seen you for a long time. You're getting more and more beautiful. Look, we're both so old and still haven't talked about marriage. Why don't we make do with each other?" Zhang Hua walked straight to Lucy's side, his eyes fixed on Lucy's chest, unable to move his eyes away. If Lucy was the big sister of the Chinese people in South Africa, then Zhang Hua was the big brother of the guys. The two of them had similar status and family backgrounds. Others were respectful to Lucy, but Zhang Hua didn't have any misgivings when he spoke. Lucy's face darkened. She looked down on idle hedonistic young masters like Zhang Hua. Moreover, Zhang Hua always had ideas about Lucy. He even tried to force her a few times. "Humph, I didn't invite you to today's party. You're really shameless to come uninvited." Lucy didn't give Zhang Hua any face and spoke harshly. A hint of displeasure flashed across Zhang Hua's face. However, when he moved his gaze, he suddenly saw Qin Feng and Leah hugging each other and lying on the side under a sun umbrella. Zhang Hua jumped in fright. "What? It's you, little grandson? I was looking for you. How dare you offend me? I'll let you know whose territory this South Africa belongs to." Chapter 1176. Seeing that Qin Feng was actually here, Zhang Hua was extremely excited. The heavens had opened their eyes. He was just about to look for that stinking brat, Qin Feng. "Why is it you again? You're really a lingering ghost. Hurry up and leave this place, or else I'll slap you even more." Li had already recognized Zhang Hua, and her pretty face immediately darkened. Everyone gathered around and realized that there seemed to be a good show to watch. Everyone suppressed their excitement in their hearts. "Xiaoya, you know Zhang Hua?" Lucy raised her eyebrows and looked at Leah worriedly. Leah went up to hold Lucy's arm and said, "Sister Lucy, this bastard wanted to hit on me on the plane and was slapped a few times by me in the end. I didn't expect to meet him here. Sister Lucy just let him go." Leah did not have a good impression of Zhang Hua at all. When Lucy found out the truth, she was furious. This Zhang Hua was usually lecherous and flirtatious. Who would have thought that he would have such thoughts on Leah this time? Zhang Hua had a high status in South Africa, and his father, Zhang Yinqing's business, was even bigger than Lucy's family. Even if Lucy wanted to chase Zhang Hua away, he wouldn't listen to her. "Hee hee, little beauty, you're here too. I told you my identity on the plane, but it seems like little beauty still doesn't understand. Let me tell you this. In this South Africa region, who dares to offend me, young Master Zhang? Ask everyone, who the hell dares to offend me?" When Zhang Hua saw Qin Feng, he was already filled with anger. Now that Li wanted Lucy to chase him away, Zhang Hua suddenly exploded. This person was the #1 young master of China in South Africa. When he got angry, everyone around him lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Zhang Hua swept his gaze across the crowd with an air of arrogance. He was indescribably pleased with himself. His gaze finally fell on Qin Feng, and he said, "Stinking brat, now you know your elder's power and identity. I won't make things difficult for you. Immediately kneel in front of your elder and kowtow 30 times, then crawl under your elder's crotch." Zhang Hua did not put Qin Feng in his eyes at all, especially since he had brought 4 expert bodyguards with him this time. He did not take Qin Feng seriously at all. Halfway through his vicious words, he was interrupted by a loud slap. Zhang Hua looked at Qin Feng as if he had seen a ghost, feeling like he was dreaming. Pa! When this slap landed on Zhang Hua's face, it was like a muffled thunder striking the bottom of everyone's heart. Time seemed to have stopped. The originally noisy and lively party became deathly silent at this moment, and a strange aura floated everywhere. Everyone's eyeballs and jaws dropped to the ground. Everyone had personally witnessed Qin Feng slap Zhang Hua's face. However, after a while, no one could accept this reality. Fuck! You fucking dare to hit me. Everyone attack. Kill this bastard. After more than a minute, Zhang Hua finally woke up. Suddenly, he let out a strange cry with his duck voice, waking the 4 bodyguards behind him. Brat, how dare you offend young Master Zhang? You must be tired of living. Break this kid's arms and legs and throw him to Somalia to feed the sharks. Rumble! The 4 bodyguards had already attacked. They were indeed 4 experts. 2 of them were at stage 2 inner chi, while the other 2 were at stage 3 inner chi. In Qin Feng's eyes, this level of strength was like that of a newborn baby. However, they had stepped into the ranks of martial cultivators and were no longer comparable to ordinary people. Bang! 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 For muffled sounds exploded at the same time. The 4 bodyguards, who had just rushed to Qin Feng's side, turned into 4 black shadows and flew high into the sky. They drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell uniformly into the swimming pool. The 4 bodyguards and little Li, who had fallen in front of them, sank to the bottom of the pool like 5 divers. The atmosphere became even more strange. It was so cold that it was about to freeze. Everyone had seen Qin Feng's skills before, but now they realized that he was just messing around. The group of rich young masters and bikini-clad beauties were dumbfounded. No one dared to say anything bad about Qin Feng anymore. Lucy was also dumbfounded. She had always looked down on Qin Feng, but after getting to know him, she realized that he was too fierce. He even dared to hit Zhang Hua's bodyguards. You! Zhang Hua was already trembling with fear. He suddenly realized that he was alone again. What about you? Are you stuttering? If you can't speak, then don't say anything. Get out of here. Qin Feng was annoyed when he saw Zhang Hua. He casually waved his hand, and a ball of intense flame suddenly rose. Before Zhang Hua could react, he was once again burned into a man of fire. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. They were scared to death by the scene in front of them. Everyone was stunned. How did Zhang Hua suddenly catch fire? Oh no, young Master Zhang is on fire. Quick, put out the fire! Splash water, everyone. Splash water on young Master Zhang. Splash my ass. The fire is so serious. Quick, kick young Master Zhang into the swimming pool. Splash. No one knew who kicked Zhang Hua, but the kick was ruthless. It directly sent Zhang Hua into the center of the swimming pool. How could the fire of destruction be extinguished by ordinary water? However, to prevent others from discovering his secret, Qin Feng put away the fire after Zhang Hua fell into the water. Zhang Hua sank to the bottom of the pool. He almost choked to death. 2 rich young masters hurriedly swam over and pulled Zhang Hua ashore. The 2 rich young masters almost fainted when they came up. This guy is fucking naked. How disgusting. You pervert! I'll stomp you to death! Zhang Hua's handsome white suit and underwear were once again burned by the fire. When he was pulled ashore, he was in a vacuum state. The two rich young masters carried Zhang Hua up with their bodies pressed against each other. They immediately ran to the side and vomited. Just as the crowd gathered, a group of women screamed. Ah, young Master Zhang is so embarrassed. Why isn't he wearing clothes? TSK, TSK. Young Master Zhang is so small. It looks like the rumors between the sisters are true. He's practically a small earthworm. So disgusting. Hurry and carry this person away. The crowd was in a mess. The bikini beauties discussed among themselves. Some young models were not embarrassed at all. They stared straight at Zhang Hua. They wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and cook the rice. However, there were also many rich young mistresses. When they saw Zhang Hua in a vacuum state, their faces turned red with anger. Cough, cough. Who the fuck set this elder on fire? Just as the crowd was at a loss, Zhang Hua coughed and abruptly woke up. This was the second time Zhang Hua's body was on fire. He was about to die of depression. Last time on the plane, Zhang Hua suspected that it was Qin Feng's doing. However, Zhang Hua didn't believe that Qin Feng could release flames. He thought that Qin Feng secretly burned his clothes. After he quickly calmed down, Zhang Hua suddenly looked at Qin Feng. He concluded that this time it was Qin Feng who secretly set his clothes on fire. Stinking brat, you dare to burn this elder? This elder will fight it out with you. Zhang Hua crawled up and charged at Qin Feng, ready to fight to the death. However, earth-shattering shouts rang out from all directions. Zhang Hua abruptly stopped halfway. He felt a chill run through his body and realized that he had been burned again. Fuck! It's you. Hurry and take off your pants for this elder. Zhang Hua was a big shot in South Africa. How could he afford to lose face like this? He casually pointed at a man close to him. The rich young master who was pointed at had a mournful expression. It was as if someone in his family had died. Motherfucker, hurry up. Do you want to stay in South Africa or not? When Zhang Hua saw that the other party was dawdling, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. The rich young master had no choice but to take off his pants and throw them to Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua hurriedly put on his beach pants, and his worried heart finally calmed down. Good, Qin Feng. You've been going against me time and time again. I definitely won't let you off lightly today. After Zhang Hua put on his clothes, he started to clamor at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with this kind of idiot, but Li Ye's face was cold and unhappy. Hey, I say, you haven't burned enough, right? Do you believe that my darling will burn you again? Zhang Hua was scared half to death by Li Ye's words and immediately shut his mouth. Speaking of which, Zhang Hua also felt that it was strange. He had been burned twice, but he couldn't figure out how Qin Feng could set his clothes on fire. Lucy, what do you think we should do? This is your territory. I was bullied here. I want you to help me teach that brat a lesson. Zhang Hua's bodyguard was also knocked out. He couldn't defeat Qin Feng, so he could only vent his anger on Lucy. Lucy still couldn't come back to her senses. When she saw Zhang Hua being humiliated, she was indescribably happy. But all of this was actually done by Qin Feng. Lucy found it hard to believe. Zhang Hua, I didn't invite you here today. You deserve to be like this. Lucy naturally stood on Qin Feng's side. Her words made Zhang Hua's lungs about to explode. Many people were watching from the surroundings, and their expressions were uniformly shocked. Zhang Hua was the #1 young master among the Chinese in South Africa. He had always been the one bullying others. Everyone had stayed in South Africa for so long. But this was the first time they saw Zhang Hua suffer a loss. Zhang Hua also realized that he was really screwed today. This was Lucy's territory, so he couldn't act ruthlessly at all. But Zhang Hua refused to leave just like that. If he really left, he would lose all his face. Qin Feng, you burn my clothes and watch. That set of clothes is the latest Armani, and my watch is a Patek Philippe. They add up to more than 2 million. Hurry up and compensate me. Zhang Hua couldn't defeat Qin Feng, so he suddenly thought of another way to suppress him. In Zhang Hua's eyes, Qin Feng was at most a bodyguard, and he could crush him with money. A wave of exclamations came from the crowd. The bikini beauties were dumbfounded. Young Master Zhang's set of clothes and watch were worth more than 2 million? No wonder this person was the richest Chinese young master in South Africa. His title was not just for show. The young models who were ready to make a move couldn't take it anymore. Each of them stared at Zhang Hua with glittering eyes as if they had seen a treasure hidden in the desert. The group of rich young masters revealed a playful smile. Actually, none of them liked Qin Feng because of his ambiguous relationship with Leah. Now that Zhang Hua stood out to suppress Qin Feng, they were more than happy to sit back and watch the show unfold. Chapter 1177. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with schadenfreude. Previously, Lucy had said that Qin Feng was a bodyguard, so no one believed that he could afford to compensate Zhang Hua with 2 million. Only Leah remained calm and collected. She even had a faint smile on her face. Not to mention 2 million. If Qin Feng was really angry, he would be able to get you 20 billion in minutes. Huh. Do I look like someone with 2 million? Sorry, I don't have the money to compensate you. Qin Feng had plenty of money, but he couldn't be bothered with people like Zhang Hua. Give Zhang Hua 2 million. Qin Feng had nothing better to do. Zhang Hua guessed that Qin Feng had no money, and his face immediately revealed a playful smile. He didn't care about these 2 million. What he wanted was to slap Qin Feng in the face. Yo, you brat, you're so arrogant, yet you can't even afford 2 million? A servant like you has the nerve to come to such a high-class party? No money, right? All right then, kneel down and kowtow to admit your wrongs. If I'm happy, I might not want your 2 million. Otherwise, I'll immediately call the police to arrest you. Zhang Hua, who was previously nervous and afraid, was now arrogantly staring at Qin Feng. This guy was jumping up and down again. Leah laughed coldly in her heart. But she didn't come out to reprimand Zhang Hua because she knew that Qin Feng would teach this person a lesson that would make him wish he was dead. The group of rich young masters and beauties were shocked. Young Master Zhang was indeed young Master Zhang. He didn't want 2 million just like that. Zhang Hua, that's enough. Today's party is to welcome my good friend Leah. Isn't it just 2 million? I'll give you the money, and you can leave immediately. Although Lucy's impression of Qin Feng was average, she still stood out to help Qin Feng on account of Leah. A cold expression flashed across Zhang Hua's face. He was furious to death. Compared to 2 million, he wanted to slap Qin Feng in the face more. Hee, Lucy is indeed a rich woman. What do you mean by this? You want to stand up for that, bodyguard? But I don't want your money. This matter was caused by Qin Feng. I only want him to pay for it. Zhang Hua did not back down. He clearly wanted to go against Qin Feng. Qin Feng originally wanted to ignore this brat, but in the end he was still not done. Do you really want me to pay? Qin Feng suddenly smiled at Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua stared blankly for a moment before he quickly roared with a ferocious expression. Nonsense! You burned my clothes and watch. So of course you have to pay for it. But I don't have that much money. What do you think I should do? Qin Feng smiled coldly and didn't seem nervous at all. Zhang Hua rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. You don't have money? Then you'll have to work for me from now on. You have to be obedient to me. Even if I tell you to eat shit, you can't refuse. Zhang Hua was arrogant and egotistical. His words immediately caused a burst of laughter. Haha, young Master Zhang really knows how to have fun. That brat deserves it for offending young Master Zhang. His life is finished. What's the use of just brute strength? This isn't the era of one-on-one battles. A brute like him is the easiest to deal with. The crowd began to discuss again. Zhang Huala was full of smiles. Qin Feng acted as if he couldn't hear everyone's voices. His expression didn't change at all. He looked indifferently at Zhang Hua and said, "Sell my life to you? I'm afraid you can't afford it." Qin Feng was speaking the truth. With his current status as China's Green Dragon and Martial Arts Alliance Master, who would dare to make Qin Feng sell his life to him? Did they want to die? However, Zhang Hua and the rich young masters of South Africa didn't understand the situation. These people had stayed in South Africa for too long and didn't know the situation in China. Otherwise, who would dare to say a bad word about Qin Feng? Haha, you said I can't afford it? This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Since you don't have money and you don't want to sell your life, then I can only call the police to arrest you. Zhang Hua wanted to use the police to threaten Qin Feng, but Qin Feng didn't look afraid at all. Zhang Hua waited for a while and couldn't hold it in. Was this brat really not afraid, or was he faking it? How about this? Let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll sell my life to you. How about that? Qin Feng spoke again after a moment of silence. Zhang Hua and the surrounding rich young masters were instantly interested. These people were always idle and liked to gamble when they had nothing to do. Okay, what do you want to bet? Zhang Hua shouted with suppressed excitement. Anything is fine. You decide. Qin Feng said indifferently. Zhang Hua thought for a while and picked out his strongest skill in gambling. Then let's play cards. Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all. No problem. Do you want to increase the stakes? It's more fun this way. Qin Feng was leading Zhang Hua step by step into the pit. Not only did Zhang Hua not notice, he even jumped in with a face full of excitement. Haha, of course we have to increase the stakes. Other than your life, if you have anything else, I'll definitely follow you to the end. Zhang Hua was a famous little king of gambling in this area. Previously, he had specially learned from the gold medal dealer of Hong Kong's Dufu Casino, Second Master He. Speaking of Second Master He's gambling skills, he was also very good. He was ranked 32nd in the country in gambling skills. He was famous for his quick eyesight and superb card memorization ability. However, Hong Kong no longer had Dufu Casino because Qin Feng defeated the Wei family in the last Gambling King Conference and defeated all the gambling experts from all over the world. In the end, he won the title of the new king of gambling. As for that second master he wasn't even worthy of cleaning Qin Feng's shoes. However, Zhang Hua and these rich young beauties didn't know about this. Only Lian knew. Everyone knew that Zhang Hua was a gambling expert. When they saw that Qin Feng actually dared to gamble with Zhang Hua, they all revealed expressions of schadenfreude and looked at Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng wanted to gamble, he naturally had to play big. Otherwise, wasting time on trash like Zhang Hua wasn't worth it. After looking around, Qin Feng's gaze finally fell on Lucy. He chuckled and said, "How about this? I'll use Sister Lucy's family's gold mine to wager with you. Do you dare to use your gold mine as a wager?" Whoosh! Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. The incessant chatter instantly turned into absolute silence. Zhang Hua's eyeballs almost popped out. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. Lucy even slipped and almost fell. Was there something wrong with this Qin Feng? Why would he use his family's gold mine to bet? Did I hear wrong? You brat said you want to use Lucy's family's gold mine to bet with me? Are you crazy? After Zhang Hua regained his senses, he laughed until his stomach hurt. Do you think you're Lucy's man? Even if you're Lucy's man, you have no right to use her father's gold mine to bet. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just tell me, do you dare to bet or not? Qin Feng acted as if he didn't see Zhang Hua's mockery. This time, before Zhang Hua could speak, Lucy angrily walked out. Qin Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? What does my family's gold mine have to do with you? What right do you have to bet with my family's gold mine? Lucy was really angered to death by Qin Feng. She even thought that Qin Feng was a little crazy. Lucy was very clear about Zhang Hua's gambling skills. She didn't think that Qin Feng could win against Zhang Hua. This was a bet that Qin Feng would definitely lose. Lucy couldn't use her gold mine to let Qin Feng lose. Qin Feng didn't care. He only wanted to help Lucy because of Leah. If this woman didn't appreciate it, then Qin Feng wouldn't help her. "Darling, do you really want to bet?" Leah suddenly jumped into Qin Feng's embrace excitedly. She had personally seen Qin Feng ascend to the top of the Gambling King's title, and was full of praise for Qin Feng's gambling skills. She really wanted to see Qin Feng display them again. Seeing Qin Feng nod his head, Leah excitedly rushed to Lucy's side and danced with joy as she said to Lucy, "Sister Lucy, you really made a fortune. My darling is actually willing to help you bet. Quickly bet all of your family's wealth on Qin Feng. He will definitely help you double it. Previously, everyone thought that Qin Feng was crazy, but now everyone thought that Leah was also crazy." Lucy slapped her forehead, her face full of helplessness. She already didn't know what to say to Leah. Lucy felt that Leah had really been brainwashed by Qin Feng and had already become a woman with a negative IQ. "Xiaoya, stop messing around. This matter is very serious." Lucy glared at Leah fiercely. If it was a normal matter, she could let Leah mess around. But facing Zhang Hua, Lucy had no choice. Leah's face was serious and firm. She did not seem to be joking at all. "Sister Lucy, I'm not messing around with you. It's rare for my darling to make a move. The last time he made a move was during the Hong Kong Gambling King competition a long time ago. Just listen to me. Hurry up and bet all of your family's wealth. My darling will definitely help you win it back." Others might not believe Qin Feng, but Leah believed in Qin Feng 10,000 times because only she had seen Qin Feng's true methods. Hearing Leah talk about the Hong Kong Gambling King competition, Zhang Hua and the group of people laughed until they bent over. She had known Leah for so long, and in her impression, Leah was a woman who was always calm and collected. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get to the position of senior inspector in the police world. Lucy pulled Leah to the side and said in a low voice, "Xiaoya, don't trick big sister. Is that Qin Feng really that powerful?" Leah said with incomparable seriousness, "Sister Lucy, I know you still don't believe me, but do you believe in me? If you believe in my character, then do as Qin Feng says. I promise I won't let Sister Lucy suffer a loss." When Leah said these words, Lucy's heart started to waver. Her big eyes fell on Qin Feng, and once again sized up this seemingly ordinary man. After looking for a long time, Lucy still could not see anything special about Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, Lucy won't help you bet. I think you should just bet your life. If you lose, your life will be mine, and if you win—" "Haha, you can't win at all." Zhang Hua was already impatient and looked like he was about to start the bet immediately. However, at this moment, Lucy gritted her teeth and stepped forward. "Zhang Hua, I'll bet gold mine number 2 on Qin Feng. Do you dare to bet gold mine number 1? Chapter 1178. Lucy's words stunned everyone. Even the smile on Zhang Hua's face froze. Most of the people present knew about the gold mine number 1 and gold mine number 2. They were one of the most profitable projects under Zhang Hua and Lucy's father, especially the gold mine number 1 under Zhang Hua's father. It produced the highest amount of gold every year, followed by the gold mine number 2 under Lucy's father. These two gold mines were worth at least tens of billions. Yet Lucy dared to take them out and bet on Qin Feng? "Lucy, you're telling the truth?" Zhang Hua recovered with great difficulty and looked at Lucy with a face full of excitement. Lucy regretted her words. This was a project worth tens of billions. If she really lost it, her father would die of anger. Lucy hesitated whether she should go back on her words or not. But Zhang Hua beat her to it and said, "Ha! Sister Lucy is famous among the rich and powerful in South Africa. She's a woman of her word. Her words are like water that has been spilled. Of course she won't lie. Don't you think so, Sister Lucy?" Zhang Hua looked at Lucy with a smirk. He had forced Lucy into a dead end. The crowd gasped. There's going to be a big show today. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? Lucy would either lose her face or the gold mine today. She was so angry that she lost her mind and agreed to Zhang Hua's bet. Zhang Hua saw that his provocation worked and laughed so hard that his intestines were about to pop out. Haha. All right, everyone heard it. Sister Lucy wants to bet with me. If she loses and goes back on her words, everyone can be my witness. Zhang Hua was arrogant and conceited when he mentioned gambling. He was the disciple of Hong Kong's top dealer, second master he. He had never lost to anyone in South Africa. After Lucy said those angry words, she immediately regretted it, so much that her intestines turned green. She felt that she was still too immature and could not keep her cool at all. But since things had come to this, Lucy couldn't go back on her words. She couldn't afford to lose her face in front of so many rich young masters and beautiful women. All right, since everyone has agreed on it, let's get started. Qin Feng, who had long been forgotten by everyone, suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with an expression of schadenfreude. No one was optimistic about him. Seeing Qin Feng so anxious to lose, everyone couldn't help but roar with laughter. Hee. Since you want to be defeated by me so much, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Hua was grinning from ear to ear. He had already sat down under a parasol. A rich young master immediately brought over an unopened deck of cards. Qin Feng also sat down next to him. Everyone gathered around with excited looks on their faces, as if they were the ones who were going to gamble. Lucy, on the other hand, was not excited. Her heart began to beat faster, and she stood beside Qin Feng, praying silently. Darling, you can do it. Only Li Yu was optimistic about Qin Feng. She clenched her fist and smiled brightly at Qin Feng. That smile had bewitched everyone and made their hearts itch. Humph! I'll teach you a lesson later. Zhang Hua's good mood suddenly disappeared. He could not understand. What did Li Yu see in Qin Feng? From start to finish, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. He looked at Zhang Hua and said, "What cards do you plan to play?" "Let's play the simplest competition. This young master can't be bothered to waste time with trash like you," Zhang Hua said coldly. Qin Feng did not have any objections. Instead, it was exactly what he wanted. He did not want to waste time with someone like Zhang Hua. After the game was set, Leah ran over to deal the cards to the two of them. She was wearing a yellow bikini and was extremely eye-catching, causing a group of rich young masters to secretly glance at her. Zhang Hua looked at Leah from a close distance and was so excited that his nose was about to bleed. Leah's body was emitting a faint fragrance. Her figure was simply golden, and her long legs were about to reach her neck. "Darling, I'll give you a lucky kiss." Just as Zhang Hua was watching excitedly, Leah suddenly hugged Qin Feng's neck and took the initiative to kiss him. Qin Feng slapped the little demoness, but causing everyone to be extremely envious. "Humph! After I win, your life will be mine. I'll help you take care of the beauty Xiaoya. I'll let you draw the cards first." Zhang Hua was angered to death by Qin Feng's actions. He also wanted to touch Leah, but he did not dare to. Qin Feng did not care about Zhang Hua's ruthless words at all. He treated it as a wild dog barking. Qin Feng did not waste any time and casually took the nearest card in front of him. "I'm done." Seeing Qin Feng draw his trump card, a playful smile immediately appeared on Zhang Hua's face. As second master, his personal disciple, Zhang Hua had also learned some real skills. He was extremely good at memorizing cards, and the order of the cards was all in Zhang Hua's mind. Qin Feng had drawn a 3 of hearts, which was considered a very small card in this game of small and small cards. "Hee. Any random card I draw is bigger than yours." Zhang Hua gloatingly stared at Qin Feng. It looked like he had casually drawn a trump card, but in reality, it was the king's card in his memory. In the game of big and small, the cards were bigger from ace to big king. Now that Zhang Hua drew a king's card, he did not care about Qin Feng at all. "Since we're done, let's reveal our cards," Qin Feng said indifferently. He felt that he did not care about this game at all. The group of rich young masters and bikini-clad beauties shook their heads and snickered. Even though they had not revealed their cards, they already knew that Qin Feng had lost. Some of Sister Lucy's close friends were so angry that they stamped their feet. They felt that Qin Feng was too much of a scumbag for not taking Sister Lucy's jinquang seriously. Wait! Just when Qin Feng was about to reveal his cards, Lucy suddenly shouted, "Qin Feng, do you want to choose another card? Can you be more serious?" Lucy stood beside Qin Feng, watching the game with trepidation. As a big sister of China in South Africa, Lucy had naturally come into contact with card gambling. Even she could remember part of the order of the cards. Lucy knew that Qin Feng drew a 3 of hearts. But what card did Zhang Hua draw? Lucy really could not remember. "Lucy, what do you mean by this? Don't you know the rule of not chewing when looking at cards? As an outsider, you'd better recognize your current position." Zhang Hua looked at Lucy coldly. He was not afraid that Qin Feng would change his cards. Even if Qin Feng changed his cards 52 times, he would still lose. Zhang Hua purposely took this opportunity to reprimand Lucy. Qin Feng waved his hand indifferently and said, "Sister Lucy, I won't change my cards. My trump card is very powerful." Lucy was already angry after being reprimanded by Zhang Hua. After hearing Qin Feng's words, she was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Does this brat even know how to play cards? He just drew a 3 of hearts, and he said it was a high card? You really piss me off. If I lose this game, I'll make you pay." Lucy's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Even she felt that Qin Feng was going to lose this round. Moreover, Qin Feng's defeat meant that her father's number 2 gold mine would be given to Zhang Hua. Lucy's mind was no longer on the game. She was thinking about how to tell her father about this. "Sister Lucy, don't worry. Qin Feng won't lose." Only Leah thought highly of Qin Feng. From the beginning to the end, Leah had a bright smile on her face. She did not look worried at all. Lucy really could not understand Leah's thoughts. She also wanted Qin Feng to win, but based on the current situation, it was impossible for Qin Feng to win. "Don't comfort me. He will definitely lose this game." Lucy complained with a cold face. However, Leah smiled and hugged Lucy's arm. "Sister Lucy, how about we make a bet? If Qin Feng wins this round, you'll have to kiss him in front of everyone to repay my darling." Whoosh! Leah's words caused a burst of exclamations. Everyone looked at Leah in astonishment. This time, everyone was sure that there was something wrong with this woman's brain. How could she help her boyfriend find a woman? Lucy was startled. She suddenly recalled the moment when she was forcefully kissed by Qin Feng at the airport. A blush appeared on her cold and charming face, and her tender and alluring appearance made everyone's eyes pop out. I actually hope that brat wins. If he really wins, so what if I kiss him?" Lucy also said these words out of anger, because she was sure that Qin Feng would lose this round. Qin Feng was leisurely lying on the chair, secretly looking at Leah with admiration. This girl's awareness was very high. Everyone's attention was originally on the game and Zhang Hua, but this time it landed on the 2 beauties. Zhang Hua immediately gritted his teeth and roared at Qin Feng, "Brat, I'll let you open your cards first." A shout pulled everyone's attention back to the table. Leah and Lucy also stared at the cards in Qin Feng's hands. "Pa!" Qin Feng still had an indifferent attitude. He casually flipped over his cards, and a 3 of hearts fell on the table. "Haha, a 3, this guy's luck is too bad. Your father touched it bigger than him." "Humph. I already said that this guy would lose. I guessed that this would be the result before the game even started." Sigh. Poor Sister Lucy. How could she be so muddle-headed as to believe this brat? That's a gold mine. When Qin Feng revealed his cards, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. When Zhang Hua saw the 3 of hearts, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. This was exactly the same card he had predicted. Lucy felt as if she was struck by lightning, and her heart sank to the bottom. A gold mine was lost just like that. Tears welled up in Lucy's big eyes. Even Li couldn't remain calm at this moment. She thought that Qin Feng would immediately pull out a king and completely win the game. When she saw the 3, Li even suspected that Qin Feng's hands had rusted after not playing for a long time. Darling, what's going on? Li saw that Sister Lucy was secretly wiping away her tears. She immediately felt guilty. Chapter 1179. Leah, who was trembling with fear a second ago, calmed down when she saw Qin Feng's smile. She knew that everything was under Qin Feng's control. Sister Lucy, don't worry. Qin Feng will definitely win. Li quickly comforted Lucy. Lucy thought that Li was just comforting her. She was still depressed and did not speak to Li. Zhang Hua was already convulsing with laughter. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would win a gold mine in just one game. Lucy's family's second gold mine was a strong competitor to Zhang Hua's family's first gold mine. Both of them had a similar gold production rate every year, and both of them were competing to sell their gold to China. Now that Zhang Hua had won the second gold mine, the Zhang family would monopolize the gold mining business in South Africa and China. Sister Lucy, you lost this game. When are you going to give me the gold mine? Should I call my dad now and ask him to come over and sign the contract? Zhang Hua had not even flipped his cards, but he acted as if he had already won. However, no one cared whether Zhang Hua flipped his cards or not, because in everyone's mind, Zhang Hua had already won. Lucy stood at the side and bit her lip so hard that it almost broke. She felt a wave of regret in her heart. She had been too impulsive before. Now, she had lost the number 2 gold mine that her dad had worked so hard to develop for more than 10 years. If her dad knew about this, he would definitely faint from anger. Sister Lucy, why aren't you saying anything? Are you going to go back on your words? Sister Lucy is not someone who goes back on her words. Zhang Hua had always been at odds with Lucy. This was a rare opportunity for him to gain the upper hand. He was so pleased with himself that he almost flew to the sky. Who said, I'm going to go back on my words? It's just a second gold mine. Wait, I'll call my dad first and tell him about the situation. Lucy was indeed not someone who went back on her words. Although she was extremely regretful, since she had agreed to this game, she had to face the consequences no matter how serious it was. Seeing that Lucy's lonely figure was fading away, Qin Feng suddenly smiled and said, Sister Lucy, where are you going? You haven't lost this game, so why are you calling me? If Qin Feng did not speak, he would have been forgotten by everyone. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in unison, but all of them had a mocking and contemptuous sneer on their faces. Lucy's face was also cold. She really couldn't figure out what Qin Feng wanted to do. Qin Feng. Oh, Qin Feng, you still say you haven't lost? You want to beat me with that Zhang Xiasanzi? Dream on. Zhang Hua mocked Qin Feng without the slightest scruple. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. Cut the crap. Show me your trump card, and everything will be clear. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Hua indifferently. Zhang Hua started to not understand Qin Feng. He didn't know where this brat got his calmness from. After staring blankly for a moment, Zhang Hua laughed loudly. He didn't believe that he would lose to Qin Feng even if he was beaten to death. Brat, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. This daddy's trump card is King Zhang. Pa! Zhang Hua forcefully flung his card and flipped it over. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the card that Zhang Hua flipped over. Instantly, they were so shocked that their eyeballs fell to the ground. It was as if time had stopped. Those mocking voices suddenly stopped, and the air was so cold that it almost froze Zhang Hua finally realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously looked towards the table. When he saw that he had flipped over the smallest ace of hearts, he was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Fuck! Where's this daddy's king? How did it become an ace of hearts? Zhang Hua let out a strange cry. No one understood the situation. Did Zhang Hua lose this round? How could young Master Zhang lose? Only Liya regained her senses first. She was not surprised by this result. Qin Feng was the international gambling king. A mere Zhang Hua was nothing. Big sister Lucy, you won. Qin Feng helped you win a gold mine. Looking at Lucy, who was still immersed in shock, Liya hurriedly shook her arm. Lucy finally regained her senses, but she still couldn't believe the reality in front of her. We won. Xiaoya, did we really win? Lucy's sexy body was trembling. She was just about to call her father, but who would have thought that Qin Feng would actually win? This sudden change in situation happened too quickly and too fiercely. When everyone was still in a daze, Qin Feng chuckled and walked to Lucy's side, tyrannically pulling Lucy into his embrace. A wave of masculine air floated into Lucy's nose, causing her heart to beat faster. Her body felt like it was about to burn. This was the first time Lucy had such intimate contact with a man. She felt that Qin Feng's strength was boundless, and his chest was as broad as the sea. You, what are you doing? Lucy was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe. Qin Feng blew hot air into her ear and said, Big sister Lucy, if I remember correctly, you owe me a hot kiss right now. Lucy's entire body trembled, and she was so scared that she almost turned around and ran away. Previously, she did say that as long as Qin Feng won, she would give him a kiss in front of everyone. But that was Lucy's angry words, because she never thought that Qin Feng would win. Now that the matter was in front of her, the usually cold and arrogant Lucy was as nervous as a frightened little deer. She had never been scared to this extent by a man. You dare! Lucy tried to break free from Qin Feng, but she couldn't break free at all. She could only pretend to be calm and try to shock Qin Feng. However, just as her voice fell, her fragrant lips were blocked, and Qin Feng had already kissed her wildly. Woo-woo! You woo-woo! Lucy struggled for a while, but soon she was stunned on the spot. This was her second kiss, but it was her first hot kiss, and it was a hot kiss in front of everyone. Qin Feng was skilled and quickly brought Lucy into an illusion. The feeling was very strange, and Lucy even forgot to resist. Instead, she somewhat cooperated with Qin Feng. The crowd still hadn't woken up from the fact that Qin Feng had defeated Zhang Hua, and now they were immersed in the shock of Qin Feng kissing big sister Lucy in front of everyone. Liya, however, covered her mouth and secretly laughed. She didn't seem to be jealous at all. While Qin Feng kissed, his hands naughtily touched. Lucy finally came to her senses and used all her strength to push Qin Feng away. She felt that she had been touched by Qin Feng. You dare to force a kiss on me? Lucy angrily stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, however, had a smile on his face. How is it a forced kiss? You promised me to kiss you. I was only fulfilling your wish. You little hoodlum! Lucy was quite angry at Qin Feng, but she had no words to refute, because what Qin Feng said was the truth. It was indeed Lucy who made a bet with Liya. The beauty had kissed, and the game had been won. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Hua, who was still in a daze with satisfaction, and said, You lost. Hurry up and give number 1 gold mine to Lucy for free. Zhang Hua suddenly woke up. He looked at the cards on the table and still couldn't accept this fact. Zhang Hua was not an idiot and quickly calmed down and began to recall. Because he was arrogant, he didn't pay much attention to Qin Feng. Could it be that Qin Feng secretly changed the cards? Brat, you dare to cheat? Do you believe that I won't find someone to kill you? Zhang Hua had always refused to admit his losses, and ordinary people couldn't do anything to him. But this time he met Qin Feng, so Qin Feng wouldn't let this brat go. You want to act shamelessly after losing? I can kill you right now. As Qin Feng spoke, his body emitted surging true qi. This qi seemed to descend from the sky, and Zhang Hua was so frightened that he fell on his butt. The group of rich young masters and bikini beauties were ordinary people, so how could they withstand the pressure of true qi? Many of them retreated a few steps and stayed far away from Qin Feng. Don't act recklessly. I can give away #1 gold mine, but this game wasn't satisfying enough. Do you dare to play another round with me? Zhang Hua realized that he had underestimated his opponent. How could he let it go? He had to win the gold mine again. A cold smile flashed across Qin Feng's face. If someone was willing to jump into the fire pit, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't stop him. Sure, tell me, what do you want to bet this time? Qin Feng looked at Zhang Hua with a smile. I'll bet Dad's #1 gold mine with you. If you lose, return #1 gold mine to me. Zhang Hua said coldly. Gasps of surprise came from all around. #1 gold mine and #1 gold mine were the two most powerful businesses in Zhang Tianhua's dad's hands. Zhang Tianhua really threw caution to the wind. Qin Feng, I don't want to bet anymore. Without waiting for Qin Feng to agree, Lucy ran over. After the passionate kiss, Lucy's gaze towards Qin Feng had changed. She used to be cold, but now she had a hint of tenderness. Big sister Lucy, are you stupid? Don't you want the free oil field? Leah covered her forehead and looked at Lucy speechlessly. Lucy wasn't stupid. She was scared. Although Qin Feng won the first round, Lucy and everyone else thought that Qin Feng was just lucky. Moreover, Zhang Hua was obviously serious. If they continued to bet, Qin Feng would definitely lose. Lilia, don't play anymore. It's already good enough to earn a gold mine. If you continue to play, you'll definitely lose. Lucy had already calmed down and spoke with an unquestionable tone. Zhang Hua immediately became anxious. He yelled at Qin Feng, Stinking brat, don't tell me you're afraid of me after one round. Hurry up and continue the game with me. If I lose, I'll give you an oil field. Don't you want it? Zhang Hua began to tempt Qin Feng. Qin Feng was amused. Lucy, I'll bet with him again and help you win an oil field. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't back down. He looked at Lucy with a smile. Lucy stomped her feet anxiously. She felt that Qin Feng was already on cloud 9. No, I said I don't want to bet, so I don't want to bet. This time, Lucy's attitude was firm. She wouldn't play no matter what. Seeing that the show was over, everyone was disappointed. Zhang Hua was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. But at this time, Qin Feng grabbed Lucy and pulled her into his arms. Then he spanked her perky buttocks and reprimanded. You bitch, I said I'll bet, so you just listen to me. Qin Feng suddenly became incomparably domineering. Everyone was dumbfounded. She was the big sister of China's rich and powerful in South Africa. How could she be spanked by Qin Feng in public? Lucy's charming face blushed. She wanted to stomp Qin Feng to death. Chapter 1180. Under Qin Feng's forceful attitude, Lucy didn't dare to speak anymore. Everyone was dumbstruck. Qin Feng, who was looked down upon by everyone, suddenly became the center of attention. Zhang Hua was not happy that Qin Feng had agreed to the bet. Whether it was Lucy or Leah, they were both women that Zhang Hua fancied. However, he had never even hugged a girl before. Yet, Qin Feng hugged Leah in public and kissed Lucy. This brat was even more eye-catching than him. Let's start. Zhang Hua sat down on the chair with a cold face and no longer spoke nonsense. He was going to be serious this time. He had to regain his lost face and dignity. Qin Feng, why you really want to bet? Seeing that Zhang Hua had already sat down, Lucy became nervous again. She had a feeling that Qin Feng would lose this round. However, Lucy's attitude changed drastically. Before, she was forcefully asking Qin Feng not to play, but now she was begging Qin Feng. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Qin Feng was very satisfied with Lucy's change and looked at her with a smile. Lucy really didn't believe Qin Feng, but she couldn't say it out loud. She was afraid of hurting Qin Feng's self-esteem. How about this? If I win this round, you can sleep in my room tonight. Qin Feng looked at Lucy with a smirk. Qin Feng's voice was neither loud nor soft, so many people heard it. Everyone looked at Lucy with a surprised expression, making Lucy embarrassed. I don't want to. How could Lucy agree? She was about to refuse when Qin Feng interrupted her. All right, it's decided then. Be a good girl and stay aside. Don't affect my performance. Otherwise, don't blame me if you lose the gold mine. Qin Feng settled the matter in a few words. Lucy's sexy red lips opened and closed, but no words came out. Leah giggled. She guessed that big sister Lucy would fall into Qin Feng's evil clutches, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Qin Feng and Zhang Hua were already seated, and it was Leah who dealt the cards. Just like the last round, Qin Feng leaned back in his chair and leisurely drank his juice. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at the cards. It was as if the game had nothing to do with him. In this round, Zhang Hua sat upright and still. His eyes were glued to every card. When the cards were shuffled and spread out, Zhang Hua was secretly happy. This round, he clearly remembered all the cards and was sure that Qin Feng didn't change cards. Whoosh! Zhang Hua extended his hand and pulled Big King back. For the sake of safety, he didn't dare to let Qin Feng draw his card first. Brett, it's your turn. After touching Big King, Zhang Hua's heart completely calmed down, and he impatiently looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't even look at the cards and casually drew one. In the blink of an eye, he swapped the card he drew with Zhang Hua's. With Qin Feng's current level of true qi, the speed of his hands was so fast that it was impossible to see anything. Even if Zhang Hua stared closely at Qin Feng, he still couldn't see anything. Haha, brat, you're dead for sure this round. Your elder is a big king. As soon as Qin Feng drew his card, Zhang Hua immediately jumped up in excitement. This round, he didn't wait for Qin Feng to flip his card first. He already flipped his hand over his hidden card. Pa! The cards fell on the table, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Zhang Hua's smile instantly froze on his face. How did his big king card turn into a 4 of hearts? Yo, little 4? Seriously, you always use small cards to scare everyone and say you drew big king. Do you think we're stupid? Qin Feng already knew Zhang Hua's hidden card. He looked at the 4 of hearts and laughed. Zhang Hua's eyes fell on the table. He couldn't come back to his senses for a while. He couldn't understand what was going on today. The card in his memory was clearly Big King. Why did it change every time he flipped it over? Ah, Qin Feng, you'll definitely win this round, right? Lucy thought Qin Feng was going to lose. However, when she saw Zhang Hua flip the 4 of hearts, she was instantly filled with hope for Qin Feng. She excitedly ran up and hugged Qin Feng's arm. Whether I can win or not depends on big sister Lucy. If I win, you have to come to my room tonight. If you're willing, I'll win. If not, I'll just lose. Qin Feng looked at Lucy with a smirk on his face, and Lucy's beautiful face immediately became flushed. Liu was so amused that she bent over in laughter. Everyone stared at Lucy, waiting for this big sister's answer. Then you win. After a moment of silence, Lucy said something that shocked everyone. Previously, Qin Feng forced Lucy to sleep with him, but now Lucy requested to go to Qin Feng's room at night. Since big sister Lucy likes me so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feng's words made everyone completely speechless. This person was really thick-skinned. Lucy stomped her feet in anger, but she couldn't say anything. If she angered Qin Feng and he purposely lost this round, it would be troublesome. Pa! Qin Feng casually swung his hand, and his trump card appeared on the table. It was the king that Zhang Hua couldn't call for a long time. The atmosphere was silent again. Even if everyone was stupid, they could see that Qin Feng was the real gambling king. Wow! He won again, he really won again. Qin Feng, you're too awesome. Lucy's eyes lit up. She was so excited that she hugged Qin Feng and jumped up. Zhang Hua, on the other hand, had a mournful face as if someone died in his family. No, you must have cheated. This round doesn't count. Zhang Hua suddenly slammed the table. He lost a gold mine and an oil field. If his father found out, he would definitely kill him. Lucy came out of Qin Feng's embrace and suddenly glared at Zhang Hua with a cold face. Zhang, are you going to act shamelessly? When I thought I lost earlier, I was about to call my dad. Zhang Hua's heart was filled with guilt. It took a lot of courage to act shamelessly in front of big sister Lucy and Qin Feng. Then I have to talk to my dad about this. I'll go back first. I'll look for you after I'm done talking. Zhang Hua saw the opportunity to escape, but Lucy saw through this brat's trick. She lightly clapped her hands, and 4 strong men dressed in black walked out and blocked Zhang Hua's way. Zhang Hua, today you and I made a bet in front of everyone. You lost 2 rounds in a row. If you don't transfer the shares of the oil field and gold mine to me, I won't let you leave. Lucy had regained her usual cold arrogance and dominance. She deserved her position as the big sister for a reason. Lucy, I advise you not to push things too far. We were just having fun. How could we really bet on the gold mine and oil field? Even if you lose today, I won't take your assets. Zhang Hua began to find all kinds of excuses for himself. His ugly face caused everyone to shake their heads secretly. Lucy sneered. She wanted to say something, but Qin Feng pulled her behind him. Fine. You go back first. We'll give you 3 days. If you can't finish the contract and transfer the shares within 3 days, I'll make the Zhang family regret it. Qin Feng had a look of indifference on his face. He had dealt with too many big families in China, and people like Zhang Hua were nothing to Qin Feng. Lucy was anxious. She knew Zhang Hua too well. If she let him go now, he would never admit to the bet. Qin Feng, don't let him go. Lucy reminded Qin Feng in a low voice. Qin Feng waved his hand indifferently. I said let him go. You don't have to say any more. This was Lucy's territory. Not long ago, Lucy had looked down on Qin Feng in all sorts of ways, and even wanted to separate Qin Feng and Leah. But at this moment, Qin Feng seemed to be the owner of this place, and even Lucy did not dare to object to his words. However, Lucy was disappointed. She didn't believe that Qin Feng could do anything to Zhang Hua or the Zhang family in the future. This was South Africa, and the Zhang family was the boss in this area. Confused and nervous, Zhang Hua left quickly. He was still in a daze when he walked out of Lucy's villa. Qin Feng let him go just like that? Qin Feng and Lucy, when I get back, I'll find someone to kill you. I'll let you know whose territory South Africa belongs to. After escaping from Lucy's mansion, Zhang Hua became fierce again. He immediately drove his Ferrari and sped away. Zhang Hua had been gone for a long time, but everyone was still in a daze. They couldn't understand why Qin Feng let Zhang Hua go just like that. Qin Feng, Zhang Hua will definitely go back on his words. You won for nothing today. Lucy was somewhat unhappy. She glared at Qin Feng charmingly. Qin Feng grabbed Lucy and pulled her into his arms. You don't have to worry about what will happen next. Remember, our bet is still on. Just remember to come and find me tonight. Lucy blushed and quickly struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace. She could no longer understand Qin Feng. This seemingly ordinary and low-key man seemed to have countless secrets hidden within him. Zhang Hua's appearance today became a joke. Everyone regained their senses and gathered together to have a good time. Occasionally, they would discuss what happened just now. Qin Feng and Leah were sunbathing on a chair. Lucy was also lying beside them. Previously, she was too lazy to look at Qin Feng, but now she would secretly peek at him. Damn, Nadigo is here. Suddenly, a cry came from the crowd. Then, everyone tensed up and looked toward the entrance of the villa. A tall and sturdy black man walked in with 2 rows of bodyguards behind him. These bodyguards were armed with guns, and they looked like they were going to war. Lucy's expression changed when she saw the man. She went to greet him personally. "Nadigo, you're here." Nadigo stopped in front of Lucy. He took off his sunglasses and stared at Lucy's chest with his inverted triangular eyes. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Lucy into his arms. "Ah, Nadigo, come in and take a seat." Lucy knew about Nadigo's evil behavior, so she was always on guard against him. When she saw Nadigo coming to hug her, she took 2 steps back and dodged. "Lucy, what do you mean by this? Can't I hug you? You're so arrogant." Lucy lived on the island of Madagascar in South Africa. This island was rich in tourist resources. The locals all spoke Hakka, but English and French were also commonly used. Nada was the #1 boss of Madagascar. Even Zhang Hua and Lucy had to lower their heads in front of him. After all, this was his territory. Chapter 1181. Lucy could feel that Nada had come with ill intentions. She was burning with anger. She didn't dare to fall out with Nada, but she couldn't obey him either. "What are you waiting for? Come into my arms." Nada's patience had run out. He glared at Lucy. Lucy furrowed her brows and looked at Chin Fong. She didn't know what was wrong with her. At this critical moment, the first person she thought of was Chin Fong. "Haha, Brother Nada, I already have a man. I'm too embarrassed to hug you. We Chinese women are very conservative. We can only have intimate contact with our man." Lucy had no choice but to use Chin Fong to block Nada. Nada's face turned cold. He yelled in English, "Which man is tired of living? How dare he snatch the woman I like? Point out your man. I'll shoot him now. Then you won't have a man and you can be with me." As the #1 boss of Madagascar, Nada was like a local tyrant. He would never give up on a woman he liked. If the soft way didn't work, he would use the hard way. Behind Nada, 8 strong men stood in 2 rows. Each of them held a machine gun. Their stance was intimidating. The arrogant young masters and rich heiresses shrunk their necks and shivered. They were even more afraid than when they saw Zhang Hua. Lucy's gaze swept through the crowd. Every time she looked at someone, they would panic. Everyone was afraid that Lucy would suddenly pull them out and use them as a shield. That would be sending them to their deaths. The atmosphere suddenly froze. It was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lucy looked around but didn't point out who her man was. She originally wanted to use Chin Fong as a shield. However, when she saw that Nada was going to kill that man, she didn't have the heart to harm Chin Fong. "Brother Nada, my man has something to do today. He's not here." Lucy sighed. Nada immediately laughed. "Haha, he's not here? Then he doesn't need to come anymore. Tonight I'll satisfy you. After you experience my power, you won't like your previous man anymore." As a big shot, Nada spoke in an arrogant and despotic manner. He did not need to care at all. These frivolous words made Lucy's face turn red. She wanted to rush up and slap Nada in the face, but she didn't dare to do so. If she really fell out with Nada, Lucy's father would not be able to continue doing business in South Africa. He might even lose his life. "Brother Nada's, please spare me. I have a good relationship with my man. If you need women, I can introduce some to you." Lucy was so scared that she kept retreating. Nada's patience had long since run out. A sneer flashed across his face, and he suddenly opened his arms and pounced on Lucy. "I don't like other women. Today I want you." Behind Lucy was the swimming pool, and she had nowhere to retreat. She held her hands in front of her chest and began to scream. She felt that no one could save her today. However, after screaming for a long time, Lucy realized that she was not being hugged by anyone. Instead, she heard the sound of someone falling into the water. Lucy hurriedly opened her eyes and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of her. Nada had fallen into the water and was cursing in the local Hakka language. A tall and sturdy figure was standing beside Lucy. It was Chin Feng. Although Lucy did not see how Nada fell into the water, she could guess that it was Chin Feng who kicked him into the pool. Lucy was scared and touched at the same time. She never thought that the person who stood up to protect her at this critical moment was Chin Feng. Nah, Nada was kicked into the water by you. Lucy quickly calmed herself down and asked Chin Feng in a low voice. Chin Feng didn't say anything and nodded slightly. Lucy's heart suddenly sank. She secretly pulled Chin Feng to let him go. Hurry, and leave with Xiaoya. Nada is a big shot in Madagascar. If you don't leave now, you'll be finished. Lucy knew how powerful Nada was. Even she didn't dare to face Nada alone. However, Chin Feng actually kicked Nada into the pool. Lucy had to stay and clean up the mess. She could almost see herself being ravaged by Nada. However, to save Chin Feng's life, Lucy decided to sacrifice herself. Chin Feng acted as if he didn't hear Lucy's words. He stood beside the pool with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Nada had already swum to the shore. The rich young masters and daughters around him were all terrified and hadn't come back to their senses yet. Nada fell into the water. Chin Feng really kicked him into the water? Did this brat want to die? Damn it, was it you? Nada glared at Chin Feng and roared as soon as he came to the shore. He looked like he wanted to skin Chin Feng alive. Even the 8 lackeys he brought with him were still in a daze. At this moment, they were awakened by Nada's roar. The 8 of them immediately surrounded Chin Feng with their guns. They all stared at Chin Feng in disbelief. This Chinese brat actually dared to attack Big Brother Nada? I don't understand what you're saying. Everyone present was stunned by Nada. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Chin Feng stood with his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. It was as if the guns in the hands of the 8 muscular men were nothing to him. Everyone was stunned once again. They couldn't understand Chin Feng at all. Chin Feng was probably the only person in the entire Madagascar who could remain so calm in front of Nada and speak in Nada's bird language. Fusi, what area say? Nada clearly didn't understand Chin Feng's Chinese. However, he was very unhappy with Chin Feng's current attitude. It was as if Chin Feng wasn't afraid of him at all. The 8 lackeys suddenly raised their guns and aimed them at Chin Feng's head. The surrounding people gasped in shock. The rich young masters and the bikini-clad beauties were scared to death. Lucy's heart skipped a beat. She glared at Chin Feng and quickly put on a flattering smile. Big Brother Nada, this is my man. He was just praising you. He said you're handsome and domineering. Da's heart skipped a beat. Lucy hurriedly held Chin Feng's arm tightly. She was really afraid that Nada's lackeys would suddenly open fire. If they really opened fire, Lucy planned to die together with Chin Feng. Lucy spoke in English, so Nada understood her. His gaze turned cold and landed fiercely on Chin Feng's face. He was sizing Chin Feng up. You fucking dare to steal the woman I like. I want you to immediately kowtow and apologize to me, then scram out of here. Nada's roar was like thunder. Just his aura alone was enough to make everyone choke in fear. A group of people looked at Chin Feng with pity. Even though Chin Feng had defeated Yuan Kai, Zhao Kuan, and even Zhang Hua, none of them were optimistic about Chin Feng's chances of winning against Nada. Nada was the local tyrant here. His subordinates all carried guns. No matter how strong Chin Feng was, could his fists defeat bullets? Lucy was burning with anxiety. Even though she had just met Chin Feng, she understood Chin Feng's personality very well. He was a very proud and aloof man. He couldn't tolerate others challenging his dignity. Lucy was afraid that Chin Feng would suddenly slap Nada again. If that happened, everyone would die. Slap. Just as Lucy was worrying, a muffled sound rang out next to her ear. The atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly as Chin Feng's slap landed on Nada's face. The surroundings were silent. It was as if time had suddenly stopped at this moment. Everyone's eyes and jaws fell to the ground. Even Nada's 8 lackeys were dumbstruck. Their fingers were placed on the triggers, but it was as if someone had cast a body-freezing spell on them. No one could come back to their senses and pull the trigger. Nada held his swollen face. His eyes widened and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief for a long time. Finally he roared, "Fuck! You dare to hit me? I'll make you die a horrible death." Nada yelled agitatedly in the Hakka language. Even though Qin Feng didn't understand, he could roughly guess what Nada meant. Nada either wanted to kill him or made him wish he was dead. However, Qin Feng ignored this threat. Ever since he had obtained the Hedonist sovereign system, he had heard hundreds or even thousands of people threaten him like this. As for those who had threatened Qin Feng, they either died or paid a painful price. "Big brother Nada, don't shoot. I am willing to be your woman. I just beg you to spare Qin Feng this once." Before the 8 lackeys could react, Lucy couldn't take it anymore. She knew that Qin Feng would definitely die this time. Left with no other choice, Lucy agreed to be with Nada to save Qin Feng's life. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. This time, it landed on Lucy's perky, but Qin Feng coldly pulled Lucy behind him and said in a low voice, "You're such a playboy. You already agreed to sleep with me tonight. So how could you change your mind? If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily." Lucy was stunned. She looked at Qin Feng's back as if he was a towering mountain. Her panicked heart inexplicably calmed down. She couldn't understand Qin Feng anymore. He was the most overbearing man she had ever met. He was even more ruthless than Nada. Everyone was stunned by Qin Feng's words, especially the rich young masters and beauties from Huaxia. They couldn't understand Qin Feng. How did he get the courage to say such words when he was standing under the muzzles of 8 guns? "Fuck! You Chinese pig, you don't know your place. Capture him alive. I'll use a knife to cut off his flesh piece by piece and make him wish he was dead." Nada was completely enraged. He ordered his 8 lackeys to capture Lucy. Since Lucy was standing next to Qin Feng, Nada couldn't just open fire. If he killed Lucy, then he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, Qin Feng had really angered Nada. Nada had never been humiliated in Madagascar. Shooting Qin Feng would be letting this brat off easy. Nada wanted to punish Qin Feng bit by bit. Crack! The 8 lackeys were startled. They hung their guns on their bodies, took out their daggers from their pockets, and surrounded Qin Feng. Lucy's heart almost jumped out of her throat when she was shielded by Qin Feng. Chapter 1182. "Darling, I'm here." A beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Leah, who was holding a military knife and rushing over to help. However, she heard Qin Feng's indifferent voice when she was halfway there. "Xiaoya, go sit at the side." Bang! Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, a muffled sound was heard. A gust of wind blew past, and everyone's vision was blocked. They could not open their eyes because of the strong wind. Lucy stood in the middle of the gust, but she could not feel the wind at all. She opened her eyes wide and was stunned by the scene before her. Qin Feng turned into a black shadow and flashed in the wind. Wherever he went, screams could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. The gust came and went quickly. It was as if nothing had happened in a few breaths' time. Everything was calm and peaceful. However, everyone was dumbfounded. The 8 strong men under Nada were lying on the ground. Their clothes were tattered, and their skin was covered with wounds and bloodstains. It was as if they had fallen into hell. "Do you still want me to beg for mercy?" Qin Feng's voice was cold. He stood at the same spot with his hands behind his back as if he had never moved. Nada's triangular eyes were wide open. He looked at his men lying in a pool of blood and then at Qin Feng, who was standing like a pine tree. He even felt like he was dreaming. You dare to hit my men. You don't want to stay in South Africa anymore." Nada was actually afraid of Qin Fun's skills. However, he was a big boss. How could he admit defeat so easily? You've already hit me, and you still ask such a stupid question? If you're not convinced, you can fight me one-on-one. Qin Fun looked at Nada indifferently. He did not take Nada seriously at all. With Qin Fun's current strength and vision, his opponents were unfathomable powerhouses like Ling Jiuqian. His opponents were also mysterious organizations like the Verdant Sect, the Martial Art Alliance, and the Outer Martial Arts World. Nada was just a big boss in Madagascar. People like him could not be offended in the eyes of ordinary people. However, to Qin Fun, he was trash that could be killed with a raise of his hand. Nada was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He glared at Qin Feng with a sinister expression, but he didn't do anything. After the 8 lackeys fell to the ground, none of them stood up again. They didn't even have the strength to fire a shot. Nada suddenly retreated a few steps. Everyone was confused by his behavior. They thought that this boss had admitted defeat and was preparing to escape. At this moment, Nada suddenly pulled out the gun at his waist and pointed the muzzle at Qin Feng's forehead. Huh, brat. So what if you're so good at martial arts? I don't believe that your fists are more powerful than bullets. Cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings. It turned out that Nada had played such a trick. Lucy finally came to her senses. She rushed forward and held Qin Feng's arm tightly. She looked at Nada and pleaded, "Big brother Nada, please don't kill Qin Feng. I'm willing to apologize to you. I'll give you as much money as you want." The main reason why Lucy's family could survive in South Africa was because they relied on Nada. Every year, Lucy's father would give Nada tens of millions of dollars in protection fees. Lucy knew that Nada was a money grubber, so she was trying to solve this problem with money. Bah, do you think I'm a beggar? This bastard injured my lackeys and even dared to attack me. No matter how much money you give him, he still has to die. This time Nada was really angry. He had been famous in Madagascar for a long time, and it had been many years since he was beaten by someone. Today he was slapped by a Chinese brat. If he didn't kill Qin Feng, how could he continue living in South Africa? Lucy had an anxious look on her face. She didn't know what to do now. The group of rich young masters and bikini beauties didn't dare to speak carelessly either. From the moment Nada appeared, these people were like frightened rabbits. Only Leah had a calm expression as she lay under the parasol and basked in the sun. When Qin Feng told her to sit at the side, Leah did not care about this matter anymore because she was very clear about Qin Feng's strength and was not worried at all. "Brat, kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I'll shoot you right now." Earlier, Nada was scared half to death by Qin Feng's strength. Now that he pointed his gun at Qin Feng, he became arrogant again. "Is that so? I'll give you a chance. Throw away your gun and get out of here, and I'll spare your life." Qin Feng could tell that Lucy was afraid of Nada. He also guessed that Lucy's family's business depended on Nada. Thus, Qin Feng gave Lucy some face. Otherwise, he would have killed Nada with a raise of his hand. Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Did this guy grow up eating the guts of a leopard? Nada was stunned. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. The Chinese people he met in South Africa were very obedient, especially when they met a big shot like him. They all had to smile and curry favor with him. However, Qin Feng was clearly not that kind of person. "Fuck, you're crazy. Go and die." Nada was prepared to humiliate Qin Feng first before killing him. However, at this moment, he was so furious that he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled past. However, the sound was very soft, so no one noticed it. The gun in Nada's hand didn't make any sound. Everyone's hearts stopped as they waited for the gunshot. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Half a minute passed, and Nada still hadn't fired. The crowd started to discuss. Everyone looked at Nada in confusion. They didn't know what he was doing. Bang! At this moment, Nada fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. There was a line of blood on Nada's neck. As soon as he landed, his head rolled a few meters away and fell into the pool. Splash! The crowd instantly went into an uproar. They were scared to death by this scene. The people who were soaking in the pool swam towards the shore like crazy. It was as if there was a huge shark hiding in the pool. Dead? Not as dead? The 8 lackeys lying in a pool of blood were shocked. They couldn't accept the reality in front of them. The rich young masters and the bikini-clad beauties were in a mess. They started to run away like crazy. Crazy, crazy. That guy killed Nada. Madagascar is going to be in chaos. How did he kill Nada? I didn't see anything. Let's run. The people from the blood union will definitely come. Sister Lucy is so unlucky. This place is going to be razed to the ground. In just a few minutes, the bustling villa quietened down. The group of rich young masters and beauties had long disappeared. Only Qin Feng, Lucy, and Nada's 8 lackeys were left by the pool. Lucy still hadn't recovered from the shock. Nada actually died in her villa? This matter was too serious. Darling, what should we do with these 8 people? Li jumped to Qin Feng's side. She was much better than Lucy and didn't care about this matter. Qin Feng casually waved his hand. The 8 people who were groaning in pain on the ground instantly stopped breathing. This miraculous move made Lucy's face pale. Even Leah was shocked. Lucy, find someone to get rid of them. After killing the #1 boss of Madagascar, Qin Feng hugged Leah and went to the recliner to flirt with her. Now that there was no one else in the villa, Qin Feng wanted it to be. Lucy was stunned for a long time. She hurriedly called a few of her trusted subordinates to deal with this matter and ran to Qin Feng's side. You 2 should leave quickly. I've already booked the plane tickets. Let's go back now. Hurry! Lucy's expression was cold and serious. Now that Nada was dead, Lucy could imagine the scene of the blood union coming to kill them. If Qin Feng and Leah didn't leave, they would definitely die. Qin Feng hugged Leah with one hand and drank fruit juice with the other. He looked at Lucy like he was on a vacation and said, You really want me to leave? Can you deal with the organization behind Nada if I leave? Lucy was stunned. She thought that Qin Feng only cared about killing Nada. She didn't think that Qin Feng would think about what would happen next. Since that was the case, this guy still dared to kill Nada? What kind of person was he? Xiaoya, who is he? Lucy felt that something was wrong. Leah pulled Lucy to the recliner and lay on the other side of Qin Feng. She laughed and said, Sister Lucy, I told you to get Qin Feng quickly. This guy is China's Green Dragon, the Martial Arts Alliance Master and China's #1 hedonistic young master. Who do you think he is? Leah's words were like lightning striking Lucy. She had stayed in South Africa for too long and didn't know much about China's current situation. However, Lucy had heard of the mysterious ancient martial artists in China. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be one of them. Moreover, he was the leader of the Wuling Alliance. No wonder he had such miraculous martial arts skills. Qin Feng? Young Master Qin? Lucy muttered Qin Feng's name in her heart. Suddenly, she exclaimed, He's China's #1 hedonistic young master Qin? Speaking of Qin Feng, many Chinese people who did business overseas might not be familiar with him. This was because he suddenly rose to prominence in the recent half a year. However, speaking of young Master Qin, everyone in China's upper-class circle knew him. When Lucy found out Qin Feng's identity, she was surprised and happy. It was said that young Master Qin could do whatever he wanted in China. No wonder he was so arrogant in South Africa. That's right, big sister Lucy, isn't my darling young Master Qin? Now, do you know how good your little sister is to you? I introduced you to such a good boyfriend. Leah couldn't stop laughing at Lucy's surprised expression. Lucy's heart was filled with shock, and she finally calmed down with great difficulty. She suddenly frowned and looked at the 2 of them seriously, saying, Young Master Qin, I know you're very powerful in China, but this is Madagascar, South Africa, after all. This is Nada's world. If you kill Nada now, the Blood Alliance will come soon. They have powerful weapons as their backing, and it's said that they even have tanks. Chapter 1183. In the end, Lucy was still an ordinary person. She had no way of understanding how powerful a true stage martial artist was. From Lucy's point of view, if the Blood Alliance really sent a fully armed team over, no matter how powerful Qin Feng was, he would still be shot through by a hail of bullets. Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear Lucy's words, and continued to lie on the chair and caress the two girls leisurely. Li also had a calm expression. She understood Qin Feng's strength too well. He was the #1 martial artist in China's secular world. It was rumored that even normal cannons could not kill Qin Feng. So what if the Blood Alliance came with tanks? He would still be beaten by Qin Feng until his teeth fell all over the ground. Big sister Lucy, don't worry. As long as Qin Feng is here, he definitely won't let you suffer. Li comforted Lucy a few more times, but Lucy's brows were still furrowed. She had never seen Qin Feng's true strength with her own eyes, so she could not calm down. Li understood Lucy's feelings, so she did not say much. When the Blood Alliance really came, Qin Feng would prove himself. However, this was a foreign country on an island in Madagascar, so Li could not let Qin Feng suffer. Darling, what do you plan to do when the Blood Alliance comes? Li laid in Qin Feng's embrace like a kitten. What do you think? Qin Feng rubbed Li's jade back and smiled. This time we came to South Africa for a mission, and this South African hoodlum organization is the best intelligence station. It is very efficient to let them gather information or inquire about information. When Leah talked about her coming to capture the big drug lord and Qin Feng wanting to destroy the Golden Assassin crew, Qin Feng nodded and said, "According to what you said, it would be more beneficial for me to subdue the Blood Alliance." "That's what I think, but it depends on your wishes. If you really want to kill them all, I'll support you." Leah and Qin Feng's conversation made Lucy speechless. She was worried that Qin Feng and Leah would be in trouble when the Blood Alliance came. But in the end, the two of them were talking about whether they should let the Blood Alliance go. If we can subdue the Blood Alliance, it would be a good choice to let them gather information for us. However, these local hoodlums are like frogs at the bottom of a well. They think they're powerful, so how could they easily obey a foreigner? Qin Feng looked frivolous, but he had already analyzed the current situation. Li's big eyes turned as she thought of a way to subdue the Blood Alliance. "That's right, we can ask the Hong sect to step in," Leah suddenly said excitedly. The Hong sect is the #1 power overseas. They have a lot of people and are widely distributed. In the area of South Africa, the Hong sect also has 3 branch bases, and they have all developed for a few years. Their foundation is relatively stable. Even the local gangs here do not dare to easily offend the Hong sect. As a senior inspector in Hong Kong, Lucy was very familiar with the secret forces in various countries. China had 3 sects and 5 sections. The 3 sects were Dragon Sect, Verdant Sect, and Hong Sect. The Dragon Sect was a governmental force that guarded the peace and harmony of China's secular world. They were mysterious and powerful. The Verdant Sect was an organization of evil cultivators. It had been uprooted by Qin Feng not long ago, but one had to admit that the might of the Verdant Sect was shocking. 2 of the 3 sects were already so powerful. Naturally, the Hong sect was not to be underestimated as well. However, the Hong sect had not developed in China for the past 10 years. As a result, the Hong sect's influence in China was much weaker than the Dragon sect and the Verdant sect. However, the Hong sect was the largest sect in China overseas. Its influence was so great that the Verdant sect and the Dragon sect couldn't compare to it. "That's a good idea. I'll call Chief Wu Chang first and ask him to arrange it." Qin Feng patted Lia's perky and stood up to make the call. Lia already had a well-thought-out look on her face. She didn't put the blood union in her eyes at all. However, Lucy was still a little worried. She still didn't understand Qin Feng's true strength. After making the call, Qin Feng walked back. Just as he arrived beside the 2 girls, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the villa. Qin Feng and Li Ye's eyes lit up. They knew it was the people from the blood union. Lucy, on the other hand, jumped in fright. She pushed Qin Feng and Li Ye away. Big sister Lucy, it's bad. The people from the blood union are here. There are more than 100 of them. Hey, what do you want? This is a private house. You're not allowed to. Bang! A few gunshots came from outside. The bodyguards who wanted to stop the blood union were already lying on the ground. Following that, a group of people swarmed in and fiercely headed towards the open-air swimming pool. The man who walked at the front was tall and sturdy. He had a ponytail and was wearing a black jacket and black leather pants. He wore a pair of boots and carried a gun on his shoulder. He looked like a punk. The man seemed to be the leader of these people. As soon as he walked in, his gaze swept through the crowd and finally fell on Qin Feng. "Brat, did you kill my big brother Nutter?" The punk man was called Scorpion King. He was Nutter's brother. 10 years ago, the two of them established the blood union in Madagascar. After 10 years of bloodshed, they became the #1 boss in Madagascar. This Scorpion King was the second in command of the blood union. When Lucy saw Scorpion King and hundreds of men with guns standing behind him, she was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. However, she still smiled and walked towards Scorpion King. "Big brother Scorpion King, why are you here? And why did you bring so many brothers? What happened?" Lucy pretended to be ignorant because Nutter was killed in this villa along with all his men. Lucy still had the illusion that Scorpion King didn't know who killed Nutter. "You bitch. Still pretending in front of me? Not long ago, a young Chinese model came to me and told me everything that happened here. The one who killed my big brother Nutter is a Chinese pig named Qin Feng. I heard he's your man." Scorpion King's words caused Lucy's heart to palpitate. It seemed like she would not be able to escape from this. Even though Blood Alliance did not bring their tanks over, when she saw the hundreds of fierce-looking hooligans with guns, Lucy's heart sank into complete despair. "Big brother Scorpion King, that's my little brother. No, not Qin Feng. That bastard Qin Feng has already escaped. Hurry up and catch him." Lucy was a woman who had seen the world. She quickly calmed down and tried to think of a way to help Qin Feng. Scorpion King's face turned cold. He spat on the ground and cursed. "Fuck! I got Qin Feng's photo a long time ago. It's this bastard. Lucy, I can't believe that the blood union has been protecting your family's business all these years. How dare you lie to me? I'm going to bathe this villa in blood today." Scorpion King was completely enraged. He pulled open the bumper of the Laifu, loaded the gun, and aimed at Lucy. Lucy was so scared that she froze on the spot and trembled all over. This was the first time she felt death so close to her. She even forgot to run at this critical moment. After a while, Lucy realized that she wasn't shot. A strong and wide embrace hugged her tightly, and a familiar masculine scent wafted out of his body. Lucy raised her head and saw Qin Feng's handsome and determined side profile. At this moment, her heart melted. She felt that she had completely fallen in love with Qin Feng. You're quite something, brat. No wonder you killed my big brother Nutter. Looks like his death wasn't in vain." Qin Feng dodged the Scorpion King's shot while hugging Lucy. This scene stunned all the Blood Union gangsters. Even the Scorpion King began to size up Qin Feng again. Uft! But at this moment, the sound of blood spurting suddenly came from the crowd. Many people did not notice this movement, but a few people around the blood-spurting lackey noticed it. "Ah, Luca, W, what happened to you? Big brother Scorpion King, it's bad." Luca's head fell off. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. This group of ferocious and pike-wielding desperados had a terrified expression on their faces. The crowd had parted to form a large circle. The smell of blood wafted in the air. A black gangster lay on the ground with his head separated from his body. He didn't even make a sound before he died. The entire blood union was stunned. Even the Scorpion King's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Lucy shuddered. This scene was very familiar to her. Didn't Big Brother Nutter die in such a strange way? Lucy immediately raised her head to look at Qin Feng. She realized that Qin Feng was standing there as if nothing had happened. It was as if the dead gangster had nothing to do with him. Who killed my man? The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a long time. The Scorpion King finally came back to his senses. His expression was ferocious. He looked around, and finally his gaze landed on Qin Feng. This was because Qin Feng and the two girls were the only ones left in the villa. The Scorpion King didn't believe that Leah and Lucy could kill someone. Although he was sure that Qin Feng was the murderer, the Scorpion King's expression changed. He was no longer as fearless as when he first arrived. There was fear hidden in the depths of his eyes. This Qin Feng's method of killing was too amazing. You don't have to doubt it. I killed him. You should be the one beheaded, but I think you're still useful. Now, bring the Blood Union people and kneel down to apologize. From now on, listen to my orders, and I can spare your lives. Qin Feng stood by the pool with Lucy in his arms. He was like a towering mountain. His voice was calm, but it emitted a strong aura that made everyone in the Blood Union feel an inexplicable fear. The atmosphere was in a deadlock again. The hundreds of Blood Union outlaws with long spears were actually afraid of Qin Feng. Even the Scorpion King was hesitant. No one knew what he was thinking. Brat, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're good at martial arts. This is Madagascar, the territory of the Scorpion King. Quickly put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. I can spare your life. The Scorpion King was able to reach his current position because he had seen a lot. He heard that there was a group of mysterious and powerful ancient warriors in Huaxia. The Scorpion King guessed that Qin Feng was one of them. Facing such a mysterious person, the Scorpion King didn't dare to act rashly. He said he would spare Qin Feng's life, but in fact he wanted to kill Qin Feng the moment he squatted on the ground with his hands on his head. He didn't want Qin Feng to have any chance to attack. Seems like you still don't understand? Then I'll add some color to your face. Qin Feng saw through the Scorpion King's trick. The Scorpion King's expression changed immediately. He quickly pulled the trigger and shouted, "Shoot!" Chapter 1184. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. In an instant, more than 10 people were shooting. Among them, there were even 2 machine guns that were madly shooting at Qin Feng and Lucy. Lucy was already frightened by the deafening gunshots. She knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, but this time, Lucy didn't have any hope of surviving. She thought that she was going to die with Qin Feng. Leah, who had been leisurely leaning on the recliner, suddenly jumped up. Under the siege of more than 10 guns, Leah was worried about Qin Feng. The gunshots finally stopped after more than 10 seconds. Everyone immediately looked towards the side of the pool, but they realized that the place where Qin Feng and Lucy were standing was empty. Not even a ghost could be seen. The atmosphere instantly became strange. The group of Blood Union members were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Where are they? Scorpion King was also frightened, but he forced himself to be calm and roared. Boss, did he get knocked into the pool? One of the underlings guessed. Everyone was slightly relieved. Under such a strong attack, how could Qin Feng and Lucy survive? The possibility of them falling into the pool was very high. But in the next second, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no blood on the ground or in the pool. Obviously, they didn't hit their targets. Pist, pist, pist. The sound of blood spewing spread among the crowd again. This time, there were too many people spewing blood, and it quickly attracted everyone's attention. The crowd was instantly in a mess. A group of men were so scared that they turned their heads and ran like rats. Some people dropped their guns on the ground and didn't dare to pick them up. The crowd dispersed, and everyone could finally see what had happened. On the empty ground, another 11 people had fallen. These people had died in the same way as Luca, with their heads falling to the ground. That bloody scene was even more terrifying than hell. Who did this? If you have the guts, come out. Scorpion King was a black man, but at this moment he was so scared that he looked white. The group of underlings looked at each other. No one knew what happened. But soon, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Boss Scorpion King, these dead brothers were all the people who fired the gun just now." When this was said, everyone was instantly shocked. As long as the person who fired the gun was dead, how terrifying was this? Could it be that he was cursed? Bullshit, don't scare people here. I've already fired the gun. Why am I not dead yet? The Scorpion King was actually scared, but he pretended to be calm and angrily scolded the follower who was talking nonsense. The group of Blood Alliance members lowered their heads and did not dare to speak carelessly. But at that moment, Qin Fun, who had disappeared, turned into a pink light and reappeared in midair with Lucy in his arms. "You didn't die because I didn't kill you. Otherwise, how could you have lived until now?" Qin Feng stood on the starry sky, flying sword, and floated in midair like a god descending to the mortal world. This scene completely stupefied everyone. A few of his lackeys were so scared that they even knelt on the ground. The Scorpion King's strong composure could no longer hold on. It was the first time he had seen such a strange scene in his life. Was this the power of the mysterious Huaxia ancient warriors? This simply went against the laws of science. I'll only give you 3 chances, and you've already used them twice. If anyone fires again, I guarantee that you'll end up like the people on the ground. Qin Feng's body emitted waves of true qi, and his voice fell on the hearts of the Blood Alliance members like thunder. Many of them could not withstand Qin Feng's majesty, and their legs turned to jelly as they knelt on the ground like devout believers praying to Buddha. The Scorpion King was completely terrified. An opponent who could fly and kill people without leaving a trace was extremely terrifying. Even a gun could not subdue him. So how could the Scorpion King defeat Qin Feng? "Be big, brother. Please have mercy on us. We offended you. I'll leave with my men now." The Scorpion King, who was arrogant and domineering not long ago, was now scared like a frightened rabbit. Before the Scorpion King and his men left, Qin Feng's voice sounded again. "I've told you before that the reason why I'm keeping you alive is that you're still useful. You and the Blood Alliance, submit to me now, or else today will be the day you die." The Scorpion King's body froze. He was a big boss, so how could he easily kneel to someone else? But after a moment of hesitation, the Scorpion King finally kneeled in front of Qin Feng. Compared to his life, his dignity was worthless. Swoosh! With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng landed on the ground with Lucy in his arms. When the tip of Lucy's feet touched the ground again, she felt as if she had been in another world. When they were in the air just now, Lucy was dumbfounded. She did not even dare to move as she was afraid that she would fall from the sky with Qin Feng. Qin Feng landed in front of the Scorpion King, and the Scorpion King trembled in fear. "Big brother Qin Feng, I, the Scorpion King, am willing to follow you from now on and listen to your orders." The Scorpion King submitted to Qin Feng without a second thought. Since even the big boss had knelt, the remaining 80-plus Blood Alliance members all knelt in front of Qin Feng and Lucy. "Big brother Qin Feng!" Their shouts were like thunder, and Lucy finally regained her senses. However, the shock in Lucy's eyes had yet to fade away. Looking at the most powerful Blood Alliance in Madagascar kneeling in front of her, Lucy never thought that such a day would come. Qin Feng's face was indifferent, as if he did not see the Blood Alliance members. He hugged Lucy and walked to Lia's parasol. Then he said indifferently, "You're the Scorpion King, right? Come here, I have something to tell you." After Qin Feng gave the order, the Scorpion King trembled as he walked to him. As for the rest of the Blood Alliance members, they were still kneeling on the ground. Without Qin Feng's order, They did not dare to move an inch as they were afraid that their heads would suddenly disappear. Qin Feng hugged the two girls and lay on the chair. The Scorpion King stood at the side with his head lowered. He did not even look at Qin Feng and the two girls. Big brother Qin, just tell me what you need. You're the biggest beneficiary of Notter's death. You've been the second in the Blood Alliance for almost 10 years, and you've had the intention to rebel for a long time, haven't you? Now that I've helped you destroy Nutter and you've become the ruler of Madagascar, not only did you not thank me, you even brought people to cause trouble for me. You're not a kind person. Qin Feng's words stunned the Scorpion King. Every word he said was the truth, and it revealed the deepest secret in the Scorpion King's heart. As the second in command of the Blood Alliance, the Scorpion King had been thinking about his boss, Nutter, every day and night. He did not dare to attack Nutter because he was afraid that he would be the one to suffer if his rebellion failed. Today, when he suddenly learned that Nutter had been killed, the Scorpion King was extremely excited. He pretended to be in pain and anger because he wanted to destroy Qin Feng and take over his position as the leader of the Blood Alliance. Be big, brother Qin. I've never thought about that. The Scorpion King did not mean what he said. When he said that, his voice became much softer. Qin Feng sneered and said, "You know best whether you've thought about it or not. Besides, I'm not interested in the internal conflicts of the Blood Alliance. The reason why I said that is because I hope that you'll work hard for me in the future. As long as you perform well, I won't mistreat you." Qin Feng's words showed that he had something on the Scorpion King. Although Qin Feng did not take the Scorpion King and the Blood Alliance seriously, he still needed the Scorpion King's help to gather more information in the future. Qin Feng hoped that the Scorpion King would be more proactive and reliable. The way the Scorpion King looked at Qin Feng had completely changed. He realized that not only was Qin Feng skilled in martial arts, but he was also very smart. "Big brother, I'm willing to serve you. I'm willing to follow you from now on." The Scorpion King was not convinced by Qin Feng's words, but he did not dare to have any evil thoughts now. He was afraid that he would be killed if he played with Qin Feng's brain. Seeing that the Scorpion King was completely subdued, Qin Feng went straight to the point. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the representative of the Hong sect in South Africa. We can work together in the future. I'll ask you a few questions, and you have to answer me truthfully." The Scorpion King almost fainted after Qin Feng revealed his identity. Qin Feng's personal strength was already intimidating enough, but his background was even more frightening. The Hong sect had a huge influence overseas, and they almost dominated half of South Africa. How could bandits like the Scorpion King compare to them? If you really provoked the Hong sect, they could bring people to destroy your organization and base at any time. "Oh, you're the boss of the Hong sect. Please forgive me if I've offended you earlier. Big brother, please ask me anything. I'll tell you everything I know." The Scorpion King was completely convinced by Qin Feng, and he did not dare to have any evil thoughts anymore. Qin Feng nodded and said, "Do you know of a drug lord in South Africa nicknamed Firebird?" Qin Feng first asked about Leah. The Scorpion King's expression changed drastically. He trembled and said, "Big brother, the Firebird is the biggest drug lord in South Africa. He controls all the secret transactions between South Africa and the neighboring countries. I heard that he has recently started his business in China and Hong Kong. This guy is ruthless and suspicious. He's been famous in South Africa for more than 10 years, but he hasn't been caught yet. Big brother, are you looking for trouble with him?" Firebird was the overseas drug lord that Leah had sent to capture. This Firebird was only his code name, according to the Hong Kong police's secret investigation. This Firebird's true identity was a big shot in Hong Kong. He later killed someone and fled the country. He did not expect that he would be doing well in South Africa, because the Firebird was a fugitive from China and Hong Kong. Leah came all the way here to capture him. Judging from the Scorpion King's reaction, it seemed that he was afraid of the Firebird. This was not strange. The Firebird was a famous drug lord in South Africa. He had power and territory all over South Africa. The Scorpion King and Nada were only local snakes in Madagascar. How could they compare to those fierce dragons? You guessed right. I'm looking for trouble with that guy. Do you have a way to contact him? Chin Fong asked calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. The Scorpion King was shocked by Chin Feng's calmness. Even if you're the representative of the Hong sect in South Africa, you can't ignore the existence of Brother Firebird. The Hong sect was indeed powerful, but they were overseas after all. Not many people knew the Firebird's real identity. The Scorpion King and the other locals thought that the Firebird was also a South African local. Big Brother, I advise you not to provoke the Firebird. Rumor has it that he has thousands of subordinates and has built more than 10 bases in South Africa. He also smuggles firearms in the dark. Even our blood union's firearms were bought from him. The Firebird is a real South African boss. He even has armored tanks. Big Brother will be at a disadvantage if you go against him. The Scorpion King's words stunned Leah and Lucy. This Firebird was practically the local tyrant of South Africa. Chin Fong was also shocked. He was not afraid of the Firebird's power. He was glad that he met Leah when he came to South Africa for a mission. Otherwise, Leah would definitely be in trouble if she had to face such a powerful overseas drug lord alone. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site and read the latest. Chapter 1185. Chin Fong, I didn't expect the Firebird to develop to this stage. What should we do? Leah was a little worried. This was originally a case given to her by the Hong Kong police. Lee, you didn't want to drag Chin Fong into this. Lucy was even more nervous than Leah. A blood alliance was enough to shock Lucy, let alone a South African big shot like the Firebird. Moreover, Lucy didn't know that the person Leah came to catch this time was the Firebird. Otherwise, she would have fainted from fright. Chin Fong, why do you have to offend the Firebird? I advise you not to act rashly, or else it will be very dangerous. Lucy looked at Chin Fong anxiously. Even the Scorpion King was frightened by Chin Feng's audacity. Seeing that Lucy had spoken, the Scorpion King quickly followed Lucy's words to persuade Chin Fong. Big Brother Chin Fong, sister-in-law Lucy, is right. Madagascar is Big Brother's world. Why don't Big Brother stay here and enjoy the glory and splendor with the two sisters-in-law? Why do you have to offend the Firebird? That guy is really not to be trifled with. Everyone looked at Chin Fong in fear, but Chin Feng's expression didn't change as he said, "What are you afraid?" The Scorpion King trembled and said cautiously, "Big Brother Chin Fong, I only have this many people in the Blood Alliance. The firearms are all from the Firebird. I really can't beat him." Chin Fong laughed faintly. "Don't worry, I didn't say I want your Blood Alliance to fight against the Firebird. I just need you to introduce me to the Firebird and let me see the Firebird. As for the aftermath, you don't have to worry." Chin Feng's words stunned the Scorpion King. The reason why the Scorpion King was so afraid was because he thought that Chin Fong planned to use the Blood Alliance as cannon fodder to attack the Firebird. After all this time, wasn't that the case? The Scorpion King couldn't understand Chin Fong again. "Big Brother, really only need me to introduce you to the Firebird? Big Brother, although your skills are great, I don't recommend you to find trouble with the Firebird," the Scorpion King said. The Scorpion King and the others were afraid of the Firebird, but Chin Fong didn't care about the Firebird. He waved his hand and said impatiently, "You don't have to ask about my matters. You should think about how to introduce me." The Scorpion King persuaded Chin Fen out of concern for his little brother. Seeing that Chin Fen was determined to get the Firebird, the Scorpion King didn't dare to say anything more. The atmosphere became quiet. Leah looked at Chin Fong with a touched expression, while Lucy's eyes were filled with worry. The Scorpion King stood at the side, his eyes darting around. With Big Brother here, it won't be difficult to see the Firebird. As long as you have enough money, you can see it. The Scorpion King shouted in surprise. Money is not a problem, Qin Feng said calmly. Scorpion King believed that Qin Feng was rich because he was the representative of the Hong sect in South Africa. After so many years of development, the Hong sect must be very rich. Big brother, that Firebird does illegal business in the end. His two main businesses are drugs and firearms. I've always been in contact with Firebird's firearms business, and I know one of his subordinates, Ali. If Big Brother spends a lot of money to buy firearms or drugs, I believe you can see the Firebird. The Scorpion King's suggestion was feasible. Qin Feng and Leah looked at each other and nodded. Qin Feng immediately said, "How much did you trade with the Firebird amount to? What's Ali's position on the Firebird side? It's not a big deal for me. I buy 50 to 60 million worth of firearms every year. Lee's position is not low, and he can be considered as the Firebird's right-hand man. If Big Brother can spend about 1 billion to trade, I believe Brother Firebird will take the initiative to show up." 1 billion was an amount of money that ordinary people could not earn even in 10 lifetimes, but it was not worth mentioning in Qin Feng's eyes. "We'll do as you say. Help me contact Li as soon as possible, and then ask him to introduce me to the Firebird." Qin Feng had already decided on the plan. This time, Qin Feng came to South Africa mainly to eradicate the Golden Assassin crew. After that, he had to rush back to see Ling Jiutian and ask about his mother's whereabouts and the secret of the system. Qin Feng did not want to spend too much time in South Africa. He planned to settle Li Ye's matter as soon as possible and then move on to his own matters. The Scorpion King had already left with a group of Blood Union members. When they left, they also took the bodies of the 12 dead people with them. The villa and the poolside were clean, as if nothing had happened here. "Qin Feng, do you really want to go against the Firebird? Why did you come to South Africa this time?" Once the Blood Union left, Lucy asked all the questions in her heart. She could finally tell that Qin Feng did not come to play with Leah. He came with a purpose. Qin Feng lay under the parasol and smiled without saying a word. Leah went up and pulled the anxious Lucy to sit down. She comforted her. "Sister Lucy, don't worry about Qin Feng. Although the Firebird is powerful, it is nothing in Qin Feng's eyes. You can't imagine how powerful Qin Feng is now, but you will naturally understand when you get to know him for a long time." However, Lucy was still worried. No matter how powerful a person was, he would still die under guns and cannons. Is there no room for discussion about this? Did the Firebird offend Qin Feng? Lucy wanted to persuade her again. Leah smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, Sister Lucy. I'll tell you the truth. This time, I was sent to South Africa by my superiors to catch a drug lord who escaped from Hong Kong. That person is the Firebird. The reason why Qin Feng wants to see the Firebird is to help me catch him." After Leah finished speaking, Lucy was suddenly stunned. After all this time, Qin Feng was helping Leah solve the case. Lucy sized up Qin Feng once again. This guy was leisurely lying on the chair, as if he wouldn't panic even if the sky fell down. His big hands were constantly touching Leah's body, and from beginning to end, he had the appearance of a hedonistic and frivolous man. However, this seemingly unreliable man, in order to protect his own woman, did not hesitate to become enemies with the South African big shots. At this moment, Lucy's heart trembled. She suddenly wanted to become Qin Feng's woman and receive his protection for the rest of her life. After knowing the truth, Lucy didn't try to persuade Qin Feng anymore. She knew that it was useless. Too many big things had happened today, and all of them were things that Lucy didn't even dare to think about in the past. Lucy left Qin Feng and Leah alone and went back to her room to rest. Only Qin Feng and Leah were left in the backyard of the villa. The two of them didn't have any scruples and flirted on the reclining chair for a while, then ran to the pool to play. In the end, Qin Feng's beach pants were gone, and Leah's yellow bikini was nowhere to be seen. The two of them really ran around the backyard empty-handed. and that scene was exciting enough to watch. Leah, Qin Feng, eat dinner. Ah, you guys are too shameful. When the sky turned dark, Lucy suddenly walked over, just as she was about to call Qin Feng and Leah to eat. She was scared by the embarrassing scene in front of her and turned around to run. Lucy had already returned to the dining table in the villa and sat down, but her mind was uncontrollably filled with the fleeting glimpse from before. Qin Feng's body was tall and sturdy, and his well-built muscles made Lucy's heart beat faster. After all, Lucy was already 25 years old this year, but she still hadn't tasted the forbidden fruit. After seeing Qin Feng's body, her mind was filled with wild thoughts. Sister Lucy, why are you running? Could it be that you're shy? Leah and Qin Feng had already walked into the villa with a smile on their faces. Lucy secretly glanced at them, and seeing that the two of them had put on their clothes, her worried heart finally calmed down. Why would I be shy? The young Chinese men and women in South Africa are very open, and there are many people like you who run naked. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Lucy was pretending to be calm. However, her crimson-red face and slightly trembling body betrayed her, causing Leah and Qin Feng to find it funny. Since Sister Lucy is so open, then let's accompany Qin Feng to the backyard to swim naked after dinner. Leah had already sat down next to Lucy and deliberately joked to tease Lucy. Lucy was so shocked that the knife and fork in her hand fell onto the plate, causing Leah to laugh continuously. Darling, look how excited Sister Lucy is. When she heard that she was going to swim naked with you after dinner, she was so excited that she threw away her knife and fork. She really wants to accompany you right now. The dinner was steak and salad. Qin Feng sat at the other end of the square table, and as he cut the steak, he smiled at Lucy and said, "All right, then I won't eat any more. Sister Lucy, let's go play with mandarin ducks now." Leah and Qin Feng teased Lucy together, causing Lucy to be so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole to hide in. She immediately picked up her knife and fork and buried her head in her food. I'm not full yet. We'll talk about it later." Qin Feng and Leah couldn't stop laughing. This meal was joyous and harmonious. After the meal, Leah tactfully left first. Before she left, she even smiled at Lucy. "Sister Lucy, I've been on the plane for a whole day, and I've played with Qin Feng for the whole afternoon. I'll go rest first. Tonight, you serve Qin Feng." Lucy was pretending to bury her head in her food, and immediately jumped up in fright. Xiaoya, wait for me. I'm going to rest too." "Sister Lucy, where are you going to rest? If I remember correctly, you promised to go to my room tonight at noon. Why don't we sleep in your room tonight?" Qin Feng laughed. Lucy suddenly stopped in the middle of running. This was indeed what she had said when she made a bet with Leah, and Lucy was also a person who kept her word. Today, she thought that she had lost the gold mine to Zhanghua, and was even prepared to call her father to explain this matter. Now that Qin Feng had suggested sleeping with her, Lucy was really depressed to death. "Then, I'm not feeling well tonight. How about changing the time?" Lucy looked at Qin Feng guiltily. Qin Feng sat leisurely at the dining table and said with an indifferent expression, "Up to you. If you don't want to keep your promise, I won't force you." Lucy's heart suddenly tightened. Although Qin Feng had already expressed his intention to let her go, Lucy still felt a little apologetic. She was the one who had made the bet with Leah. How could she go back on her word now that she had lost? Then I'll go to my room first. Turn right on the 3rd floor. It's the innermost room. Just come up after you finish eating." Lucy hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and ran upstairs. At most, she would just accompany Qin Feng for a night. She couldn't be a person who went back on his word. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 1186. Watching Lucy running up the stairs like a frightened rabbit, Qin Feng was overjoyed. Actually, Qin Feng didn't take the bet seriously. It was Leah who suggested it to Lucy. Chin Fong just wanted to tease Lucy and add some fun to his trip to South Africa. After Lucy left, Chin Fong wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he leisurely enjoyed his steak and red wine. After eating for more than half an hour, Chin Fong finally went upstairs to satiate himself. When he arrived at the third floor, he didn't go to Lucy's room. Instead, he found an empty room and slept in the master bedroom on the third floor. Lucy had already finished showering. She wore a white bath towel, exposing her snow-white shoulders and beautiful legs to the air. The bathtub was filled with warm water and sprinkled with flower petals. This was the bathwater Lucy prepared for Chin Fong. Ever since Lucy returned to her room, her heart had been racing. She lay on the big bed and watched TV, but she couldn't focus on anything. Her mind was filled with the scene of Chin Fong entering the room. This was Lucy's first time, so it would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Why isn't he here yet? Lucy waited for Chin Fong for almost an hour. She ran out of the car and touched the temperature of the bathtub. The water in the bathtub had become cold. Can't Chin Fong find my room? I'd better go out and take a look. Since Lucy had agreed to fulfill her bet tonight, she decided to throw caution to the wind. She walked barefoot on the pure, white wool carpet and walked all the way to the dining room on the first floor. However, Chin Fong was nowhere to be seen. His empty plate and half-drunk glass of red wine were placed on the table. Looks like he really can't find my room. I'd better find him. Lucy blushed, but she gritted her teeth and started to look for Chin Fong on the third floor. Lucy's villa was magnificent. It was like a palace. There were more than a dozen rooms on the third floor. When Lucy found the fifth room, she finally saw Chin Fong sleeping on the bed. Chin Fong, are you asleep? Lucy turned on the light and said softly. Chin Fong was already sleeping soundly and didn't respond at all. Lucy felt an indescribable sense of loss and guilt. She clearly lost the bet, so she should have taken the initiative to bring Chin Fong to her room tonight. But in the end, she let Chin Fong sleep alone. This made Lucy feel as if she had violated her honor. Lucy quietly climbed onto the bed and slowly burrowed into Chin Fong's embrace. Ever since she was young, she had only been hugged by her father to sleep. This was the first time she slept with another man. Chin Fong's embrace was warm and wide. Lying in it was very comfortable. Lucy's originally nervous mood calmed down. She felt a sense of security as she lay in Chin Fong's embrace. Ah! Lucy suddenly cried out in alarm. She realized that Chin Fong's large hand had unknowingly touched her chest. Lucy was about to struggle free, but in the end, she stopped. She owed Chin Fong a night, and this was what he deserved. Closing her eyes, Lucy pretended not to know anything. In the end, Chin Fong's large hand started to touch her entire body. Chin Fong was still half asleep. He knew that there was a woman on the bed, but Chin Fong naturally thought that it was Leah. This girl had been crazy with him for an entire afternoon, and she was still not satisfied? At night, she came to seduce him again. Chin Fong was also a little tired today. He didn't even want to open his eyes, and just touched her based on his feelings. Gradually, Chin Fong became excited and simply hugged Leah and fiercely attacked. Chin Fong had already forgotten what time he had gone crazy last night. He felt that Leah had become a little immature, and her body had also changed. The next day, when Chin Fong woke up naturally, he was shocked when he opened his eyes. He discovered that the woman lying in his arms was not Leah, but Lucy. Ah, you're awake? Lucy had woken up a long time ago and had been lying in Chin Fong's embrace the entire time without getting up. This was the first man in her life, and Lucy really wanted to sleep in Chin Fong's embrace like this. Their eyes met, and Chin Fong suddenly sat up. He pulled open the blanket and looked at the situation inside. He and Lucy were both naked. When did you get on my bed? Chin Fong was extremely depressed. He had been forced by Lucy. Lucy felt more or less wronged. Last night, She was almost killed by Qin Feng, but in the end, Qin Feng still blamed her for her attitude when he woke up. I waited for you in the bedroom last night, but you didn't come. I thought you couldn't find a room, so I came to you," Lucy said with a bit of grievance. Qin Feng suddenly woke up. After all this time, the person he was happy with last night wasn't Leah, but Lucy. Cough, cough. "That bet was just a joke between Leah and you. We didn't take it seriously, and you really came?" Qin Feng looked at Lucy gloomily. Only then did he realize that this woman was quite naive. Lucy felt even more wronged. She had lost her chastity. So what was the use of Qin Feng saying such words? "I understand, I'm leaving." Lucy's mood was extremely bad. She got off the bed and walked out. Qin Feng looked at the lonely figure of this woman and couldn't bear to leave. "Lucy, come back. I didn't tell you to leave. Where do you want to go?" When Lucy reached the door, her body suddenly froze. She turned around and looked at Qin Feng with a bit of surprise. "Then why do you want me to stay?" Qin Feng leaped and instantly arrived beside Lucy. He carried her and flew to the bed. "What do you think? Last night, I mistook you for Xiaoya. Now, I want to taste your unique scent again." The news of the death of Madagascar's Blood Union's boss, Nutter, seemed to have spread throughout Madagascar overnight. However, no one knew how this matter was resolved. Even those who attended the party at Lucy's house didn't know, because they had already left before the Blood Union came to deal with Qin Feng. "Have you guys heard? Boss Nutter is dead." The streets and alleys of Madagascar were filled with people discussing this matter. Lower your fucking voice. Right now, everyone in Madagascar knows that Big Brother Nutter is dead. It's fine if you keep this in your heart. If the Blood Union hears this, they'll kill you. That's right, who killed Nutter? I heard it's a Chinese brat. He's really brave. He even dared to kill Big Brother Nutter. What's the use of guts? That brat is a retard. I think he's already dead by now. Don't believe those rumors. This is Madagascar, Nutter's territory. How could he be killed by a Chinese brat? I heard that the second in command of the Blood Union, the Scorpion King, has been eyeing Nutter's position for a long time. Fusey, don't talk nonsense. If you want to talk, go somewhere else. Don't drag us into this. As a local tyrant, Nutter's death caused a huge uproar in Madagascar. On another island in the southwest of the Indian Ocean, someone was also discussing this matter. Dad, I heard that Madagascar's Nutter is dead. This is a great opportunity for us to make a move. In a private mansion in Mauritius, Zhang Hua was constantly persuading a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. The man was his father, Zhang Yunqing, who was also a business tycoon in the South African Chinese circle. Zhang Yunqing was dressed in a suit. He crossed his legs and leaned on the sofa, smoking a cigar. With a cold expression, he said, "You brat, as soon as you came back, you persuaded me to suppress Lucy's family's business. Haven't you always been interested in Lucy? What are you hiding from me now? Say it." Zhang Hua's petty thoughts did not escape Zhang Yunqing's eyes. Zhang Yunqing had been in the business world for more than 10 years and was a sly old fox. Being questioned by his father, Zhang Hua suddenly lost his confidence. He said carefully, I went to Lucy's house the day before yesterday and lost our family's #1 gold mine and #1 oil field." As soon as Zhang Hua finished his words, Zhang Yunqing was dumbfounded. He did not even notice that the cigar in his hand had fallen to the ground. For this tycoon to lose his composure like this, it showed the importance of the #1 gold mine and #1 oil field. "You bastard, I'll beat you to death." After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yunqing immediately jumped up and lashed out at Zhang Hua furiously. He scolded as he slapped. "You wastrel, what else can you do besides spending money to pick up girls? I've indulged you in the past, but this time you gambled with the #1 gold mine and #1 oil field? Have you lost your mind?" Zhang Hua was slapped all the way back, but he did not even dare to let out a fart. He was very clear about the importance of the #1 gold mine and #1 oil field. These were the two most important industries in his father's hands. They could bring in billions of profits every year. It was no wonder that Zhang Yinqing was so angry. "Dad, please, please don't hit me. Things have already happened. Let's think of a countermeasure." Zhang Hua felt that he was about to faint from the slaps and had to beg for mercy. Zhang Yinqing finally calmed down after slapping him for so long, but he still glared at Zhang Hua with a cold face. "Tell me, what's going on?" "Dad, it's a brat from China who spoiled my plan. I planned to find Lucy to cultivate a relationship. If I can pick up that girl, her father's family business will be ours in the future. But when I went there, I met a brat called Qin Feng. He gambled with me and won. I bet on the #1 oil field and #1 gold mine." After Zhang Hua finished his words, Zhang Yinqing was angry again, but he forced himself to calm down. "You lost in the gambling? How could that brat win against you?" Zhang Yinqing quickly saw through the suspicious points of the matter. Zhang Yinqing was quite confident in his son's gambling skills. He had learned it from the Hong Kong gold medal dealer, second master he. Zhang Hua said gloomily that Brat's gambling skills are better than mine, but he kept acting cool. I accidentally fell into his trap." Zhang Yinqing was really angry at his useless son. After a moment of silence, he shouted, "We can't give the #1 oil field and #1 gold mine to Lucy's family. If that's the case, we can't stay in South Africa anymore. We can just drink the sea breeze in the future